Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Hoop Fest. Hey guys, we're so happy that you tuned in today, and we've got another big day planned for you. All kinds of great demonstrations, some great pricing, and some good education. And speaking of education, guys, we have Joanne Banco. Oh my gosh, we have her twice today. She's going to teach 2 educational sessions, and we're super excited about that. And, she is, if y'all haven't seen Joanne yet, you're in for a treat. She is just awesome. And so we're super excited about that. And, but guys, real quick, hey, if you're brand new, this is the first time you've ever seen one of our shows, put a number 1 in the chat right now. We're just curious to see if there's any newbies out there, and we want to welcome you to the SMP Nation. And guys, we have a ton of people out there that have been watching us for a while. And, but we want to see if you're new. If you are, just put a number 1 in the chat and say who you are and where you're from. And I promise you, all the SMP Nation is going to welcome you with open arms. And if you have any questions about anything, you can chime in the chat. Either the SMP Nation will help answer your questions, or our chat team we have here that they're monitoring the Facebook and YouTube, and that's Marina, Rhonda, and Melinda. They're watching the chat. They're trying to answer your questions and help you out there. But if they can't get to you, I'm sure one of the SMP Nation regulars will as well. But guys, we got a huge community out there of sewers that are here today, and we sure appreciate everybody's involvement, and hope you're having fun. And if you've been here from day 1 since Monday, put a number 5 in the chat right now if you've been here since Monday and you've watched every minute of it. So, because, man, we've been here, hadn't we, guys?
Yes, we have.
So I've got Roger, Kyle, and Kennedy here with me this morning. They're all fired up and raring to go, had their coffee, and they're good to go.
2 coffees.
2 coffees.
They went straight for the espresso, actually.
Yeah.
It's a little scary.
Yeah, Kyle's all fired up this morning. He's been doing the espresso shots.
Double espresso shot.
So we're all excited, guys. We've had 3 great days so far, and this is day 4, and we're super excited about it. And so let me tell you a little bit. If you're brand new, you put a number 1 in the chat. We're going to tell you kind of how Hoop Fest works. We do these festivals once a quarter. In March, we do what we call Quilt Fest, and then in June we do Hoop Fest. September we'll have a Sew Fest, and then we'll have a special Cyber Monday show, which is the Monday after Thanksgiving. And then we have our Countdown to Christmas show, which will be, I think, the 2nd week in December, and it'll be a week long, and it's getting you all ready up for those last-minute Christmas gifts. We'll have that. So that's our big shows. And then every week we stream live on Tuesdays, which is a show called Takeover Tuesday. Kennedy hosts that. And then on Thursdays, I host a show called SMP Live, and I have the whole team in here with me as well. In both shows, we try to have guests come on. We have great pricing on products, and so we like to do a lot of fun things. But that's every Tuesday and Thursday, and it starts at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 12 p.m. Central. So we do that. So we welcome you to join our regular shows that we do each week. And if you haven't liked our Facebook page, go like our Facebook page. Even if you're watching on YouTube today, go like our Facebook page. We're up over 30,000 followers on Facebook. We're trying to get that increased. And actually, we're over, what'd you say, Kennedy? Almost at 40,000. So help us get over that 40,000 mark. And then we've got over 21,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. So if you're watching today on Facebook and you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, just go subscribe to it. It's extremely easy. It's absolutely free. And all you have to do is subscribe, hit that bell notification, and give us that thumbs up on the YouTube. And all those algorithms help us as well. So anyway, and in turn, what we're going to do for you is give you prizes. Everybody likes to win something, right? So we're going to have a lot of giveaways, guys. We're giving $100,000 of products away on the show this week. And so it is going to be fantastic. And all you have to do is participate. Do the things I just told you to do. Or, you know what, just go, make a comment, ask a question in the chat, either on Facebook or YouTube, and that enters you to win each day as well. And we'll do drawings throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, we are going to pick a finalist that's going to be in contention to win the Dream Studio giveaway. And Kennedy, if we could show that real quick. This is what our Dream Studio giveaway is, guys. And everybody out there has the chance to win this. And you see it right there. Look at that. Over $25,000 to one person. And basically, you see it. You're getting that big SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. You're getting that Brother Airflow 3000 serger. You're getting the Baby Lock Accord sewing and embroidery machine. And you're getting that Juki sewing machine. You're getting that Floriani wall of thread, 360 spools. And then you're getting the Stay Perfect 2-tier electric lift table. So great prize package for somebody. And right now we've already got some people that have won. And so, on Monday, Roger, if we could pull that up. So on Monday, our finalist was Debbie Stucken. Day 2 finalist was Catherine Hutchinson. Day 3 was Thelma Jean Hill. So we're going to pick again, end of the day today, we're going to pick a 4th finalist. And so we'll pick that. And then what we're going to do on Friday, we'll pick our 5th finalist. And then we're going to put all 5 names in a hat and pull out the winner. Now, what's great about this, whoever we pull out wins the $25,000, but everybody else is still going to get a prize package. So if you get chosen as a finalist each day, you'll still get a great prize package. So we got a ton of stuff to give away. Also, we had a contest going on that you could enter a embroidery project, and basically you submit your photos in it. It's on the page right now. Today is the last day that you can vote. All the submissions ended, but you can still vote. So you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you'll see the Hoop Fest banner. Click on that. It'll take you to the Hoop Fest page. Once you get there, there's going to be a little tab that says Gallery. Click on the gallery. It'll take you to all the entries, submissions of all the pictures, and you can go through and look at all those. And guess what? Just vote on your favorite one. You can vote. Today is the last day. Voting ends at close of business today. And then on tomorrow, we will announce our winners on that. And first place gets a really nice prize package. They get the Golden Scissors Trophy. They get a first place ribbon to put on their project. And then second, third place will each receive a ribbon and a prize package. So it's really a good contest. And there's some great embroidery projects that somebody submitted. And man, I tell you, go take a look at them. They're really awesome. So anyway, that's kind of what's going on, guys. It's going to be a fast-paced today. Every demo is going to be about 30 minutes, and we're just going to go one after the other. And so there's not much time. There's not going to be any break time. So you got to pick your break times very carefully so you don't miss anything. And but guys, before we get started in the show today, got to say a big shout out to some of our viewers. We have Julie Ann Crookston watching over in Montana. We have Christy Gray. Christy's watching from Georgetown, Texas. We have Linda Brooks in Janet, Georgia. We have Alexandria Span. She's over in Corpus Christi, Texas. We have Dixie Holden up in Iowa. We have Kathy Ann. She's in Jacksonville, Florida. We have Jeanette Richardson in Bluffton, South Carolina. Hey, we have Pamela Mason in my old stomping grounds over in Arkansas. She's in Little Rock, I think. And then we have Susan Wood up in Michigan. So welcome, everybody. Glad y'all are tuning in and watching. And guys, we are so excited about our first demonstration this morning. Oh my gosh, we have a great demo. Y'all probably know Carly Bell. She's been on here before. She's been on our shows a lot. She was on earlier this week. She did an educational session yesterday, and she is fantastic. And let me tell you a little bit about Carly Bell. Carly is a full-time working mom and wife with a serious craft addiction, in her words. When she's not being a dance mom, she loves to be in her craft room and sharing with you how to make beautiful things in embroidery machines. Catch her on her live. It's Friday night show. It's called, well, I think it's during the day now. I think it's not at night anymore, but I think it's during the day on Fridays. She has a show called Sip and Stitch. And she always said, go get your beverage of your choice, and you could come on and watch her projects. She has a lot of things going on. She has a closed Facebook group you can join. And then we just launched a new class, and we'll get her to talk about that maybe today too, that we're selling on our website. You can, it's $149, and you can sign up for that class and take it. And it's a taped thing, so you can watch it at your leisure. And it's a great, great class. We'll get Carly to talk a little bit about that today as well. But we highly recommend if you're getting into embroidery, you're new to it, to take that class because it's, she's doing it from her experience of her starting out as embroidery, and it's called From Start to Stitch. And so it's a really good class, and we're super excited about that. And then, and you can just go to carlybell.com and you can see all her connections and all that. So is Carly in this morning? Okay. So, well, let me talk about our sponsors this morning. So you look at them right there, guys. We could not do Hoop Fest if it weren't for our great partnerships with our sponsors. You see it right there on the screen. Brother, got a big shout out to Brother, Baby Lock, Juki, R&K. Now R&K is the exclusive distributor of Floriani. We have Janome, we have SWF, and we have the Stay Perfect, Aero Cabinets, Dime, which is designs in machine embroidery, and then we have Reliable, and then naturally Synchrony Financing. A lot of it, we could not do the financing without Synchrony, so big shout out to them. They gave us some special rates just for Hoop Fest, and we sure do appreciate them because it really helps you out, and so we're able to offer some of that. And so anyway, guys, let me, while we're waiting on Carly, let me just tell you a little bit of what's in store for today. So we're going to have Carly Bell this morning. We're going to talk all about the Brother PR680W, and that is, the 6-needle embroidery machine. And guys, we've got just a fantastic presentation for you this morning on that. Then right after that, we're going to have Kelly Latre. She's a national educator for Juki. She's going to be in here. We're going to talk all about that Juki TL18, which is the QVP model. And guys, it is, just a great straight stitch machine. And we just sell a ton of those things and people just love it. Right after that, we have Baby Lock in the house. We're going to have Mike Johns and Patty Marty back in. Now, Mike Johns was in, on a couple of days ago, he was in front of the camera and Patty was behind the camera talking, so you didn't get to see her, but they're both going to be there. Mike has been on our shows many times. He is just a really great embroiderer and quilter. And then Patty's the education coordinator for Baby Lock. So you're getting two really knowledgeable people that's going to be on there. And they're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Alliance. And it is that cylinder-armed one-needle machine that everybody loves. And it's just, great for hats. And there's so many things that you can do on it. It's a big 8x8 hoop that comes with that. Then right after that, we got Joanne Banco is going to be teaching one of her educational classes. We're super excited about Joanne going to be on the show. And then we have Harley Thomas back in. And I'm sure Valerie is going to be with him and from Aero Cabinets. And, y'all, everybody loves, Harley and Valerie. They're a lot of fun. And we're going to talk about some brand new cabinets we got from Aero. And then we got the chairs on sale from Aero Cabinets. We'll talk a little bit about the chairs. And then we have everybody's favorite, Trevor Conquergood. Trevor is going to be here, and he's going to talk all about how to save your embroidery with Floriani. So everybody loves Trevor, and he is such a good presenter as well. And then we have Miriam Coffey from Janome is going to be in, and we're going to talk all about that 7-needle MB7 embroidery machine, which is such a great machine as well. Very small footprint. So if you're limited on room and you want a multi-needle machine, man, the Janomes, both of them, the MB4 and the MB7, have a really small footprint and are just really great. And then we have Brother back in the house, and it's Jennifer Gleich. And Jennifer is going to talk all about that Brother PRS 100. And so that is another great machine we're going to talk about. And then we got Joanne Banco back for her second educational session, which is fantastic. And then we have Kelly Latre back from Juki. And this afternoon, she's going to talk about the F300 Juki, which is one of their most popular machines as well. And then we have Baby Lock coming back in. We have Anna Avery Vaughn. We're going to talk all about that Baby Lock Meridian. And that's the embroidery-only machine that in its counterpart is that, Altair. The Baby Lock Altair is the combo machine, which is the sewing and embroidery. Well, the Meridian is just the embroidery side with the same interface. She's going to talk about that. Then we have Garrett McMinn from SWF coming in. We're going to talk all about that 15 needle multi-needle machine again. Then Trevor Conquergood comes back in and going to do another Floriani session. And then ending out the day is our very own Kennedy Cook.
Of course.
With the Stay Perfect tables. And Kennedy's going to have something very special in store for y'all today. So you don't want to miss that one. So it's going to be fun. So guys, we got a great show lined up for you. So are y'all ready to kick things off this morning? I am ready to kick it off. And who better to kick it off with than Carly Bell. So welcome Carly Bell to the show.
Hi, Blaine. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm a bit of a hot mess this morning, but I'm good.
Hey, I think we're all a hot mess. This is day 4. And I tell you what, everybody's been just super pumped about you and all you do in your education. And I told them a little bit about what your class. Could we, before we even get into the demo, could you talk a little bit about the class that we have? We just launched on our website that they can buy for $149, and tell them kind of about it and what they're getting.
Awesome. Okay. So the course is called From Start to Stitch, and it is a beginner machine embroidery course, and it's completely delivered online. What I put together was something that I wish I had when I got started. And it's basically me holding your hand and guiding you through everything that I think you need to know to be able to confidently use your embroidery machine. So the class is, the course is broken up into, let me get some pictures here for you. Where did I put it? Here we go. This is the screen I want to show you. So the course is broken up into 9 different modules and really guides you through, I think, everything, like a comprehensive education to help you learn your machine. We go over the parts of the machine. We go over the interface. The course, the demo machine for the course is the beginner friendly Brother PE 800, but everything that's taught is applicable to any embroidery machine that you have. But if you have a Brother or a Baby Lock machine, the interface on the machines are the same throughout. So that is super helpful. We go into all the supplies that you need to get started, all those things that maybe you're not thinking about at first. I'll show you all the tools that I love and use with almost every project I do. We go in depth about stabilizers, talking about all the different kinds out there and which stabilizers you should be using for which projects. Then we have 2 full modules on hooping, going over like just the method of hooping, about floating, and then we dive into hooping specific items like baby onesies, like logos on polo shirts, bags. I even cover hats on a flatbed machine. Then types of stitches and types of design. So I go over like everything that's out there and how you can be able to know what you're stitching, what kind of stitch it is, and whether it's a fill stitch or an applique or a sketch stitch. And then, of course, diving full on into applique and how to do it from start to finish. And we have a applique project in there for you as well. We touch on embroidery software, telling you about what it is, why I think it's important, and the software that I use, and some beginner info on how to use Embroidery Essentials, which is my program I love. And then the last one, which I think is very important, is our maintenance and troubleshooting. So this is the one where we tell you how to take care of your machine, but then also all those hiccups that happen when you're stitching, like the needle breaks, you have nesting, your tension is off. So all of those different things that will help you get through your projects and using your machine. So I'm super excited about it. It's, like I said, all delivered online, and you have lifetime access to it. So when you get it, you will be able to refer back to these lessons whenever you want. Like if you're not doing applique until later, you can go back and look at that applique lesson. Whenever you have trouble with, nesting or tension, you can go back to that lesson and go over all of that once again. And then the last great thing is that you also get access to a private Facebook community where I do a live Q&A session every month. So we do it the first Wednesday of every month. You could come ask your questions. And even if you can't come live, I have a form where you could submit your questions so that I can answer them for you. And then you could go watch the replay of the live after. So I'm real excited about it. I've been working on it for a long time, and I've put like all of my heart into it. So I hope everyone loves it as much as I do.
Well, hey, Carly, thank you for that, guys. And again, we have that. It's on our website right now. Well, I don't know if it's on the website, Kyle. Is it launched? We don't know if it's launched yet, but all you have to do is call us at 800-401-8151. You can call and just tell them you want to sign, you want to buy the Carly Bell, start to stitch class, and we can sell it to you. I just don't know if they got the website product page built yet, because this is brand new, guys, hot off the press. We just launched it this week. And so, Carly, we're super excited and to do this. And man, I tell you what, all your hard work is paid off. This thing is fantastic, everybody. And if you're new in the embroidery or even haven't been in embroidery very long, this is a great class to take. It is live, Kyle said. So you can actually go on our website right now in the search bar, just type "start to stitch" in the search bar, and it'll go right to that product page.
Awesome. I'm so excited. It's on the website.
Yeah, or you can go to smplive.tv, and it'll be right at the top of the page up there, right, Kyle? In the products. So yeah, go up there and check it out, guys. It is fantastic. So Carly, we're going to talk all about the 680 this morning, the 6 needle. So I'm going to let you get going on that, and I'll be back in about 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and we'll tell everybody the specials.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Blaine. So yes, so today we are going over the Brother PR680W. This is like the Mac Daddy of embroidery machines. It is a 6-needle or a multi-needle machine, which I have to tell you makes life so much easier. So when I first started off, I was using that very small Brother flatbed machine like I showed you that we're using in the course, like the Brother PE800. And although that machine is great and I spent years making my kids stuff on it, I immediately learned how much of a headache it is to hoop small items, especially baby items, on those flatbed machines. And with every change of thread color, you're changing the threads on the machine. This machine takes all of that headache away, and there's so many advanced features on it. It is amazing. So let's start going through some of them. So as we said, 6 needles. So that means every needle has a different thread color running through it. So when you are doing a project with multiple thread colors, you only have to tell your machine, okay, which needle do I want to use for which step? And you program all of that in very easily. And then the machine will change needles as it goes and stitch everything out. I have an example for you because I've been working on dance recital gifts for my girls. Their recital is this weekend, and I am making all the girls on the team these cute little cosmetic bags with their initials on them. Now, we have 18 bags to make. So I didn't want to hoop and stitch 18 bags because I could have done this on this machine. I chose to make patches. So I was able to make, let's see, how many? 18 patches in one go on this machine. So let me show you what it looks like. So I set this up last night to stitch. And this is just an embroidery font. We actually used it on my last Sip and Stitch tutorial on YouTube. I got it from a shop on Etsy. It's very cute. It's a shadow font. But I just stitched it on top of this glitter fabric. It's actually, it's almost like a canvas fabric with glitter, but it's nice because the glitter doesn't come off. Anywho, I was able to set my machine up to stitch all of this out last night with pressing a few buttons and walking away, and went and had dinner while this was all stitching out, because I set each letter and the shadow for each letter to be a different color. All the needles changed accordingly. All I had to do was come up and change the bobbin because there was so many stitches. So that is the beauty of having a multi-needle, is that you can stitch things and then set things up and walk away. It's beautiful. All right, so the 6 needles. But next, let's talk about, the biggest bang for your buck is hoop size, right? This machine has a 8x12 hoop, which is this one right here, which I was able to fit all of these letters on. This is incredible compared to my small flatbed, which only had a 5x7 hoop. This allows me to do so many more projects, like all these patches. I've done adult shirts and sweatshirts, large in the hoop bags. I love making those. I can do them very large here. I could do large quilt blocks, all kinds of fun things with this super large hoop. Oh, my cat and dog have made it in the room. Nope. They're playing in the room next to me, scratching to get in. So, but not only do you get this 8x12 hoop, you also get, 3 other hoops. So 4 total. You get the 8x12, you get a 5x7. Where is it at? On the other side. I got them hanging on my nice stand that I got with my machine. 5x7, 4x4, and 1.5x2. So you have multiple hoop sizes for all those different types of projects. Okay. So that is the hoop sizes. All right. Now, the next great feature, because there are lots of them, but I'd say my 3 main contenders are the multiple needles, the giant hoop, and the free arm. Okay. This is where upgrading from a flatbed machine, everything is easier. Everything, hooping, everything. I can't convey that enough for you. So for instance, we have these little bags. Okay. So I could unzip this. Now on a flatbed machine, I would have to turn this bag inside out in order to get it on my hoop and try to get it flat and get all the other bag out the way, right? We don't want to stitch the bag to itself. However, with the free arm machine, I could say use my cute little hoop here, my 1.5x2. Let me change cameras here. I haven't looked at my craft table to see how messy it is. Here we go on camera. But here's the little tiny hoop. See how cute? I could stick the inner hoop in here. This is a little hard to do because I'm gonna need to make the bag flat. And I would need to loosen it up a lot. But something like this, just to give you an example, this would be very tedious to do on a flatbed machine. I could put my hoop in here and just hoop it and put it on the machine. Now, typically with this kind of project, I probably would use a floating method using what I love is the easy frames. Yeah, because I can't get this loose enough. So let me show you the easy frame. Where did I put it? Here. This is a better way to go about doing it. I would float any bag I would do. I would float it. I would use a smaller frame, and you just put the frame inside the bag and put that on some sticky tearaway, and then you could put the bag right on the arm. Like I said, guys, I am a hot mess this morning, so I don't have all my ducks in a row for y'all. But essentially, you would have the bag hooped, and it would go on the machine like this. So it would go, the free arm would go inside of the bag, and that makes it so much easier to stitch, and you're not stitching your bag to itself, and you don't have to worry about, some complicated turning the bag inside out and hooping it. So all of that makes life so much easier. So bags are wonderful, and the free arm helps with that. And the next thing that I love to stitch is clothing. And clothing, you have to, make sure just the top of your shirt is hooped. You don't have the back of the shirt going underneath the hoop. You might have a bunch of excess material you have to keep out of the way when you're on a flatbed machine. You're not going to have that trouble because you have the free arm, and all that excess material can hang underneath this. And so hooping, so much easier. Okay. Let's see. We have a beautiful 10.1 inch LCD display coming from a tiny flatbed machine that had like a 3-inch black and white screen, this is like a laptop. It's beautiful. I can see everything. I could do editing on the screen and have, you know, like a big, nice space to see everything and not have any doubt in what I'm doing is right, because I can see it so clearly on this giant screen. Another thing that is wonderful is with placement. So when we're stitching, we do want to make sure that our designs are stitching right where we want them to, right? And this machine has an laser crosshair display. So when I put something on and I have my design lined and ready to go, it will use a red laser light and print what looks like a crosshair on your project, showing you right where your needle is going to fall. And then you can use the trace feature on the machine to see right where your whole design is going to stitch out on your project. So those are all great things. Just to run through some of the other features, and then I'm going to do a demonstration for you. We have wireless connectivity, so you don't have to use a USB stick. You can send it straight from your computer to the machine. If you've purchased designs online like I do, I'm a bit of a hoarder when it comes to buying embroidery designs and fonts. I could just, with a click of a button, send them over to my machine. It stitches at 1,000 stitches per minute, which was beautiful for this project because, you know, I wanted to get it done. Even though I didn't have to do much work, I just had to set it up and let it go. But it did stitch at 1,000 stitches per minute, which was much faster than my old flatbed machine. We have an automatic needle threader on all 6 needles. So that is beautiful because I do have an industrial machine. It does not have an automatic needle threader. It's crazy. But this one does. And I love that because I'm spoiled with that now. You know, all my flatbed machines have an automatic needle threader. A multi-needle should have that as well. So you can press a button and just pick which needle you need to thread, and threading it is a breeze. And I showed this on the demonstration on Tuesday, but I don't want you to be intimidated by all of this because I know I was when I first started. Changing threads on here is very, very simple. And all you need to do is cut, say, like, I don't know how well you can see. I have a blue spool of thread right here. Say I wanted to change it to green, right? I would cut this thread and take my blue spool off, put my green on. And then I would tie my green thread to my blue thread. Then go to that needle, which was needle number 2. I would pull the thread out of the needle hole, right? I would just pull it out, and then you just yank on that thread and you pull it through, and the knot will stay, and you'll see until you have your green. All right, just turning it on and everything, until I saw my green, and then I would go, I want to be on needle number 2, and then I would use my automatic needle threader and thread it, and it's ready to go. So that's how quick it is to change thread colors. All you're doing is just cutting the existing setup. It's already going through the thread path. You don't need to mess with any of that. Just cut it over here at the end where you have some slack, put your new spool in, tie a knot between the 2 colors, and pull it through. Very, very simple. All right. Within the machine, you have 100 built-in embroidery designs, which are beautiful. We have 18 monogram fonts, 140 frame pattern combinations. And these are great for when you just need to simply like add a patch or an applique to a project you're working on. You want to cover up an old name. I love using those frames for those kinds of projects. And you have 140 different types of frames that you can stitch out. Lettering. It comes with 50 lettering fonts, which is amazing coming from like a machine that only had 5 or 6. 50 of them, and they have a beautiful amount, and you can resize them. Now, when you buy embroidery fonts online, usually they come in particular sizes, a 1/2 inch, 1 inch, inch and a half. This is referencing the height of the letter. With our machine, we have 50 of those fonts built in, and we can shrink them and stretch them according to our needs. So when I need a tiny 1/4 inch or maybe a smidge taller font to write a name like on my kid's uniform, on their sweater, it's so easy to just type their name in here. I could shrink it down as small as I need it to and stitch it out. And the machine has limits, so it won't let you shrink it or make it too big to where the stitch out won't be good. It's going to make sure that it's going to recalculate those stitches so that everything comes out really nice. You also have the ability to stitch buttonholes, and they have 10 buttonhole styles in 3 different sizes, so we can add buttonholes to our garments on here easily. There are 24 video tutorials built into the machine, so I can press the help button. Let's see if this screen, I didn't do a good job here. Let me move this. All right, there we go. That's a little bit better. I can hit we have a nice little stylus, the help screen. On here, I can go to video, and I can see video on how to oil the machine, how to hoop, how to thread, how to change the needle. And then what we're going to go over very quickly is how you can stitch a hat. So that was the main thing I wanted to talk to you about today. Sorry, I'm a mess and all over the place and taking up too much time. But one of the great things about having that free arm machine and a multi-needle machine is that you can stitch hats. And here I have a soft hat, but really they're great for structured hats. And those are like those trucker hats. That's the kind of hats my husband likes to get, the baseball hats where the front of the hat is hard. Those are impossible to stitch on a flatbed machine. You need to have a free arm and a multi-needle machine to stitch those kinds of hats. And I believe one of the special deals that Blaine has for y'all with this machine today is that you get the cap driver setup for free. And this is huge because this is like $1,200. It is not inexpensive for this accessory. So for them to add this on with the purchase of your machine is a big deal. So when I got my machine, they had this, and I was like, that's a great add-on because I didn't want to pay an extra $1,200 for a cap driver. So cap driver is included. And so I want to quickly show you because, again, I'm like all of you. I was intimidated when I got it. I'm like, this looks complicated. I'm scared I'm gonna mess it up. You can't mess it up. It's easy. If I can do it, you can do it. Trust me. So I am going to try to show you, even though I don't have a good camera set up to like zoom in. When I teach classes on this machine, I have my camera all up in here to show you like exactly which knobs I'm unscrewing and screwing so you could see it up close. But I just want to give you the gist of it, of how it works. So the front of the machine here has the frame holder, and they have 2 thumb screws on it. And I just unscrew those. I think this little one I have to take off completely. No, yes. And this one, they have 3 thumb screws. The 2 little ones I take off. All right, lift that up and comes off. So that's your frame holder that holds all of your regular hoops. And when that's off, now we can take the cap driver. And they have 2 thumb screws here and 2 thumb screws on the bottom, which I put in my other toolbox over here. Nope. All right, so you unscrew these 2 top screws, and they're here, and we're going to move them. And this is allowing you to put the cap driver on the machine. All right, so I take those off. This goes on. And it's very easy to see that like there are certain pegs that these fit in. So it's like it's a puzzle, but it fits together perfectly. So you really can't mess up Like there's only one spot for it to go. And then once you have it on there, then you put the screws back where they go. All right, and what's beautiful is now your machine actually recognizes that I have the cap driver on. So it knows now, hey, I'm ready to stitch hats. I can see my, my frame, my cap driver up here. It's going to tell you exactly, like when you're trying to load a design, it's going to show you a smaller embroidery field. It's not going to let you keep to stitch the 8 by 12 inches like your big hoop. It's going to show you the specific embroidery field for hats. And the cap driver setup also comes with a hooping station. So this actually clips onto the side of your stand. You could put it on your stand. You can put it on your craft table. It's kind of universal to where it can go anywhere. And you hoop the hat. And they have beautiful instructions on how to do this. So we don't have time to go through it now. But the hat goes in here. It is very easy. Okay. And that is going to slide right on here. You turn it. And you snap it on. And now I'm ready to stitch a hat. So I know it might seem like a lot, but I promise you when you go through it yourself and either go by video instruction from someone like me or the video instruction that is built in on the machine, it's beautiful, you can easily change out your frame, put a hat on with multiple colors, set it, stitch it out, and walk away. So I think that is everything I wanted to talk to you about today. If you have any questions, please let me know. I love this machine. I could tell you all about it. And actually, if you're more interested in hats with this machine, my next sip and stitch video next Friday, June 23rd, yes, at 10:30 a.m., I'm going to be stitching a hat on this machine. So then you can see it up close because I'll get the camera all in there, all nitty gritty, so you can see how to set it up.
Well, hey, Carly, how can they find you so they can watch the sip and stitch?
Yeah, so the best way to find me is on my website. It's carlybell.com. On there, you should see the icons for sip and stitch. My YouTube channel is Carly Bell. You can also just go to YouTube and put in the search bar Carly Bell, and you should see it. But if you go to my website, you can see how to watch sip and stitch on YouTube. They have all the little social icons on the top, left of the screen. Oops, sorry about my camera. Where you can go to my Facebook page, my YouTube channel, Instagram, all that good stuff. But all that info is on carlybell.com.
All right, awesome, Carly. Well, we're going to tell them how they can get this machine. So, Carly, thank you so much for coming on. It was a pleasure, and as always. And anyway, hopefully we'll get a bunch of people signed up for your class.
Thank you. All right, y'all have a great day, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, Carly was talking about is the PR 680W. This is a Brother 6-needle machine. And guys, this thing is loaded up with features. The price on it right now is $11,499. Guys, we are going to throw in that free cap frame and driver set. It's valued at $1,299, right at $1,300. You're going to get that absolutely free. We're going to ship this free nationwide. And guys, we do have Synchrony financing available as well. But now this is going to come with, let me tell you just a little bit about the machine. It's going to come with 4 hoops that come with it. The largest hoop on it is the 8 by 12. Then you're going to get a 5 by 7. You're getting a 4 by 4. And then you're getting that 1.5 by 2 inch hoop, the very small one. It comes with a set of needles. It comes with pre-wound bobbins, scissors, tweezers, screwdriver, a touch pin, spool mats, the nets, and the caps. It comes with a USB cable, embroidery sheet grids, the operational manual, and the quick reference guide. It's all coming with it. Now, what's really cool about this too, excuse me, is, that all the stuff in the screen, like you can go, all the tutorials that are in there, they're all high definition, and there's just a ton of information that you can get through tutorials. It also has that cross arrow embroidery drop light, so you can get your placement perfect for embroidery. And then it's wireless. And one thing, a feature about this, and this is one thing I really like, it's going to stitch up to 1,000 stitches per minute. But here's something if you're going to do, you know, production work, and just to kind of, you know, talk about and think about. When you're doing production work, and most of y'all probably know this, embroidery machines, when they spool up, a lot of them start very slow, and then they spool up to the speed that you set it at. So there's always, it starts like a very slow start, and then it spools up. Well, Brother, on this particular model, they actually increased that spool, or decreased, I should say, the spool up time, and increased the spool up speed. So now it gets, if you've got it set to 1,000 stitches per minute, I mean, within a second and a half, it is spooling up and going to full speed. So if you think about, if you're doing, you know, multiple shirts or multiple hats and doing that, and you count all that, you know, the way it used to be, that slow spool up time, that's money, you know, that's production. So now with that quicker spool up time and speed, the production increases. So you don't have to wait around near as long now to get your stitches done. So that's one of the great features they did with this, and I tell you, I really like it. So anyway, guys, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151 for more information about this. I think you're going to be extremely happy today if you give us a call and get more information about the 680. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. And guys, we have Kelly Latre back in from Juki. And Kelly is the National Account Trainer at Juki. She's an accomplished and performance-driven territory manager with a strong background in operational management, staffing, inventory control, and training customer service. Kelly is a go-to person at Juki. And guys, we have had her on our show many times. She's been here all week for Juki, and we are loving her demos. And today she's going to talk all about that TL18 QVP. So welcome back to the show, Kelly.
Thank you, Blaine. It's great to be back today for day 4 of Hoop Fest.
Oh my gosh, we're so excited you're here. So we're going to let you get going on and talk about this machine. And then about 25 minutes, I'll come back and we'll tell them how they can get it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Blaine. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back to talk to you today about the Haruka, which is the TL18 QVP. The Haruka means beyond. So this machine will take you beyond your sewing expectations. Now, this is a full-on mechanical machine, and it is the top of the line in our series of straight stitch semi-industrial machines. Now, Juki, as you know, is the largest industrial machine in the world, and we take that technology and put it into our home machine line. So this one is semi-industrial. It has a die-cast aluminum frame, so it's really a strong machine. But let's take a closer look at the Haruka, take a little tour, and then we'll do some sewing. Okay? So is that good? Awesome. So we're going to start here. This is a stitch length adjustment. I can take that from 0 to 6 millimeters. And I love that 6 millimeter stitch because it's long, and I love to use it for basting a hem, for basting my quilts. I also have the needle up down function on this machine, and that's a top of the line function. That is so nice for pivoting on quilts and corners. And I have a thread trimmer on here. I also have a lever for reverse stitching if I want to lock my stitch when garment sewing. And then I have the feed dog lever for raising and lowering the feed dogs for free form quilting. So you just move this lever over and you're ready to go. Okay. On the right side here, I have a speed control. Now this machine is capable of going 1,500 stitches per minute. But you have control right here, and it also comes with an electronic foot control, so you can control it from the foot as well. I do have a knee lever on this machine for raising and lowering the presser foot when I'm sewing, and it works better with my knee, honestly, but this is wonderful for pivoting. I also have a presser foot lift in the back, and it raises a little higher to get those heavy fabrics underneath. And then this is a mounting piece, and this is an exclusive on the TL18 so that you can add seam guides, quilt binders, all sorts of extra accessories to enhance the machine. The bobbin is a full rotary bobbin, the vertical full rotary. And to get there, I have a little door on the side. And I'm just going to use the lever on the bobbin case to pull it out. And to place it back in the machine, I'm going to use that lever as well. I'm just going to put it back in there. Easier said than done on camera, right? And then I'm going to rotate it until it clicks into place. Now, a good test on this machine is just to rotate the hand wheel forward and back so that you can see that it's locked into place. So I can just lower that foot or that door for my bobbin. Now, the other thing I love about the Haruka is that it comes with this extension table. This is wonderful for a workspace for sewing. So I'm going to put this on, and I'm being mindful of my knee lift here. And let's see. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to show you that the legs are adjustable on this, and you want this nice and flat before you start sewing. I have a door here too that I can also access that vertical rotary bobbin. And that system is the system that gives you that perfect straight stitch. So if I open my side door, I can adjust my lighting. So this is a nice LED lighting system that I can actually turn off or adjust to my sewing studio lighting or my fabric. Okay, so that's a wonderful feature on this machine. In front, I have a couple of different settings. I have the pressure on the presser foot. I can adjust that up or down for a variety of different weights of fabric. This is also an exclusive feature to Juki. This is the sub tension, and I love this because it takes care of any thread inconsistencies before it gets to the main tension right here. And generally, when I thread my Haruka, I am going through 2 holes up here when I'm using, today I have Glide polyester on. I use Aurifil 50. I use a variety of threads, clear nylon, clear polyester, and metallic thread. So when I'm using like that invisible polyester, I'll use all 3 and just thread them all. Now they thread from the top so that you can form an S curve here, but that governs your thread before it gets to the tension. How nice is that? Up here on the right is the bobbin winding system. And I'm going to also introduce you to the micro lift, and this is an exclusive on the Haruka. This is one of the reasons it's our top of the line in our semi-industrial straight stitch sewing machines. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to have my camera person just kind of focus in on this presser foot. Later, I am actually going to sew with this so you can see how effective what it is. It helps you get a consistent stitch on a variable layer of fabrics, like inconsistent when I'm hemming jeans, when I'm binding a quilt, when I'm making bags, that sort of thing. That's what it's going to help you control. So I'm going to go up here, but I'm going to have you watch the foot. Later we'll look at the dial, and there is one black line on the dial, but while I'm turning this, you should be able to see now the foot coming up and giving me more clearance. And I'm going to take it all the way up. Now look at that clearance under that machine. So I can float my foot for inconsistent layers of fabric, sewing through them and getting a perfect stitch every time. And that is why I love my Haruka. Let's talk about the space here, because with its extension table, and this does come with the machine, I have 23 inches here. I have 13 to the back, And then right here, I have some really nice clearance. It goes 6 inches up here and 8.5 across. So you've got ample space to get those heavier quilts under this machine. I'm learning quilting, so I'm a directional and a channel quilter, and I love the stitch that this machine delivers. It's just great. So that is your micro lift, and later I'm going to sew with that so you can see how that helps you with thick and thin fabrics alike. So I'm going to turn that down, and I'm going to go through the accessories now, and then we'll get set sewing. So a couple of the accessories, I'm going to grab some here and then just show you them. This is the 1/4 inch foot with the guide. So if you like a guide when sewing 1/4 inch seams, that comes with it. And I will show you that the foot on the machine that comes with it is a straight stitch foot. But this is also known as the scant 1/4 inch foot. And you do have a clear mark for the 1/4 inch. So this guide you would use for a scant 1/4 inch, and then you can come out here for the full-on 1/4 inch seam. The other foot that I love is a compensating foot. This is a 1/4 inch compensating foot. This comes with the machine as well. And this is great for top stitching over heavy layers of fabric because it has that heavy guide for you. So when you're sewing over layers like my ultra suede bag back there, when I did the edge, the compensating guide helped me with that. This is the rolled hem foot, and it's wonderful for finishing ruffles, doing napkins, the ends of men's shirts, because it's going to roll the fabric for you while you're sewing, so you get a consistent rolled hem, and you can do it fast, because remember, that Haruka can go up to 1,500 stitches per minute. The walking foot, yes, it comes with a walking foot. It also comes with a guide for the walking foot, so you can do channel quilting. On my bag back here, can you see that bag in the shot, or I'll just pull it up? But this is a bag I quilted on the machine with that polyester invisible, and the channels turned out so nice because I had that guide on. It was just so easy to do on this machine. It was fantastic. The zipper foot also comes with the machine. The zipper foot you can put on the right or the left side of that needle, and so it's completely adjustable. And that comes in really handy when I'm doing my thick zippers. For example, right here, my laptop bag, it really did a good job inserting that zipper, helping me insert that zipper. We also have freeform quilting feet with the machine. This one is the open toe foot. I also have a 1/4 inch and a 1/5 inch freeform quilting feet, so that with these you can accomplish echo quilting, and you can keep it a 1/4 inch or a 1/5 inch away. So that is really nice. With this machine also, you get bobbins, oil. We're going to talk about how to do maintenance on because this is a traditional mechanical machine. So this piece looks unusual, but it's a great tool. And I'm going to grab the power pedal and talk about this a little bit. This is the foot control, and it's electronic foot control. So that when I put the ball of my foot here on the foot, I get the maximum sewing speed. And then on the heel, I can actually trim the thread, which is great on some projects. However, sometimes I don't want that to happen. So what I'm going to do is take this piece. It goes on the bottom of the foot control and cancels out that cutting of the thread. So if I'm sewing, actually when I'm piecing a quilt, that is when I put this on, because I don't necessarily want those threads to get trimmed in the middle of a long piece of jelly roll that I'm sewing on. So this is a nice feature. You can take it off or on, have that trimming, or cancel it out. And if you look at the front of the machine, you can see that you also still have the thread cutter here. So you still have that option available to you when you start sewing. All right, so with that, I think we should do a little sewing. And I'm going to start out, I'm on a stitch length of about 2. And I'm going to do a scant 1/4 inch. And I'm going to use just the edge of my foot as the guide. So I'm going to start sewing. And that's, I'm going all the way down on that electronic foot control, okay? But right now my speed is only about half, so let's take it all the way to the rabbit and try out that 1,500 stitches per minute. All right. So that is that fast 1,500 stitches per minute. I used a dark dark fabric today, so I'm hoping you can see the stitch quality because it is absolutely fantastic on this machine. I really feel it is the best straight stitch in my sewing room. I love this machine. So I'm going to take this up to 6 millimeters to show you that basting stitch because I really like this basting stitch, okay? You can do that really fast too, because it's just a basting stitch. But look at this, how long that is. It's easy to pick or even just pull out. I'm a petite person, so I'm doing a lot of hemming, and that really helps when I'm doing that hemming, okay? All right, let's take a closer look at the micro lift. So this time I'm going to take the stitch length a little longer, about 2.5, or closer to 3 actually. And I'm going to fold my denim so I get about 8 layers, and then hopefully we can go downhill. But again, and hopefully you can see the knob this time, I am taking this knob to the right. And now you can see the first line. Now I'm going to the second line. Ooh, and we're getting to that third, and now I can see red. So I'm going to stop, and I'm going to place this under the sewing machine. I can go fast or slow. And if I were directly in front of it at this point, I would be using my knee lift. And I'm just going to sew around these layers, getting right to the edge of that one. Nice. So let's take that out, take a look at the stitch. Look at that that's what I want you to see. And hopefully you can see that consistency of that stitch today, because it's absolutely beautiful every time on the Haruka. This is my go-to machine for top stitching, piecing, garment sewing, you name it. I'll be honest, when I started first working for Juki, they let me know they were going to send me a TL Haruka, and I thought, a straight stitch, that's interesting. And this is never going to leave my sewing room. Why? Because it's a sturdy machine. Remember, it is that die-cast aluminum frame, so it's heavy duty. It weighs approximately 25 pounds. And right up here, you can see that I can use cone threads on this machine. It comes with a cone holder, which is nice. So I'm going to tighten back down that micro lift. And let's talk about maintenance and getting that perfect stitch every time. Because when I go to shows, I talk to many people who have a TL and go, boy, I just wish I could get back to that straight stitch. I had that perfect straight stitch. Don't be afraid to adjust your stitch, okay? First of all, we're going to talk maintenance. What I normally do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to delint the bobbin area. And generally for every project, I change the needle, okay? So I can go in here and just simply delint. I also delint, and you can see that I have some lint up here. I'm delinting right around that needle bar, okay? Easy peasy, just easy to do. Change the needle for every project. I don't know about you, but that is a simple solution to a lot of sewing problems. If you can hear your needle, it's probably time to change it. If your threads are breaking and you know that it's a great thread, change that needle. So we're going to delint and we're going to oil down here. If I take out the bobbin case, I can oil. So I have a lot of trap doors, it looks like, in here. I can oil right on that inside rim of the bobbin area and be set to go for sewing, okay? A few times a year, it depends on how much I sew, but I can go in and delint the whole machine, oil metal to metal moving parts, and test the stitch. Before I start a project, I always take the fabric after I've cut it out, test that stitch, and make adjustments then before you start your project. It should be spot on. And then if you're still not getting that perfect stitch, contact your local repairman. He can clean it out. He can check the settings in the machine and make sure you're going well, because this is purely mechanical. It'll last a long time. All right, let's go through threading, because that's another thing that's easy on this machine. And I talked to a lot of consumers who's like, oh, I looked at that and I thought it was really intimidating. It's not. I'm going to start up here. Of course, I have my cone on the cone holder. And I'm going to form my S curve by just going through the holes. And again, if you have a challenging thread, metallic, those invisible threads, use all three of those. Then I'm going to go through the subtension and I'm going to go through the main tension. Okay. I'm going to take it up in this thread guide up to the take up lever. Okay. And I also recommend you have your presser foot lifted. And the reason for that is, if you can see this, the tension gets tighter and looser. So right now those discs are open, so it'll take that thread perfectly. So I'm going through that thread guide through this one, and then there is one above the needle. And then your needle threads from left to right, and there is a needle threader. But I want to go through that bobbin case too, because a lot of people ask me about this, and it's a very easy system. In that, again, I'm going to hold that lever, and I'm just going to place the bobbin in and rotate it till it clicks into place. And then let's talk about this shank. This is a high shank machine. So when you're looking for accessories, first of all, just go to the Juki website. We have the most phenomenal accessory guide now, and it's put per machine, so you can find the feet that go with this machine, and we have a lot of fantastic ones. But with the TL18 QVP, the Haruka will take you beyond, because it comes fully loaded with all those presser feet you saw. And in honor of Hoop Fest, I brought out my Juki hoops. I'm just going to grab one real quick. These are wonderful for guiding the fabric when you're doing freeform quilting. And I'm practicing with these, so I can show you this in the future. But these are really nice if you're practicing freeform quilting. So with the Haruka, the TL18 QVP by Juki, you are getting a semi-industrial, fast, straight stitch machine that can go through most of the fabrics today on the market. So I'm excited about this machine. I use it every day. I love it. And generally anything can be changed and set. So it's a heavy duty workhorse that you'll want in your sewing studio. So I'm sure today for Hoop Fest, Blaine has a great deal on the TL18 QVP Haruka.
Hey, Kelly, we sure do. Thank you so much. And we'll see you a little bit later this afternoon, but I'm going to tell them exactly how they can get this, guys. This is the Juki TL18. It's the QVP model. And again, guys, this is $15.99. We do have a call-in special on this. So if you are interested in one of these machines, and Kelly did a wonderful demonstration there, and showed you all about it. Guys, this is a great machine. This is one of our top selling Juki machines. And give us a call right now. We think we'll make you extremely happy. Got a great call-in special, free shipping nationwide, and we have some financing available as well. So give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you just want to take a look at the product, you can go to smplive.tv and just scroll across the banner at the top of the page, and you'll find that product. Click on it. It'll take you right to the product page. Or you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com in the search bar and just type in the TL18, and it should come up. But you can go check it out, look at all the different specs about it, and see if that's something that's for you. If it is, give us a call. All right, guys, we are going to continue to move on. And guess what? We have Baby Lock in the house. And guys, we're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Alliance today. And we got Mike Johns and Patty Marty back in the house. And, you know, Mike has been on our show many, many times. Mike is a, very accomplished, sewer. He does everything. The guy is great at embroidery, great at quilting. And he grew up in a family of crafters. And Mike didn't become serious about sewing until he studied costume design and technology at the Florida State University a little over 20 years ago. So, and he's been, doing great ever since. He, used to be freelance. Then he got hired at Baby Lock. He's been there doing a great job. And man, we're so fortunate to have both of them here today. They're so knowledgeable. So y'all welcome Mike and Patty to the show.
Thanks, Blaine. I'm just going to carry you around with me as my hype man. Can I do that?
Yeah. So, Pat, I guess Patty's going to be behind the camera today, but we still have audio on her, right?
Yeah. Say hi.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Patty. So at least Patty will be able to answer some questions as well, but she'll be behind the camera, but Mike's in front. So, guys, we're going to let y'all take it away, and I'll come back about 25 minutes. We're going to tell them how they can get this alliance.
Sounds good. Thanks, Blaine. Well, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Good to see everybody again. So, we talked about this machine yesterday in the show, and if you got to see that, you're going to get to see it again. But if you're new to this machine, this is our Baby Lock Alliance, and it is absolutely one of my favorite machines. It's one of those machines that, Blaine and his team have done a wonderful job of really promoting, really getting out there and making it visible to everybody to see. But other than that, it's kind of one of those unsung heroes. It's kind of one of those hidden gems of the Baby Lock lineup, because what this is it's kind of a hybrid machine. It's a hybrid between our flatbed machines and what we call our free arm machines, or maybe you even have heard us call them our multi-needle machines. Now, this one only has one needle, and that's kind of why I like to call it a hybrid, because if you're somebody who's done flatbed embroidery or flatbed sewing, you're already familiar with how easy it is to use a Baby Lock machine. But maybe you've always had that curiosity about going up to a multi-needle, right? Maybe you want that 6 needle or that 10 needle. First thing I'm going to tell you, talk to Blaine and his team about a 6 needle and 10 needle, because you can handle it. It's actually a wonderful machine. But if you just want something that's really simple, really easy to use, and maybe not quite as visually intimidating. Notice I said visually intimidating. I didn't say actually intimidating, because our 10 needles, our 6 needles, even our Alliance, even if they look a little intimidating, once you start playing around with them, they're really simple to use. They have a great user interface. Everything kind of goes with all of the Baby Lock lineup that you're already familiar with. So if you know an icon from maybe your Solaris, or maybe you had a Destiny or something like that, that icon is going to travel right up to our line for our free arm machine. So on the Alliance here, what you're going to notice, what makes this machine so special is that it's a free arm machine. What I mean by that is I do not have a flat bed on the bottom of the machine that's going to make hooping hard. So if I'm trying to do something that's in the round, like maybe I want to do small tote bags, maybe I want to do the left-right chest of a shirt, maybe I want to do the arm of a shirt, the sleeve, the shoulder cap of the shirt, maybe I want to do Easter baskets, maybe I want to do ball caps, all of those things. Maybe I want to do the side of my jeans, right? Normally, if we're on a flatbed machine for a lot of those projects, the easiest way to do them is to open a seam, right? Make it to where we can lie it flat. I don't like doing that, because what does that do for me? That means I got to do twice the amount of work. And those of you who know me, those of you who know Patty, we always say that both of us are the most laziest embroiderers you'll ever meet in your life. because we want to do it the simplest way and we want to do it the fastest and easiest way. And to do that for things that are in the round, having a free arm machine is going to make that very simple, because once I get ready to embroider on this, this is actually going to fit over that arm. I can sew on this or embroider on this. I'm not having to take any seams out, and I'm not going to have to struggle to do like what I would call tricky hooping, right? Could I do this on a flatbed machine? Absolutely. Is it going to take me twice as long to get it hooped? Absolutely, right? And I consider myself to be a fairly adept hooper. So even at my skill level, putting this on a flatbed machine takes a lot longer than just putting this in a hoop and sliding it over that free arm. The other advantage to this is that this is a front loading bobbin. So if you'll notice here, this is my free arm. If I open my little door here, my bobbin case is right here. It's actually on the front of the machine. This takes an L-class bobbin. And once you put that bobbin in, if I'm doing something that I need to change the bobbin, I don't have to take the project off. Now, in some cases, like if I was doing like the sides of a pair of jeans or something like that, I may have to pop it off to be able to get to it. But for the most part, I can actually just reach under whatever my project is, pull out my bobbin case, change that bobbin, don't have to remove my actual hoop from the machine, and I'm good to go. So quick and easy access to that bobbin is a lot of fun, and it really does make the process easier. As far as how this threads and how this actually goes in for the needle in itself, you'll notice that up on the top, we have 4 staging areas for spools of thread. You can use the larger cones like I've got here. You can also use just regular smaller cones. So if you want to use like those small regular cones or regular spools of thread that you're used to, they work perfectly fine on this. There's no problem or no issues with that. You get things like accessories that are going to make that a lot easier too. So you'll get things like spool caps and that sort of thing. I think even spool nets come in there with it. So if you're going to work with smaller spools, you may have to take advantage of those. Notice up on the top here, we actually have staging areas, or I'm sorry, up on the top here, we have thread minders that go with our staging area. So if you'll notice here on the pink is not currently threaded, the purple is, but the pink is actually in my thread minder. So it's actually here at the top, and on the front, these are actual thread cutters. So if I want to change this thread, which right now the purple is threaded, if I want to put the pink in, all I'm going to do is pull down, run my purple underneath my thread cutter here, reach over here, grab the tail of my pink, and we've been playing with this so I don't have it actually threaded in the right way. Let me do it really quick. What's really funny about our studio is we all play with machines all the time. So sometimes they're in the right orientation, sometimes they're not. So once I get this, I'm just going to tie, and I just use an overhand knot. You could use a square knot if you want to. Tie this off, and then I'm going to come down here, pinch the thread at the needle, and then I'm going to pull this through, and that thread's going to go all the way down to my needle. There it is there. And then here's the cool thing. The reason I can use an overhand knot and not have to worry about doing like a square knot or anything like that, this machine has an automatic needle threader. So once I get it down to the last thread guide, all I have to do is come over to my screen, press my automatic needle threader. It shoots that needle threader out. I wrap it around, pull at the top. There's a thread cutter here. Push the needle threader again. And just like that, I've changed my thread. So when we're looking at this, even though it is one needle and I'm going to have to change my thread often, this is faster to change my thread than it is on my flatbed machine. Because once you get into the hang of it, and hopefully you're not doing it from the side like I'm doing here, you're doing it from the front, it gets fast. I can actually get things stitched on this faster than I can on my flatbed machine. On this, we do have an embroiderable field of 8 inches by 8 inches. So that's our largest field. When we get our machine, you're going to get a total of 6 different hoops or frames, whatever you like to refer to them as. You're going to get a 4x4. You're going to get an 8x8. And then you're also going to get 4 of what we like to call our micro frames or mini frames. And these are all really small little design areas here. All of them are about 1 to 1.5 inches in area as far as stitching them out. And you may kind of think like, well, what am I going to use those for? Well, here's a great example of when I would use this. This is just ribbon. I've kind of put that on there, and now I can embroider on this as if it was just, you know, on a regular frame. I don't have to use things like sticky stabilizer to hold it in place or anything like that. I can just do this with regular tearaway. These little hoops are also great for things like monograms on men's clothing, because think about that. If we're doing monograms on men's dress shirts, things like that, those are usually small, and they're located on the cuffs, located on the front of the pocket, located on the center back of the neck, wherever that is going to be. These are also great for things like those little frilly socks for little girls, and also things like the magic mittens. You know, we're in the Midwest, we're up in St. Louis, so during the winter it gets cold. You have those mittens that look really small, but then you slide your hand in, they get really big. I can embroider on those on here. So lots of different uses for these. These are really come in handy when you're doing things. You can even use these to do like the sides of hats, the backs of hats. You could use these for just a wide variety of different types of things that go. And one of the things I think is really cool, you can use these for the tongues of Converse shoes.
I've done that before.
Yeah, and they look really, really cool.
That and like small little leather clutch bags. I've done it for those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the smaller the area is to get into, the harder it can be. But with those hoops, if the area is really small, that's where I'm going to go, is to those hoops. So
real quick while we're talking,
Yeah.
somebody asked a question about the 5x7 hoop, because that hoop also work on this machine.
if it's for this machine, right? We do have a 5x7 that is for the Alliance. So if you've got the 5x7 and it says that it's adaptable with the Alliance, then yeah, absolutely it'll work. So you just need to make sure that it has the actual identification for this particular machine. But yes, and Blaine and his team can help you with aftermarket hoops, no problem, or even baby lock hoops. There are aftermarket hoops that are available for this as well. So think, I know Blaine and them sell the dime hoops. They make dime hoops for this, no problem. Even the dime magnetic hoops will work on this. Durkee hoops work great on this. Durkee even has a multi-position hoop that actually increases the size of the embroiderable field. You have to kind of turn the hoop around 180 degrees to be able to get to the other half, and you have to use software to split it. But you can use aftermarkets on these as well. So yeah, absolutely. There's a wide variety of hoops. While we're talking about hoops too, keep in mind, we also have cap frames for this. So if you're into doing cap frames, we have two different baby lock cap frames that work for this machine. We have the standard cap frame and we have the flat brim cap frame. Both of those have an embroiderable field of, I think it's 2 5/8 by 5 1/4, if I remember correctly. Is that right, Linda? We've switched out now. Linda's in here with me. Yeah. You're getting the entire training team is what you're getting today. But it's 2 5/8 by 5 1/4. So you can do really, really good size on the front of a cap, as I knocked my elbow on the screen there. But those are both available. The difference between the flat brim cap frame and the standard cap frame is really how that cap frame is held in place. So for the flat brim cap frame, we really were targeting more of the trucker hats, those that have a lot of buckram in them, really stiff, that kind of thing, and have a really flat brim. That is going to be really the cap frame I use for that is going to be the flat brim cap frame. Can you do those on the standard cap frame? Yeah, they're just going to be a little bit harder to do because the standard cap frame actually uses what we call a bill clip. So it actually clips onto the bill itself. And that bill clip actually works better with rounded bills, more like the traditional ball caps, but you can make it work. So either one of those will be available to you. If you're looking at doing a cap frame and you get to make the choice, I'm going to push you towards the flat brim cap frame because you can do pretty much any cap on that frame. Like I said, the standard cap frame, a little bit harder for the flat brims of those really tough trucker hats, right? So they both do excellent jobs though. And then there's also aftermarket cap frames as well. You've got Durkee has a great flat cap frame that works. So does Dime. So either one of those work really well. And then there's others out there in the market as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got a couple questions.
Sure.
One of them is, how often do you need to service?
We recommend service once a year. So that's pretty standard on pretty much all of our embroidery machines for baby lock is once a year service. Of course, if you're what we would like to call a mega user, right? If you're one of those people that has your machine going Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, or if you're working like me and Linda and Patty, if you're stitching from like 5 a.m. to like 2 in the morning, we would say that you would move your service up to maybe twice a year, something like that. If you're a lighter user, right, you might be able to get away with not doing it exactly every 12 months or so. But these are what we would call semi-commercial machines, right? They're going to last you a lifetime if you take care of them. It's like your car. If you don't change the oil in your car, what happens to your car? Kind of same thing here. Take the time to get these serviced. Blaine can talk to you about options as putting service kind of agreements on them, those kinds of things. Taking it in once a year is not a difficult thing, right? And then also servicing it yourself, you know, your daily service is very easy. The only thing you're gonna do is oil the hook area of your bobbin case. And that's really it. We do have one other location that you oil on the needle itself once every 50 to 60 hours of use. That's all explained in your service manual. It's also, we review it underneath our, if you're not familiar with this, we have a series of videos on YouTube that are called From the Workbench with Doug. And that's underneath Baby Lock USA and Canada's YouTube page. And we show you how to actually maintain all of your machines on there, so you can go in and see how easy it is. These are really low maintenance machines, really low maintenance
Yeah,
machines.
so I think everybody's really excited, Mike, about
Yeah.
this project. Of course, we are too. One of the big questions, again, is just could you reiterate how many spools of thread does it hold? And actually, what kind of a machine is it? How many needles does it have?
Yeah, so it only has one needle, but it's set up like a multi-needle machine. So we actually call it a free arm machine. So it's a free arm because our bobbin case is floating out in space, right? There's no table down here. There's no bottom. This is just where the needle plate is and where the bobbin is. And we do just have one needle, but it's set up so that we can stage up to 4 different spools of thread. So only one spool is threaded at a time. But then, like I said, to change your spool of thread, you're just going to cut your thread, tie off, pull through, and I have that automatic needle threader at the bottom. Now, Linda, one thing we haven't talked about is the fact this is the only free arm machine in our entire lineup that actually has a built-in bobbin winder. So this is on the side. You can see kind of where I'm pointing on my finger here. This is a onboard bobbin winder that we can go in and wind bobbins specifically for our L-class machines. So maybe you're one of those lucky few that actually has this and a 10 needle or this and a 6 needle. You can wind your bobbins for both machines here on this. And it actually goes through the same threading system up here on the thread tree, just like it does if we're using it for our needle. It just has a little bit of a different path. That's all.
Yes. So Mike, let's talk a little bit, because this is a big size machine. And I think there's some concern out there. It's like, how hard would this be to take in for service? Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so this actually is easier to take in than your Solaris. So if you've got a Solaris or something like that, this is actually going to be a smaller footprint. Now, weight-wise, this is going to be in the 80-ish pound range. So we really do recommend 2 people as far as lifting it. This does have places for you to lift on the side. There's actually hand holds that you can kind of come in here, shows you kind of where to lift it. It's just that the only thing that makes it a little bit cumbersome when we try to pick it up is it is top heavy, right? This is a top heavy machine. That's why we recommend 2 people. And you know, it travels extremely well. This is a very popular machine for those who like to do craft fairs, right? So if you're doing craft fairs where you're doing like monograms, things like that, this is a workhorse of a machine to do that. But yeah, we realize that it is kind of a larger machine. It is something that's a little bit more, requires a little bit more planning to get back to your service tech. My recommendation is call Sewing Machine Plus and say, hey, I've got this machine. What can you recommend, right? And they'll help you out, right? Blaine and his crew, awesome customer service. So they'll help you, and they'll help you figure out the easiest and most efficient way to get it back to them so that they can get it serviced for you. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. And so let's talk a little bit about needle changes. How often do you need to change your needle in your embroidery?
More than you do. more than you're changing them already. The cheapest maintenance you can do on a machine, period, is changing your needles more frequently, right? The one thing that you'll find is that the more you embroider, the more you're going to be able to tell when that needle needs to be changed, because your machine has a sound to it. It has a timbre, right? So as you're listening to your machine, if you start noticing the sound of your embroidery changing, then you're probably working with a dull needle, right? Some people will change their needles every project. I'm not an every project person. I'm more of a, when I start to see things that give me indications that my needle might not be as sharp as it needs to be. If you're hearing the needle having a harder time penetrating your fabric or whatever you're stitching on, obviously change it then. I like to give, I don't know about you, Linda, but I like to give my machines a spa day about once a month, right? I like to go through, unthread everything, clean out my bobbin case area, change my needles, wipe everything down, get the dust out. We live in the Midwest, so there's dust everywhere, you know, those kinds of things. And that's just simple. It takes really like 10 minutes to do. Changing that needle at that point helps as well. If you're working on something that is a little bit of a tougher type material, maybe you're doing a lot of cork, maybe you're doing a lot of vinyl, Maybe you're doing a lot of in the hoop projects where you're going through a lot of layers, right? That's probably going to have me change my needles a little bit more frequent, right? So anytime I have thread break, I change my needle. That's just a rule of thumb for me. If that thread breaks, something's wrong, right? Remember that embroidery is a formula, right? It has a bunch of different parts to that recipe. And when I go to try to figure out what that piece is that's messing up to make it fix, it's just easier a lot of times to go ahead and rethread everything, replace my bobbin, go ahead and change my needle, that kind of stuff. But that's a great question.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so there's a lot of chatter.
Yeah.
I know what type of bobbin does it use, what size, and can you use the magnetic bobbins?
We actually recommend the magnetic bobbin. So yes, absolutely. Yeah, so this is an L-class bobbin system. So it's just an L-class bobbin. MagnaGlide is what comes with the machine. I think you get either 6 or 8 bobbins in your accessories case that are MagnaGlide. You can use the non-magnetic as well. Doesn't matter. So if you got like any of the Phil-Tech, Coates & Clark, Wonderfil, any of that, as long as it is a L-class bobbin, you're good to go. So it's like I said, we actually recommend the magnetic bobbins because they work extremely well. So but if you don't have the magnetic, that's fine. You can just do the regular L-class bobbins as long as they're L-class.
Yeah, for sure. So can we just go over the different hoops that are available?
So we did already. So we have that 4x4.
Everybody just wants to follow along.
They want to see it again, right? So we have a 4x4 hoop. We have an 8x8 hoop, right? And then we also have some specialty hoops that come with it. These are our miniature hoops. So we have 4 of these, and they're going to be kind of in that 1.5-inch range size, somewhere in there. And like we said before, these are great for small projects, like little monograms, hair bows, those kinds of things. Now, like I said before, tons of extra optional hoops that you can associate with these, including aftermarket. Now, Linda, one thing we haven't talked about that we should talk about is this has an upgrade kit available for it.
Yeah, and you know what? We have to talk about that because the questions out there, can I click on this?
Yes, you can. So the upgrade kit that's available for this actually turns this into a free motion quilting machine. All right. And yeah, I said that it's a free motion quilting machine. So if you're familiar with any of our sit down type quilting machines, here's one. This is actually one of them. So when you get the upgrade kit, you're going to get what we call our wide table. And this actually connects on, you'll see that we've already put the supports onto this table. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. This is the table for our 6 and our 10 needle. Our other table is in our other building. So it's a little bit smaller, but it is still big and wide, just like this. And it fits into these tracks. And then once you get these on here, what you're going to do is you'll remove your embroidery adapter frame holder, right? So when we're using our regular frames, we have frame arms that go on, and our regular frames fit inside of this. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a little embroidery guard here. This slides over our embroidery unit connection piece back here. And what that does is it's a safety device, right? It's literally telling our machine, hey, I'm about to do free motion. And you'll do yours from the front, not from the side. I'm about to do free motion. So it covers up that area back there to tell the machine that. The other thing that we're going to have is, think about this. If I was doing free motion on this and I didn't have some kind of safety device here, it'd be pretty easy to slide my fingers underneath this. So we have our finger guard, which slides in place. And you'll notice the minute that I snap this into place, up here at the top, I get a free motion piece, free motion icon, and then I get a free motion screen. So my actual embroidery screen completely changes to a free motion screen. Now, what's really nice about this is you do get a foot pedal, right? So you have a foot pedal that goes with this. We've got this on our all stand or our baby lock all stand. That means that I can lower this stand so that it's actually at sitting level. If I want to use my foot pedal to actually control my speed, I can do that. Or what I can do is here on the screen, you'll notice that I have 2 speed settings, and I can come in and pre-program my speed settings. And then once I hit my stop start button, depending on which speed setting I have selected, that's the speed that the actual machine is going to stitch at. So if you become very comfortable with stitching at one speed or another, you can come in and pre-program those speeds, have the machine stay at that constant speed, and then you can actually go through and do your free motion quilting. So excellent little tool. You also get the free motion hoop that you can use on that. And then, of course, we recommend things like machine girders, which are the gloves with the grippies on them to help you do that too. But all of that stuff makes this a free motion quilting machine, right? And you can do matching bobbin in the bottom, or you can do 2 different colors. Either way, it works beautifully.
Yeah, no doubt. So, Mike, there was a question, and I don't know the answer to this, and I
Yeah.
don't know, we might be challenging you.
Okay.
But there was a question asked earlier. Somebody has a PR 1055 and an Alliance and wants to know, are their hoops and everything interchangeable with those 2 different machines?
They should be. Yeah, they absolutely should be. Yeah, as long as it has that 8x8 embroidery field, which I do believe that one does, if I'm thinking correctly, then they should interchange with each other. Yeah, no problem.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think everybody's loving the demonstration. The fact that you can go from embroidery to quilting is very compelling. And yeah, I mean, this is a great single purpose machine that can do so many things, right? Single needle machine can do so many things, not a single purpose at all.
It's not single purpose,
Yeah,
single needle.
it is. It's like getting 2 machines in one, Beverly Smith just said. And I think that you're right, Beverly. It is an amazing machine that can do an awful lot.
And, you know, I think 8x8 as an embroidery field is a great sales point too, because I know right now with the popularity of some of our big name digitizers like Anita Good Design, OESD, Kimberbell, all of those, you know, they're doing those wonderful in the hoop quilt blocks and quilt wall hanging quilts, things like that. 8x8 is a common block size. And so you literally could do your quilt from start to finish on this machine, right? The only thing you'd have to have is a sewing machine to put your binding on. And I guarantee you somebody has actually figured out how to use the free motion quilting to put that binding on. It was not me, and it is not me. You can use rulers, right, with this if you're using the standard quilt rulers. You're just going to be a little bit challenged because of that guard. You're actually not going to be able to get right up next to the foot. You're going to be off, so you have to figure out the distance. But it's a wonderful machine, lots of fun to play around with. It does have 125 built-in designs in it. So if you want to use the built-in designs, some of them really fun, really kind of creative designs. And some of them you can actually kind of tile together to create kind of a continuous border or something like that. You also have 25 built-in fonts. So this is a great machine. Like I said, I already mentioned craft fairs, things like that. You could do monograms, plus you could do personalization like on backpacks, things like that. I know with my niece and nephew, we did their backpacks every year on this machine because we could get into the front pocket of the actual backpack. That's, you know, so small. You couldn't do that on a flatbed. I can definitely do it on this. And Linda, this was my first free arm machine. Yeah. It was. I use this, and this is such an easy graduation from a flatbed to a free arm. So I said flatbed, but my first free arm machine.
My first one I got in 2002 from Baby Lock. And I'll tell you what, that was a great machine. This is the
Workhorse.
same. It's just, it is a workhorse. So a few other questions. Can you use pre-wound bobbins? And if you do wind your own bobbin thread, what kind do you use?
Pre-wind bobbin is what comes with the machine. So we actually give you Magna-Glide. You could use any of the rest of them as well, like Fill-Tech, Wonderfill, anything like that. You can actually use, as long as it's L class. That's the big thing. If you're going to wind your own bobbin, we actually give you some empty bobbin spools, actually empty bobbins in your utility kit that comes with it. But of course, if you want extras, you can talk to Blaine and his team, and they can order you more Baby Lock metal bobbins, because we do give you the metal ones. That's what goes into this. The pre-wound that go in this are the either magnet or paper sided, one or the other. I think there is a company that makes the plastic sided. We just don't really usually recommend that because it's a little bit more finicky. But the paper sided or the magnetic, if you want to wind your own bobbin, you can wind it with any thread you want, right? Usually your thread on embroidery is going to be a 90 weight, but you can go different sizes depending on what your project is and what it is that you want to put on your top thread, right? Generally speaking, we have our top thread larger than our bobbin thread. Our bobbin thread is generally smaller. But if you're doing something like freestanding lace or freestanding appliques or something like that, you may actually have 40 weight thread in the upper thread and 40 weight thread in the bottom thread as well. So the tension system on this, you have the upper tension, which is just a single dial up here. And then the tension for the bobbin, you actually adjust by, there's one little screw on the bobbin case itself, and you can go in and adjust that, no problem. So if you're using thicker threads, you may have to loosen that bobbin tension just a little bit. If you're using thinner threads, you may have to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So how many stitches per minute are we able to stitch on this? 1,000.
1,000
Fantastic.
stitches per minute.
Yeah, and then the question was asked, does it come with a physical instruction manual, or do you have to download it?
It comes with a physical instruction manual.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no
it
doubt.
does. And it also, and we should really talk about this, Linda, not only does it come with a physical instruction manual, it comes with us.
you got that right.
Because we actually give you a 60-day free trial to what we call our SewEd online classes. And that is a video library of over 1,100 videos, to where people like myself, Linda, Patty, and some of our other team members over the years have come in and done videos, and we go through and we show you how to work this. And I know for a fact there's several videos specifically on the Alliance that are in that library, but we also say don't just watch the videos for your machine, watch the videos for the other machines as well, because in Baby Lock, like I said, once you see an icon, that icon travels throughout the entire line. It's very consistent across the board. So if you see an icon on here, it might be on the 6 needle, it might be on the 10 needle. You can see how it works on there as well.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people are really in tune to digitizing as a capability. And so the question is, does this come with digitizing software?
That would be if I don't know if Blaine has a bundle for you guys for that, but you could talk to Blaine and his team. I'm sure if you want digitizing software with it, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to create a bundle for you. Does it come with it automatically? No. But one thing I will tell you that kind of goes with this is that this does have a USB slot and it has a USB cable slot. So if you are a digitizer and you want to connect your computer to your machine here, you can definitely do that. And we include that USB cable with the machine itself.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. I think that, all in all, I think that everybody is loving seeing you, Mike.
Oh,
loving seeing you, sending a lot of love your way. I think that a lot of people are loving Baby Lock, but I think what they really love is the fact that we've got a lot of great machines that can help you explore your creativity.
Yeah.
Just the ease of use and all of the features and the education that we have available. I think that everybody is totally digging it, and I know that it's fun to be able to see the machines in action. And so just kind of like to recap again, like how many designs are built into the Alliance?
125 built-in designs, 25 built-in fonts. Of course, you can bring in your own designs, unlimited really, if you're looking at that, right? Because you've got those two USB cable and USB media stick port. Again, you've got that 8x8 embroidery field, all the way down to those mini hoops down to about approximately 1.5 inches. You can use aftermarket hoops on this with ease. Like I said, this is if you are somebody who likes to travel with your machine, I think it's the great travel machine, because this is gonna sit in that back seat with a seat belt on it with no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And I really love the fact that every single one of our machines always come with a free 60-day trial to our Love of Sewing membership or Love of Knowledge, where you can just kind of soak up everything.
Absolutely.
And for all of you that have multiple Baby Lock machines, because I know there's a lot of you out there, cool thing is you're not limited of what topics that you get to explore.
Right.
You might even pick up a little extra information about a machine that you've been owning and using for a long time.
Absolutely.
So Mike, how much does this machine weigh? Everybody wants to know. How
it's around
strong?
the 80-pound range. I think it's like 7. I don't know the exact number, but it's around the 80-pound range.
Yeah.
It is heavier than our flatbed machines, but the funny thing about this is that this machine is easier to maneuver around than our flatbed machines, because this is half the footprint of a Solaris.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of people look at that and they're like, oh, it's a big footprint. Not really. It's half the footprint of a Solaris. But it does have handles on both sides where you pick it up. And the only reason that it has it on both sides of the legs is because it's a top heavy machine, meaning that the top area here is a lot heavier than the bottom area. So we do recommend 2 people moving it at a time. There's different stands that you can get for this. The one thing we really recommend is make sure you're on a steady surface, right? Because this machine, it's not the weight of the machine that we're really stressing for the steady surface. It's the fact that this runs at 1,000 stitches per minute. So that machine is going to town, right? So you want to make sure it's on a nice solid area so it doesn't quote unquote dance.
Well, I mean, because the machine is so user friendly and because it's so reliable, once you get it on the stand, you're not really taking it anywhere. And I love
Just
the
for your
fact
service.
that it does have rollers under the bottom of the stand so that you can move it around in your room so you can get to it really easily. I think that, a lot of people are wondering, does the stand come with it? And we wouldn't want to sell you a machine without also having a stand on it. So you definitely want to ask that question when you're purchasing it to make sure you got one. But that's a beautiful stand that can actually accommodate all of your hoops and everything, and keep everything close by. So while you're standing up and sewing, you got it all.
Yeah. So this is our Baby Lock All stand. So yeah, if you're talking to Blaine and his team about the Alliance, ask them about the stand as well, right? We have this stand. We also have a generic stand that we have. And then, of course, we have those beautiful koala cabinets, and, Blaine and them may have other options for you as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right.
Well, hey, great job, Mike.
Thank you, Blaine.
Is that Linda I hear in the background?
It is. It is. I couldn't stand he was having all this fun. I told Patty, get out of that chair. I'm coming in.
Well, hey, Linda. So everybody, that's
Good to
Linda
see ya.
Pacini. So I thought I recognized that voice.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, thank y'all so much, guys. A big shout out to Baby Lock for being one of our sponsors, and thank both of y'all for everything you do. And Mike, great job. But we're going to tell everybody how they can get this great Baby Lock Alliance. So, guys, again, this is that one needle. It's got the free arm on it, Baby Lock Alliance, and $49.99. Guys, we do have a call-in special on this. We're going to ship it free nationwide. And I want to just address the weight real quick. I think Mike said it was around 70, 80 pounds. It actually weighs 68 pounds. So it is a little beefy, 68 pounds, but you can carry this thing very easy with two people. So it's got a real small footprint on it. So guys, this is going to fit just about anywhere in your sewing room. Doesn't take up much room at all. Excuse me. And what is great about this too is you can actually, with digitizing software, you can do a split design with digitizing software. And Durkee makes a border hoop that you can use, and it'll actually embroidery up to an 8x12. So you can make an 8x12 design using the split design and with that border frame. So it has some great functionality there. And then also you can get that free motion quilting kit that Mike was showing you. And guys, do quilting on this. It is just so much machine in a small package and a small price. I mean, guys, under $5,000 for this is unbelievable. And let me tell you a little bit of what comes with this, especially the hoops. So, you're going to get the 8x8 hoop, which that's the biggest field. It's a 8x8 embroidery field. So you're going to get an 8x8 hoop. You're getting the 4x4 hoop. You're getting a 1 5/8 by 2 3/4. You're getting a 2-inch by 2-inch. You're getting a 1 1/2 by 1 3/4. And then you're getting a 1 5/16 by 2 15/16 or something like that. So you're getting some really good hoops with it, some unique sizes. And that way you can do some cuffs, you can do some shoes, you can do a lot of little things with this machine. And especially, I've always kind of said this is like the premier hat machine in America. You can get that optional hat, driver and hoop and do hats on this. So guys, this is one of those, and it's so easy to change the thread color on this. It has the thread storage stands on top that you can see in the picture there. All you have to do is, if you're using one color, just cut the thread up top by the thread, tie the other color on, and pull it through, and then it automatically threads your needle. So it's just a really good machine, guys. And again, if you're doing hats and things, 2 colors is about 90% of the hats out there are 2 colors. So you'll never have to change a lot of colors on your threads. And again, with 4 colors, you can do a lot. So guys, give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have a treat for you. Coming up next is our educational event. And we have, this is, basically building big designs with all size hoops. And we have the Sew Celebrity herself, Joanne Banco, in the house. And guess what? Joanne is a brother ambassador. She is so talented. She's a author of books. I mean, we even sell her books on our website. She's got so many things, so talented. And so y'all, welcome to the show, Joanne Banco.
Hey, Blaine. Mwah! Good to see you today.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. We're having a blast here at Hoop Fest. And, we've got a ton of the SMP Nation watching today. And so we're super excited to have you on the show. And you're going to be on twice today doing education. So that's awesome. So I'm going to let you get going, Joanne, and start teaching. And we'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Okay, great. Hey, everybody. So good to see you. I am really, really looking forward to hopefully teaching you some new tricks, some new techniques. Both of my presentations today will kind of marry together and hopefully spur you on and inspire you to embroider some beautiful, beautiful things. That's what Hoop Fest is all about, getting you all excited and educated for using your machines to the most. So today what I'm going to do is show you some maybe a little bit out of the box techniques. I'm going to just preface this by saying, I know we've got tons of different people here with lots of different machines and lots of different hoop sizes. But when I talk about building big embroidery with any size hoop, I'm gonna actually demonstrate today with a 4x4 because that's really the minimal size that we have. But the techniques that I'm doing will work with any size hoop. So if you want to embroider from here to the moon, you can do it no matter what size hoop you have. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to switch my camera over to my workstation and show you some tips and tricks. Let me get that switched over there. All right, hopefully you can see that. Get that started. Okay, so what I've got here is a sample that I created using designs actually from my Just Jackets collection. This collection features a multitude of designs. There's actually 3 collections wrapped up into one, but I'm going to feature some of my favorites today, which are the roses. If you are interested in this collection, it is best used with a 5x7 and larger hoop, but I'll tell you a little secret. Many of the designs will fit in a 4x4 hoop, and even, you can work with all the pieces and parts and not have to worry about those sizes. But, 5x7 today is kind of our go-to size. I'm going to use, again, 4x4 because I want to include everybody today, and just know that the techniques that I'm showing can be used for any size hoop. But the design in particular that I'm working with here is a rose that fits in a 4x4 hoop size, okay? And what I've got are 2 samples. I'm going to show you sample 1, sample 2, sample 1, sample 2. Now, can you guess which one of these was done in a 4x4 hoop and which one was done in an 8x12 hoop? Because I actually could, with a larger hoop, stitch out 4 of these. And when I say I could embroider from here to the moon, I could just get done 4 times faster because I can do all 4, and then I can do 4 more and 4 more and 4 more. Whereas with the 4x4 hoop, I'm doing 1 at a time. But look at that. I've got the exact same matching finished design. 1 in an 8x12 and 1 in a 4x4. And to tell you the truth, I have to look at my little label on the back to try to find which one. Okay, I've got this one marked. This one was done with a 4x4. This one was done in an 8x12. And again, they are virtually identical. So how in the world did I accomplish this? Well, let me show you step by step. All right. So the first thing that we need to do is figure out what tools we need in order to actually do the technique. And the technique is placing designs precisely in the hoop so that we can place another design precisely in the hoop and have them match up and link together. So in my world, the best way to do that, and the way that I do this even in large hoops, is to use a template. So I wonder how many of you out there, I can't see your comments really good right now, but I'll check back with them later. But I wonder how many of you are familiar with using templates, how many of you use them regularly, and if you have not done that with templates, are you thinking about doing it? I'm going to give you a couple different options today. The best option in my mind is to have embroidery software that prints a template for you. There are so many available. So get with SewingMachinesPlus.com, talk to the people there, and find out what you could afford, what's the most reasonable software that would, maybe you want to do big things, but maybe you want to just start out with the basics. And if you tell them you want to print templates, there are lots of options available. And what a template is a life-size image of the design in the exact size, and if you choose, in the exact colors. Now, I will tell you that most often I'm a frugal printer, meaning I like to save ink whenever I can. And we all know how quickly those colored inks go out on your printer. So most of the time when I'm printing a template, I go ahead and I print it in grayscale or in, black and white, basically, so that I'm not having to use all of my different colored ink. But when we look at a template, not only does it show you the life-size image of the design, it will also give you the exact dimensions. And that's something that's really relevant for placement. However, I'm going to show you a couple different things, and you'll see that having that printed is a whole lot better than having to measure it. So in a template, you've also got the center point marked, and then you've got center horizontally, center vertically, and then you've also got angle marking. So if you were trying to create a certain, like a 45-degree angle or a 90-degree angle, you could use those angle markings to position it as well. But for what we're going to do today, we're going to concentrate mostly on those center markings. If you notice as well, I've got one additional little marking on here that's very important, and that is an arrow that designates the top of the design. So when I print a template, if it doesn't have an arrow on it or I can't see the arrow, I'm going to draw that arrow in just like I am here, because that's going to orient my design. And sometimes we get carried away with our embroidery and we might get a little mixed up while we're stitching, and we want to always have that marking so we know where is the top of the design going to be for positioning it in our hoop and for stitching it out so that it's accurate. So look at the printout here, and you'll see what I've got is the width and the height in inches, but then I can also, in software, I can view that for millimeters. Now, if you are just looking at a tape measure, if I look at the tape measure and this tells me this is 3.29, that's where do I find 3.29 on the tape measure? That takes math, and that takes high math in my world. I don't do high math very well. So if we look at this, we can see that we can actually go ahead and turn to the other side, and our millimeters are much more accurate. I can actually count out 93. Now, what am I going to do about those uneven numbers? I'm going to knock them off. I'm going to round it down, or I'm going to round it up to the closest point, because that we can always tweak a little bit on our machine. But in order to, get a good average to start with, we're going to want to round that up a little bit. However, rounding up inches as opposed to rounding up millimeters, the inches are not going to give me as accurate of a measurement. So this is about the only time I use the millimeter side of my tape measure and the millimeter side of my brain, except when I want to take pattern measurements. Then we like to use the other side of the tape measure too, because we don't know how many inches we really are. So that's just a little a little side note. So now that's going to help me determine what my millimeters should be for size range. However, what if you don't have templates at all? Well, you know what? I've got another option for you, because believe it or not, you can print out graph paper for free. And I'll be doing a blog post this weekend where I'll include additional resources and a link to the timestamp in this particular video so that you can review it. But you can actually print these from the Brother Creative Center. So what I did is I printed out a whole sheet of either 1/8 inch or millimeters. So depending on what you want to use and depending on your design, we're going to again work with millimeters today. And you can actually take the millimeters that your machine would read out, because we've got that option on our machine as well to see what the size is in either inches or millimeters. And you could cut out your piece of paper counting. I rounded it off again, 93 millimeters wide, and then I rounded it up to 84 millimeters high. And then I could just simply fold that paper and mark the center. So if you don't have software, this is an option. However, I still recommend software being your best friend. When it comes to printing templates, it just makes your life so much easier. If I were doing this in inches, again, I would have to round up, But just another little trick, I would still go by those millimeters, because when I find 93 millimeters on my tape measure and I flip it over, it tells me that's basically almost identical to 3 3/4. So that's where I got these two measurements to match. All right. So that is an option. Like I said, I really recommend printing templates. As far as printing the template itself, if I'm going to use the template just once, or I've got some tiny templates, then I usually print it out on regular standard ordinary paper. But if I'm going to print a template that I'm going to use over and over and over again, then I like to use the print and stick target paper, which you can get from Sewing Machines Plus. This is produced by my friends at Designs and Machine Embroidery, who also published this collection. And that allows me to have a sticky template that I can use and reuse and reposition. So we'll just set this one aside for now, because I want to show you, if you are printing on just regular paper, how I trim my templates. Now, there is a couple ways you can do this. You can certainly go around with your scissors and get real close to that shape. But what I like to do is take a ruler. And again, I've got my marking there. I'm going to go ahead and mark an arrow on the center there. I've got my markings there for the center. I'm going to line that up with a distinct dark line on my ruler, and I'm going to move that up until I'm at the very top of that design. Then I like to use a rotary cutter. Move that just a little better into view for you there. And I do keep a rotary cutting blade with a paper blade in it, and I'm going to just slice that off. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm making a square or a rectangle, whatever my design ends up being. I'm going to trim really close to that, just to the outside of where the stitching line shows. And again, I can line that up with a nice, even straight line on my ruler. So I get a perfect trim there. Finish up with that at the bottom. Okay, so essentially you could see I did the exact same thing with this template here. Now, why do I do that? Well, I'm going to show you in my layout that what I like to do as much as possible is create very distinct lines on my fabric so that I can use those to help me keep everything on the straight and narrow. And really what's essential here is keeping everything parallel and perpendicular. So in order to do the sample that I showed here, where I want to stitch out 4 roses, I want to have them perfectly linked together. I started out by just dividing my fabric into 4 quadrants. So once I've done that, I can then, and you could print multiple templates, by the way. You could have, 4 different ones. You could have however many you're going to play around with at one time, so that, again, you can visualize. Maybe you'd like to tilt those in a different direction. Maybe I want to create an orientation like that. Maybe I want to space them out a little bit further. But whatever you want to do, you've got the essential markings here with the center point on your design. This is not a symmetrical design. And really, if we look at most designs, they are not symmetrical. So what's the part that counts? The height and the width is defined by whatever the maximum spread of that design is. But the marking that we need to know for accuracy is the center point. So again, I'm going to go ahead. I'll go ahead and use my colored template so you can see it a little bit better. And for today's process, I'm just going to say that I wanted to line that up so that my design is right on that square there. So what am I going to do? I'm going to mark the top. I'm also going to mark an arrow there, which actually matches the arrow that I have marked that I want the top of my fabric to be. I'm going to mark the horizontal center on each side. Of course, my vertical center there. And I'm actually using a Friction marker today. I'm going to tell you that most of the time I use one of the wash away markers because I'm really confident about these washing out, although I do test every marker on my fabric. So I know these Friction markers are very popular today, but I'll just give you just a little warning. Make sure you test it, make sure it irons out completely, and make sure that you're able to wash it out. So with all markers, it's always best to test, and you don't want to have any surprises at the end of your project there. So now I'm going to simply take my ruler. I'm going to join that line there. Now I could actually leave the template on there. I could tape that template right to my fabric. If I've got the sticky version, I could leave that stuck right on there. But again, it's entirely up to you. If I've got the sticky version, you know, that's going to stay put, and that'll be just as good as marking my lines. But I'm just going to go ahead and, for visual today, show you with the markings. All right, so once that's done, it's time now to hoop it up. All right, so when we're going to hoop this, the essential part here, my hoopy, buried my hoop already here today. There it is. Okay, the essential part here is linking up the center point of my hoop, which is not the little dash marks on your inner frame. It is the marks on your grid. So what we want to do is we want to match up the horizontal and the vertical center when we place it into the outer hoop ring. We want that all connected together. So let me give you another tip here. I've stabilized my fabric. I'm just working with felt to kind of keep things simple and easy today, but I've stabilized this with some interfacing. In fact, very often, you're going to hear a little more this afternoon when I talk about embroidering on fabric before I turn it into a garment. I like to use interfacing very often to beef up my fabric, but this could be a tear away, it could be a wash away. When you're doing multiple designs to build a big design, I highly recommend that you use stabilizer that will stay stuck to your fabric, or you use a sticky spray to secure your stabilizer to your fabric so that you don't have movement and shifting, and so that you can stabilize the entire piece before you get started. So then my next tip is just a little one here that I have done for many years, and that is to not worry first about the placement. Concern yourself with the setting of the hoop screw, because every depth of every fabric, depending on what you're adding to it, is going to change the position of that hoop screw as far as how much opening it leaves. So the first time around, I just go ahead and hoop my fabric willy-nilly to make sure that when I press that inner ring down, everything is tight. You could start out with a loose screw and then tighten it up until it's snug. So once I know that's snug, I don't have to do any more pulling and tugging. If I do, it's going to be very, very little, and everything is going to be nice and firm in the hoop. So once I've done that, once I've set the hoop tension, now I'm going to take my grid. I'm going to place it in there, and I'm going to have to reach over a little bit here in order to get this lined up. But you can see what I'm doing is I'm literally lining that up with the same matching lines. I'm holding it at the outer edge of the rim of the hoop. I don't want to hold inside because that could distort my fabric. Just with your fingers on the outside. And when you hoop, you're going to put the top half of the hoop in first. I recommend, this is like putting on a shoe. You go toe first and then heel last. Push that down in. Now, I'm a little bit off there. The particularness, if that's a word, that you need to concern yourself with is, am I perpendicular? Am I parallel and am I perpendicular? And I'm a little off there, so I'm going to go one more time. This gets better with practice, and it's also easier when you're not straddling a camera. Get that back in there. Because this part needs to be done correctly, or the rest of it's not going to work. And if you're a little off, you're going to see in a minute. All right, there, I'm pretty good. I'm just a little higher than I need to be, but now you're going to see how I adjust for that. So we're ready to take this template out. We're ready to go to the machine. And I just got to pull my machine into position here. Do a little readjusting with the camera. Okay, because the first thing we want to do is go ahead and access the design. I'm going to use my little stylus here. I've already saved that rose design built in. I'm going to touch it. I'm going to touch set, and then I am going to go to end edit. And here I have my what are called jog keys. So when I put this on the machine, snap it into place, you're going to see that I'm just a little bit off. Okay. And that's, you know, fabric is a variable, your hand movement is a variable, but with the ability to adjust this, we're going to be able to move this into position. So if I wanted to check this design with top, bottom, side to side, if I've got a template there, or if I've got a design already there, I can do that. But what I'm concerned with, again, is the center point. So I want to move that over and down until my needle is literally pointing to the direct center of that crosshair. And if I've got that aligned properly for every single template, marking, and design I use, when I link those together, everything will come out absolutely perfectly, no matter what size hoop you are using. All right, I think we're close to time, so I'm going to switch over back to the other camera and see if we've got any questions here. All right, let me see. Okay, I see a lot of comments on here. Yes, Bonnie, the roses could be used as patches, and in fact, the collection, this collection actually includes appliques as well as embroidery designs, lots of accents, lots of different pieces and parts. I'm using today the Brother Enovis 1750D machine, which is a 4x4 hoop machine. So like I said, any machine you have, you've got lots of options for placement, but I have to tell you, even with a projector and a camera, sometimes you have a little bit of variable with the way, you know, on those higher end machines, with the way the machine is seeing it. And we always want to be able to adjust that a little bit with those jog keys, move it north, south, east, or west, and have perfect alignment there. If your needle is pointing to the exact precise center of your horizontal and vertical markings, and you have placed those markings on your fabric exactly in alignment with the way you want it to stitch, you will have the ultimate in perfection, and it's really very easy to accomplish. So I don't see too many questions here. If you have, pop them in. Again, the machine was the Brother 1750D, which I'm sure Sewing Machines Plus can tell you all about if you call them, and they can take care of you on that. But this will work, like I said, any machine.
Well, thanks, Joanne.
You're welcome. I enjoyed sharing some tips and tricks, and I've got more for you later on today.
Well, that was awesome. And I know everybody's just ranting and raving over your education, and they always do. And can't wait for you this afternoon. So we'll see you a little later this afternoon,
Right.
and we'll do another one. Okay.
All right. Sounds good. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we're going to continue with the show. And hey, coming up next, we actually have Aero Cabinets back in the house. We got our good buddy, Harley Thomas. And I'm not sure if Valerie's going to be with him or not. We don't see her. Okay. Well, then it's probably just Harley. So let's bring Harley in. I think you're on mute, Harley. StreamYard's muted, I think. Turn your pack on. No, still don't have any volume. I can tell some jokes, Harley, if you want me to.
Blaine, why don't we do a giveaway?
Let's give something away then. All right. So we're out. Always when we have technical problems, I'm sure y'all are wishing for that because we always give something away. All right, guys, while we're waiting on him to get his thing out, I think we ought to just give an LB5000 sewing machine away. What do y'all think?
All right.
Look at that, guys. $1,000 sewing machine. This is an embroidery and sewing 4x4 hoop size. So Kennedy,
Yeah.
spin that wheel.
Okay.
Here we go. Count it down.
Julie
Cameron. Julie Cameron is watching today from YouTube. So Julie, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page till you say claim my prize, fill out all the information correct or completely, hit submit, and we will get your machine shipped out to you next week once we receive your information. So congratulations, Julie. Brand new LB5000.
I love that machine.
That's a great little machine, I tell you.
All right. Well.
All right, let's see if Harley got his volume now.
Yeah.
If his mic's working. Harley,
Blaine, we're
Yep.
trying again.
we got you now, man. Good.
Okay.
How you doing?
I am doing really well. Yourself? Sorry about the tech glitch.
Hey, that's okay. Everybody forgives you because they won something.
$1,000 sewing machine.
Yeah. So you owe me.
I do owe you. I'll put a check in the mail, Blaine. Absolutely.
All
Hey,
right. Well, what are we going to talk about today?
Today we're going to talk about the Krista sewing cabinet, which is a great under $1,000 cabinet. Fits a whole bunch of machines. Then we're going to talk about the Outback cabinet. That was just Blaine throwing to me, so I wasn't quite ready for it, but I'll keep going. The Outback cabinet, which fits any machine on the market. It'll fit your Solaris, it'll fit your M7, M17, biggest machine you got, it'll fit that for sewing. And then we're going to talk about sewing chairs. Just another wonderful thing that we're going to have. And today, thanks to Kennedy and Andrea, we're going to have numbers on our chairs. You guys love numbers on the show. So, Ethan, can I ask you to please switch up the monitor a little bit? I need to see all the comments because I can't see the comments. Just make them a little bigger for me. Today, let's talk about the Krista cabinet. And I'm really curious to know, of all the viewers, yesterday I asked who's sewing on their dining room table or their kitchen table. So I'm really curious today to know who has a sewing machine cabinet or a dedicated table that allows you to have what we call flatbed sewing, where it's really smooth and your fabric goes right across. So it's the same thing all the way about. So you're actually able to sew, we call it flatbed, versus having your machine up and your wrists kind of go up and about. So if I can have you put a 1 in comments that you actually have a sewing cabinet or dedicated sewing table, I'm just curious. Oh, I do. Okay, someone has 2 cabinets. Perfect. I guess a 3. Someone's telling me they have 3 different cabinets they sew on, which is great. So for those of you that don't have one, we have a couple deals for you today just for Hoop Fest. So I'm going to start out with this one, expansive workspace. And Ethan will change the camera view. We'll be able to see this whole space. It's going to be wonderful. We've got a lot of room on this cabinet. When it's fully open, it's 6 feet by 3.5 feet. Plus, there's another little leaf there. So this quilt leaf adds an extra 1.5 feet to the back. And you'll notice we have these little things on the back. These are called Krista quilt blocks. They keep our quilt while we're working on it from actually falling off the table. So as you're sewing, it goes back. And you know when it goes off the edge, right? Then it starts to pull your seams a little bit. That's something you don't really want. So a Craftsman workbench, that's a good one. I've seen all sorts of things. An insert, get that at Sewing Machines Plus. They'll take care of it for you. And this has great space for quilting. You have a quilt leaf on this side. You've got a leaf that goes over that drawer.
Hey, Harley, we lost your sound. Right when you said the leaf, it went out.
All right. Well,
Come on, Ethan, get him going. All right, guys. Well, while we're waiting on them to get his sound back, we are going to do another giveaway.
let's do a sew mat, Blaine.
Let's do a sew mat. You're exactly right. So,
All right.
guys, we have 12 of these colors to choose from, 4 different sizes. So, Kennedy,
Yeah.
spin that wheel.
All right, let's do it.
Barbara M.
Barbara M.
Congratulations, Barbara.
So Barbara is our winner. She's watching today from YouTube. So Barbara, what we need you to do to go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim a prize, fill out the information completely. And most importantly, in the notes section on that form, put in what color a sew mat you want and what size. And we will get that shipped out to you next week.
Woo!
All right.
All right.
So do we have Harley back yet?
They're rejoining.
Okay.
So,
Well, while we're waiting on them to get back in here, let me tell y'all, if you're late to the game, you weren't tuned in this morning, how you can win is all you have to do is make comments, ask questions, and that'll get you entered to win automatically. And your name, you've probably seen a bunch of names scroll up. So when we hit this, it's an automatic program that we use, and it basically takes anybody who's been involved in the show from Facebook and YouTube and combines them in, and it pulls up a winner from those. So that's kind of how it is. And also, you're going to be entered for the $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway, which we're going to give away on Friday. And so far, we have 3 finalists in that that are in that, and we're going to pick our 4th finalist today, this afternoon, and we'll pick a 5th one tomorrow, and then we'll have all 5 names. We'll write them down on some paper. I'll put them in a hat, pull the winner out, and that's how it's going to go. So it's going to be pretty awesome. Everybody that, even if you're in the top 5, you're going to get a really nice prize package, but one of you will win that Dream Studio giveaway. And there it is right there. It has that 12 needle SWF machine in it. It has the Brother Airflow 3000 serger. It has the Baby Lock Accord sewing and embroidery machine, and then it has the Juki sewing machine. It has the wall of thread from Floriani, 360 spools, and then we're going to have that 2-tier electric lift Stay Perfect table. So a great Dream Studio for you, over $25,000. We're giving over $100,000 away this week on the show. So what a great place to win. And then we also, guys, we have so much savings. Tons and tons of products are on sale. And if you don't even see the product that you had your eye on for a while, give us a call, because there's thousands of products that are on Hoop Fest specials. We just don't have them on the show because we didn't have time in the room to do it. So make sure, if it's just anything you've got in mind, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And there's a good chance it's going to be on that sale, and they can help you out and get you the right price and all that for you. And so great savings this week. So, and you have all the way till Friday close of business for all the Hoop Fest specials. So, all right. So what's the status on Harley?
No Harley yet.
No Harley yet. All right. Well, let me talk a little bit about the contest. Voting is still open if y'all want to go vote for the embroidery projects.
Today is the last day.
The last day it is. It's until close of business today, 6 p.m. Pacific time, and voting will close. Right now, if you want to go check out all the projects that were entered, you can just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com, and at the very top of the page is the Hoop Fest banner. Just click on that. It'll take you to the Hoop Fest page, and at the top of the page, there's a little tab. It says Gallery. Hit that. It'll take you to all the entries that were entered with their projects. You can see all the embroidery stuff, and go vote. I I encourage everybody to go vote on one that they like, and you can vote one time a day. But today is the last day to do that. And I know everybody entered and worked hard on their project. Would really appreciate your support. And then each one of those, the top 3, will get a prize package, and the winner is going to get that golden scissors trophy. So, all right, we got Harley back in the house. So let's try it again with Harley and see if we got some volume.
We'll try again.
All right, so I'm going to let you take it away.
All right, thank you. Hey, I hope I didn't give away too many prizes during my my time off, Blaine. But
I'm telling you, I'm racking up a bill for you right now.
all right, well, I'll jump right back into this. I apologize for the technical difficulties. We think we know what it is because Valerie's not here. That's what's wrong, and Sarah. So, as I was saying, this is the Krista quilting cabinet. And what makes this cabinet a little bit different is it was designed with Krista Watson. We worked with her to design this cabinet. Got the huge quilt leaf in the back. Quilt leaf here, 6 feet wide when fully open. And what makes this cabinet, why it's a, under $1,000 cabinet, it's a great value because it has something called a manual lift in it versus a hydraulic lift like many of our cabinets have. So we have our custom acrylic insert. We have our machine. And the nice part is, I'm going to hold this here while I do this and pull it up a little bit. So we have our actual lift like this, and we did it manually, and we can adjust the height of this. So for garment sewers and people, this is kind of what it's like when you're sewing on your dining room table, is you're sewing and your wrists are going up and over. What makes a sewing cabinet is the ability that you're able to do flatbed sewing. Slide our custom insert back over. And now we are able to have completely smooth sewing. That's what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. This is why you need a sewing cabinet. This is why you want one. Ethan, am I in the camera way by chance, or are we good? Okay. All right. So that is the manual lift of the Krista cabinet. We've got lots of time to go over stuff. So Krista quilt blocks, Krista cabinet, storage right here. So I will show you this storage. It's a neat little plaque that just covers it up. Soft closed drawer. And it's a full view drawer, which is really nice. You can get all sorts of things. Krista quilt blocks are number 11. The Krista cabinet is number 10. So let's not forget about that. So you can put lots of things. You can see everything in this drawer, which is great. And you can put this back on. It just pops right in there. Just like that. It's great. So what else can I tell you about the Krista cabinet? It folds up. This does a little support. Put that away.
Hey, Harley, your StreamYard muted.
For that camera.
Hey, Harley, I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah.
They are muted. Harley. Ethan.
There you
Oh,
go. There
now
you
we
go.
got your volume back.
Wait, let me walk up closer. Oh, it's this camera. I hear you. Ethan, we're having a bad show. We're good?
We're good.
We're good? Here?
Yeah, we got you now. It's kind of a little cutting in and out, but we got you.
Blaine?
Yes.
Blaine's talking. Now I can't hear Blaine
Now you can't hear me.
for some reason. Okay. Hello from Arizona. All right. I'm going to move on to the next cabinet. We can hear Harley now. Yay. All right. Okay. So, Krista quilt cabinet, which is a great cabinet. I'm going to move on to the next cabinet. So, manual lift. There it is up on the screen, the Krista quilt cabinet. I'm going to move on to the next cabinet. This one, the size opening for the lift is 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. Ooh, that was loud. I hear stuff.
All right. While Harley and them's moving that over, we're going to tell you how you can get the Krista cabinet. So I think Kennedy has an overlay for it. We can talk a little bit about it. So guys, this is the Krista cabinet by Arrow. The price on it is $999. That is the Hoop Fest pricing, but we do have a call-in special. So get on the phone and give us a call. What a great, great cabinet this is. Again, we have free shipping nationwide, and we have some financing available. So call us right now at 800-401-8151 and get your cabinet. And it's extremely easy to put together. And again, guys, this is going to hold all those medium-sized machines. But we're getting ready to bring the big dog out, guys. We're going to bring the Outback, and that's the one that you can put any size machine in, even the big top-of-the-line machines. So let's go right back to Arrow Cabinets and Harley, and we'll see if they're about ready yet. Maybe not. So Harley's having all kinds of issues today over there, isn't he? I know there was swapping.
Thompson.
Yeah, they're swapping the cabinets out. So, all right. So
Let's go ahead.
let's go back. Just go to them, and I'm sure they're going to come on the air as soon as they get it ready.
All right. Blaine, thanks for filling in for me. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to talk about the Outback cabinet now, which is really exciting. This cabinet I'm super excited about. It is huge. As you can see, it barely fits on the stage. I'm going to call it a stage. Can I call it a stage? Yeah. Oh, Blaine, you keep getting mentioned in the comments. I love it. So, all right. I'm not the only one with glitches. I thought someone else was having glitches too, which is kind of funny. All right, you'll take the Outback. You bet you will. This is a great, great cabinet. It's also number 12 in today's show, Comic Relief number 12. Let's talk about this. The Outback, fully open, it is 9 feet by 4 feet. 9 feet, huge, right? Ginormous. And during Hoop Fest, comes with a free daylight slimline lamp. So great addition and add-on. That's yours included with this package. The Outback is really geared toward embroidery. We've got storage of hoops over on that side. So we've got 6 different hooks on that side. You can put all sorts of stuff in there. This caddy has 3 drawers. Put some thread spools in there. It's got this great little finger holes to take it out right there. Put back in. Fit your thread spools in there. These actually are nice Aurifil threads. So, and then you've got a big drawer at the bottom. So we've got some project boxes in there, some fat quarters. So it really is nice. Now, you might be asking, it's over here. There's a door way over here on the edge of the screen. We can actually take this, move this cabinet, and hook it up over there. Now we have, if we're sitting in the middle, if I'm sitting here in the middle, I now can, I've got storage over here. I've got this huge space over here to prep things for myself. I sew here in my flatbed position, which is ideally what I want. My camera's over there, isn't it? And then over here, if I want something over here, it gives me room to kind of slide over. Or if I really want it closer, I just move it closer. Now I have it right here. So I might want to be able to just be really close and have my work surface here or out over there. Kind of depends on your preference and what you're looking for. Let me show. Okay, chair's good. So what we have is we have a daylight lamp here. I'm just going to unhook it for a moment. SMP Nation, this is a big crowd today. I'm glad to see a big crowd on SMP Nation watching. So I'll put down the quilt leaf. This lift opening, you might be saying, Harley, you said it'll fit every machine available. All right. It is 30.5 inches wide, which is really big, and 14.5 inches deep. It will fit all the machines on the market. Take that out. And what it allows us to do is we can come all the way up, and we can still do this free arm sewing that we want to do. Put it here, and now you're in flatbed. We put it all the way down into storage. I'm going past the click. There we go. Or we can store it. And at this point, we can close the whole cabinet up, and everything is tucked away nice and safe. I might be able to even put this in maybe in a guest bedroom if you wanted to. So it's a beautiful functional cabinet, as somebody said. And look how easily it brings up. So I've got this FOF icon in here today, but it will fit larger machines. The nice part about this cabinet has a lifetime warranty on it. It's a heavy-duty melamine finish. Comes in white and teak and gray. So Ethan, do we have gray colors? Do we have color swatches we can put up in a bit? So it comes in 3 different colors. And when I fold it down, I think I'm going to fold it down now because we have about 4 or 5 more minutes. I put that down all the way. I'm going to put my insert back in. It comes with a top also, like a filler plate, that you can use this for cutting and other activities if you'd like. There's a little safety latch over here. This cabinet provides so much space for a quilter. So much space. And storage. That slides in effortlessly. Door goes around. I have to take my little hook, put it out of the way. Okay, I need more comedy, don't I? Do you guys want some comedy today? I don't have any good sewing jokes. I really need sewing jokes. All right, so SMP Nation, here we go. Close the door. It even has a lock to keep little fingers out. Now, with this cabinet closed, it is only 4.5 feet by 2 feet. So it went from 4.5 feet to 2 feet to 9 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Plus you have the little extra workstation. So with that, you've got lots and lots of surface to sew on. This is the Outback lifetime warranty. Did I mention we ship it to you within a couple days? You order it, SMP sends it, I ship it to you guys. Requires some assembly, doesn't take that long. This is a big cabinet, so it will take some time, but that's why we have helpers, right? And have a cup of coffee, put it together. The manuals were written by Sarah. They're really, really good. We get compliments on our manuals now, which is excellent. So fast shipping, lifetime warranty. If you have questions, reach out to customer service. We have videos. We can talk you through it. And between the well cover that I mentioned that goes over, you can cut on it, the lift, the drawers, the cubby, heavy-duty casters. Look how easy this rolls. So easy. On carpet. So it's really, really well built. And the storage for your hoops. So it's got everything you need in a cabinet and more. The question is, do you have space for it? How do you not have space for it is really the question. You're going to want to make space for number 12. Number 12, Ethan. Number 12. I'm going to go to chairs now. You good with that? Did you show them colors by chance? Okay. I'm going to slide this over here to the side and jump right into some chairs. I have chairs to share. Chairs to share. I don't have a helper today. Purple. Look at these things slide on the carpet. Oh my. I have Cat's Meow. Now, SMP Nation, just so you know, Blaine and I talked about me doing the show myself, and Blaine said, Harley, no problem. And then we get here, and I'm just doing a great job on chairs. So do I have to put them in number order for you guys? Now, let's mix it up. Let's get a view into my crazy mind today. All right. And I will go through these colors for you. The numbers do correspond with the website today, which will make it easier to find. I don't want to put too many in front of them. Move the light. Can I have fewer chairs next time, Ethan? We have a lot of chairs. Okay. Let me go over the chairs real quickly. Buttons is number 1. Number 1. Okay. So the chairs we have a 5-star base. I'll raise this one up a little bit. They go from 18 to 22 inches in height. And they swivel. They roll on carpet. I can bend over and the chair won't fall over. And, I did it, but I didn't talk about it. We have this great storage in here. You can put all sorts of stuff in here. This is Blaine's chair. You guys all know that by now, right? With his Mountain Dew in here. And a 4-year-old Hershey's bar, which Ethan hasn't eaten yet, but that's okay. So we've got that. They come with a 1-year warranty. 300 pounds is the official capacity of the chairs. And it's all about the lumbar support in the chair. Having the right lumbar support means you aren't arched over. You're not laying back. You're comfortable. And I'm up a little high. Kind of a right angle. Be able to reach out over my table, my cabinet, and sew. And just sew. And I'm in my zone. That's what I want to be. I want to be in my sewing zone. So the chair, you shouldn't have to think about it. It should just fit. And at consumer shows, people come by and they're like, I own one of your chairs. And then all their friends buy chairs. So SMP is the place to buy your chair, I'll tell you that. Largest chair seller in the country for sewing chairs. So they're the right guys to look at. Blaine, I'm going to go over the colors really quickly. I know people can see them. We've got Princess Hazel. There's the numbers, number 6. Bright Buttons, number 1. Number 9, Crown Ruby. Ethan, how's my frame? Good? Okay. Number 7, Duchess Blue. Sewing Notions, you're number 3 today. Purple, 8. Cat's Meow. Woof Woof, number 4. Oh, wait, Woof Woof, that's wrong, right? This one, number 1 selling chair, it's number 2. This is the Sew Now, Sew Wow. The pattern is lovely. And then gray, which fits in anyone's environment. What number are you today? Number 5. So we have a nice selection of 9 chairs. And I think if you don't own one already, Blaine's going to tell you how to get one at SMP. So that's part of the live. Blaine, I tried to catch up time for my technical difficulties. I hope I did okay.
You did great, Harley. You did great. So, guys, again, there's 9 chairs to choose from. They're on sale right now for $299. Guys, that's a great price. These are normally $349. So great price on that. But let's show them, Harley, I'm going to show them how they can get that big Outback cabinet. Excellent. And man, what a great cabinet. And guys, again, think about it. When Harley closed all that up, it was so small, it would fit in any corner of the room. So all you got to think about is if you have enough room that if you pulled it into the center of the room, or, you know, if you had a spare bedroom, it'll fit in the corner and kind of pull it out. You know, if you have a bed in there, you're going to have to kind of work around it. But it is a big cabinet. So if we could show us the overlay there, Kennedy. And so everybody can see this thing and exactly what we're talking about. There it is right there, guys. This is the Outback XL hydraulic lift sewing cabinet. The price on it is $21.99. We do have a call-in special on this. And again, you know, it takes up 9 feet when it's all, you know, pulled out and opened up. But that will close down to a very compact cabinet. You saw Harley doing that. So guys, and this will accept all the machines on the market, all the flatbed type machines, all the top of the line, and every brand will fit into those. Even the big Janome M7, as big as that one is, and the Solaris by Baby Lock, the Brother Luminaire, all those big machines will fit in there. The Bernina 880 very easily will fit in this. And so we have free shipping nationwide for you. We do have financing available. And so, guys, give us a call, 800-401-8151, if you wanted to get one of those chairs, or if you just want to get either one of the cabinets that we showed today. Guys, it's we got some great pricing. And even there's some of the cabinets, if you got your eye on a cabinet, we've got some other cabinets that are on Hoop Fest special. If you got your eye on some cabinets that we're not on the show, we have some other specials. So give us a call right now about those, and we can tell you what the specials are on it as well. So again, 800-401-8151. And so guys, we're going to continue on with the show. And guys, we have Floriani in the house coming up now. And guess what? We're in for a treat. We have Trevor Conquergood here. And Trevor, man, I always think about Floriani, I always think about Trevor because he is so good at showing you all the different things they have. And today we're going to talk about TCU, and it's all about saving your embroidery. So Trevor, welcome to the show.
Oh, you make me laugh, Blaine. Thank you so much. Just call me Trevor Floriani.
I always think of you a Mr. Floriani almost, because
I love it.
That's
perfect.
You know what I mean? It's just you're so good with it, and you've been doing it for so long. And I think you've been with Floriani 10 years or so?
Yeah, it is. And I'm going to tell you guys some of my Walter stories today, so it's going to be fun. But before I do that, Blaine, I want to ask you a question, maybe two. Here's my first question. Did you get my postcard?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, you should look at the store. I bet there's one look like just like this.
Oh my gosh. I'll be looking for it.
Store that is at the store.
So sometimes what happens,
check it out. I love to make postcards, Blaine. Literally everywhere I go, there's a new postcard, and I've got a whole collection of them. I won't show all of them right now, but maybe later. But I got another question for you, Blaine.
All right.
Do you know what this is? Does this
help
if I do that?
Well,
does that help?
It looks like painter's tape to me, but I can't really tell. I see. That's painter's tape that you put with Cutworks.
This is an embroidery design, Blaine, from 1984.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. That is crazy.
I got you.
You got me. You got me.
All right. Thanks for having some fun with me.
All right, buddy. Well, I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
Sounds good, Blaine. Thanks. Yeah, we're going to talk about embroidery today. And if you guys are into embroidery, then you're in for a treat, because Floriani's all about embroidery. And my name is actually Trevor Conquergood, and I'm here from Sunset Stitches up here in Canada. But I'm the software manager with R&K Distributing down there in Knoxville, Tennessee. And we have the most amazing embroidery products. And I know this week you guys have had Kathy Quinn in the house talking to you guys about thread, stabilizers, and software. And Judy Frenberg's been in the house. And thanks so much to those guys for giving great presentations. I know that everybody that does embroidery is a collector. And we're collecting embroidery designs, aren't we? And I bet you guys have got a lot of them. You may not be storing them on paper tapes anymore, but I wanted to sort of bring that out because we're going to talk about Walter today. But really, when you get the Floriani software, you get a lot of designs. Every month there's new designs. Look at the beautiful Mylar snowflake design, and it's got that was just if you own the software, every month you're getting new embroidery designs, cute little things. And some of them are literally cute little postcards that say, I love you or whatever. And there's lots of seasonal designs, right? So if it's like Father's Day and you want to make a shirt for dad, fishing isn't so bad. No, fishing with dad isn't so bad. I love some of these sayings anyway. Best flipping dad. I'm a dad. Maybe I'll get a shirt for Father's Day. But we have shirts for moms or embroidery designs for moms. Happy Mother's Day. It's for everyone, right? We've got Valentine's designs. This one's like a beautiful I love you. We call these thread sketches, right? Because with the Floriani software, it's really easy to do thread set sketches. And you shamrock, you guys. Or maybe you need back to school designs, or maybe it's getting kind of cold and you want your sweater weather. These are all, and I'm just loving on these designs because I digitized all of them Blaine, I'm the software manager for RNK, and when we do our free monthly designs for our software club, I do those designs. And these are some of my beautiful thread sketches, and couldn't you just imagine that on a kid's bag? Or maybe you're getting ready for camping season and you want to do some cool little flag for your campsite, that you're on vacation. There's lots of different styles of embroidery that we do, you guys. And so if you need to make a little sign for your lake house, we've got cute little designs like that. Or maybe it's just barbecuing. So I wanted to show some of the designs because I think that's really what people are the most interested in. Sometimes when you get it, there's hundreds. I wouldn't be able to show them to y'all. There's literally over 800 designs or something. And then, of course, you get the new ones every month. You download them on the website. So I'll get into the software, and I thought what we could do today is talk about editing designs, right? Like, because look at this beautiful cutwork design that I did. This is, can you see through it, you guys? That's actual cutwork embroidery. And if you like gnomes, Floriani's got gnomes, and we've got the Gone Fishing gnome, or maybe you just want to do an applique gnome because we've got one for what seems like every season. So wouldn't that make a cool gnome quilt, with those guys? Anyway, there's more gnomes and there's more designs. So I think what I'll do, and I'm just going to queue up because I didn't have my screen shared yet, but I'm going to get it ready. So first of all, give me a second, Blaine. I'll click on the share button for share my screen, but I got to start my program. Isn't that funny? That would help. And take a sip of my tea. A little bit sort of scratchy, all that wildfire smoke that's going on up here in Canada. But it's a nice clear day outside today. That's the good news. So I hope we didn't send any of our smoke your way, Blaine. But there were some fires and the people are putting them out. Anyhow, my software is just starting, and I'm going to click on the present button. So let me see here now, present. And what I'm going to do, so don't switch right away because I'm going to click on my whole screen, Blaine, and that way I find it tracks my mouse better. So when I say entire screen, if you share me right away, you're going to be sharing like the rabbit hole of the thing. But then I will switch over to Floriani and now you should be safe to go. So do you want to give me a visual cue that you guys can now see my screen because I don't see you anymore? Somebody give me the visual cue that you can see. You got my screen sharing and I'm ready to go. Do you know what I'm saying? Blaine, are you there? Or Blaine's team? Anyone tell me that? Let me look. If I do this,
yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
Trevor.
you're good. Okay, good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure because I'm doing that share entire screen. That way I find it tracks my mouse better when I use this presenting system. So, hi guys. Now you're looking at the Floriani kind of embroidery software. And the first thing I wanted to do is look over on the right-hand side. There's like little yellow tabs. And these are how you would browse the contents of your computer. If there's a folder on your computer that you want to see what's in it, you just click on it. And then you have to click on designs to see the designs that are in that folder. And if you find one you like, you just click on it and drag it to open it up. And if you want more designs, you can go back to the thing and say, well, maybe I want to shop for some more designs. And I love how it makes it really visual. So you can always kind of tell what the designs are because it makes icons for them. And then you can bring in your designs and maybe put your embroidery hoop on your screen. And this is going to depend on what kind of machine you own. But you can select the hoop, right? So first of all, you have to tell it what format you use, right? So if you've got one of those beautiful CM17s, you choose JEF. And then you come in here and you find, the largest hoop size that's available for your machine or whatever hoop you're planning to sew with. And then you can decide, how many cherries could I put in this workspace, and maybe you want to take your cherries and cupcakes and do like a little arrangement with them. This is called fling, and it'll, depending on how big I make my space, but that's a really big hoop, right? Like I think it's 16 inches by, I want to say 11 or something like that, maybe even bigger. But the bigger I make it, sort of the more little cherries it can make for me kind of thing. But what's really cool about this, Blaine, is you can totally edit your designs. Like I didn't actually make these designs here. Let's just click undo. But But if I wanted to, make changes to it, all I would need to do is right click and tell the software that, well, it's kind of a special tool, but it's called Convert to Outlines. And basically, when I convert this design to outlines, it means that the software can generate new stitches. So it's like giving it permission. And if I don't do that, right, like I didn't for the cherries, notice at the top it says this design has 2,800 stitches. And down here below my color palette, it tells me that there's about 1,350 stitches in the cherries. Well, if I make the cherries bigger, stitch count didn't change. Still that same number. But if I take the cupcake with the one that I did tell the software, to convert it to outlines, and I make it bigger, then it does create new stitches. And so that's kind of a cool part about the Floriani software, is that you can resize your embroidery designs, and I know you guys have a lot of embroidery designs. And so one of the things I was showing you guys was those free designs, and they show up in your library. So over on the right, the browser's like all the different folders of your computer. But when you click on library, it's a special spot within the Floriani software. And this is where we always install the free monthly designs. So if I click on free monthly designs, and there's all the different months of the year. And if I click on, for example, the month of July, then here's all the different sort of years that we've had the month of July. And if you click on July 2010, you can see there's some pretty cool, like red, white, and blue kind of things like this. And yet if I come back and I click on 2014, there's different designs again. And so that's kind of the really cool thing about it, is that you can very easily find what you're looking for. And so maybe I don't want all those other ones right now, and I found what I want. I want to do a cool embroidery design for the 4th of July. And so now I've got like a really great design, but I don't know how big it is. So I'm going to select it, and I'm just going to like see the box that goes around it. And it tells me it's 3.74 inches tall and 2.54 inches wide, unless you're from Canada like me, eh, Blaine? I'm from Canada. I like to right click on the ruler and change it to metric. And now it tells me that it's 95 millimeters tall and 63 millimeters wide. And that is optional because, of course, you just right click on the ruler and you can change it back on over to inches any old time. And if you don't need to see the embroidery hoop at the moment, you can like show it and hide it. And one of the coolest things, I think people love to change the colors, and down at the bottom is like all of the colors that are available in the Floriani thread palette. But if you wanted to change the thread brand to a different thread brand, it's a one-click button. You can just come and select any number of different very popular thread brands. Of course, we think you guys all love our Floriani thread, and we know it's the brightest and shiniest thread, that's really available, for in polyester embroidery thread. But if you get some of the cool embellished matte thread, I can tell this design to switch the colors to the closest match in the embellished matte in the matte thread from embellish. And notice now over here, all the colors are listed in their closest match. So I think people really love that just alone, Blaine. I also love the slow redraw tool because I can click and watch it stitch out, and you can make it go faster. You can even turn on 3D and it makes it look a little bit kind of more realistic, and you can watch it go. If that's not fast enough for you, because it's not fast enough for me, I just pause it and then I grab the little sort of stitch locator and I can make it go as fast as you want, and I can sew it backwards too if I need to. But the idea is when my machine stops and says the next color is blue, I can figure out exactly what it's going to be by looking on my screen. So I really never stitch a design out if it's not on my embroidery screen. If I wanted to put text around this, all I would have to do is click on my text tool. And then I have all these different options, right? There's like monogramming, true type font artworks, text on a path, vertical text, arch text or circular text, horizontal text. And basically I just click to put the text down and it'll come up in like whatever font we used most recently, which is apparently a block font. But you can choose, there's hundreds of fonts that it comes with, like literally hundreds of fonts that it comes with. And there's all kinds of really cool decorative ones. And these are all prepared for embroidery. They're going to work well. But that said, there's a box right here. Just check it. And now we can choose from all of the fonts that are in Windows. And it does a really amazing job of like converting the true type letters into embroidery just instantly on the fly like that. And so it literally becomes almost unlimited, right? What you can do for letter styles. And so I was going to do like a TH here. And I think it's capitals, but I'm not sure on that. Is it lowercase when you put a little TH? It seems kind of big for to compare to like the T or the 4. So if it was going to be like the 4th, I'd probably just smudge this down a little smaller. And rather than figuring out like what numbers that are in my properties box, I can just use the handles of this art, this art of this TH letters. Essentially, it's a text element. In other words, if you look in your sequence view and you find it says it's a text element, it's in the color white. Here, let's click on red so that it's easier to see it. And over here in the properties box, I can control all things about it. I can control the font and the size and the width and the spacing. I can also control the underlying stitches. See up top, there's all these different tabs. I've got a push and pull compensation tab, and there's splits, options for split stitches. And it's really unbelievable how much control you can take. But when you're first learning, you don't often know about that stuff. And so there's good news there, right? Because my friend Walter is literally built into the software, you guys. And I'm going to tell you guys my Walter story in a minute, but let me just add some more text to this. Maybe another way of adding text rather than just going to your text tools is your font play tool. And when you click on font play, it gives you all your fonts. And like if I click on that block font Anna, it shows me the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, which is a sentence that has all the letters of the alphabet. I can also just click on letters and it'll show me like all of the characters that are in that font. Or I could type in custom and put my own letters in. So I'm going to do happy. Let's try and spell right. Happy, and click OK. And so now it'll show me, and see how I can click on another letter style, and you can just kind of scroll down through all the different letter styles to see what they look like until you find one that feels like it's exactly the right one that you want. Now, some of the ones are, like outline only fonts or capital only fonts. So you saw only the letter H showing up because it was a capital only font. But in this case, that looks kind of fun. Maybe that's the font you want to go with. And so you click import, and then you get the word happy. And sometimes to make it easy to like get everything aligned, I'll make a guideline. So see where the ruler is, I just click and drag and it adds like a little line, and I could say, well, that's the bottom of the 4 and that's the top of the 4. And if I was going to do something that was kind of horizontal, I'd probably want to work within that boundary. Or if not, that's not wrong. But if you wanted to put the happy down here or something like that, then you could maybe use it to be like, well, I'll put the letters on that baseline and then let the descenders kind of slip just below it or a little bit. So it kind of helps me to do my sort of layout like that. So happy 4th, and then maybe you want to do another one that matches this one. So I click on it and see the box that shows up around it. It's got little symbols around the outside. This one's the copy symbol. So now I have like 2 happies, only I'm going to bring it over here and I'm going to make it say of July, right? So OF space J cap. Yeah, and then click apply. And so now I know that that text is the same size as the other text, and it's the same sort of settings or properties, however I'd set it up. So happy 4th of July, everybody. I mean, maybe you decide you'd rather do it on a t-shirt and you need to do it this way instead of that way. And so that's no problem. Now the guidelines are just in the way. Let's right click and just tell it to get rid of the guidelines. And maybe now you want to put a guideline right on the center, right at your 0 of your ruler, and then make sure that everything's kind of balanced to that. So here's one thing you can do is I'll click on the 4 and the and the TH, and I'll group them. So when I use the group tool, it tells the software those 2 things are like one thing now. And so now I can select these 3 things, because you know that I have 3 things, right? Happy, the design. See, I can pick it up. When I use my select tool, I can just click on 4th and it selects all that stuff, or I click on happy, it selects all that, and click on July. Well, if I click and drag a box to select all of it, Then I can use a tool like up here where there's some alignment tools, and I can line it to the center so that they all align down, perfectly down the center of my workspace. And now I know that if I sew this on a t-shirt, that all the things are kind of nicely balanced with each other. And so that's something that I think people like to do, Blaine, is just, and I'll literally click new and work on another design now. It's like, okay, I'm ready for the 4th of July. What about Halloween? And have I got any Halloween designs? Because they'll probably be in, like, I don't know, October would make sense, right? So now you click on October 2009 and you find some cool Halloween designs, and there's more in 2010, 2011. And check this one out here. I put it on a towel. Now, can you imagine the challenge of sewing this on a towel? Because look how much run stitch there is. And of course, that you're going to use a topper on a towel. If you don't, the software will tell you. And there's an amazing tool in here. I like to call it the Walter tool, Save to Sew. But so we'll go through that. And so here we have the, all I have to do is select this design. And up here is the tool. It's called Nap Control. And when I click on it, it kind of says, how far do you want it to go around your design? But if I click OK, it makes that sort of special mesh background. I would sew that tone on tone so that it matches my embroidery design. When we come back on camera, I'll show you the stitch out for that one, Blaine. But I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about my buddy Walter. So like I said before, I'm the software manager for R&K Distributing. And yes, I've been with R&K for about a decade now. But I learned to do embroidery in the 1980s. And I met Walter in the 1990s, you guys. So I'm a Walter fan. So here's me, and that's my dad. And I learned about embroidery, growing up in a family embroidery company. And that's my mom and my dad. And that's what an embroidery machine looked like in the 1980s, Blaine. And there I am, at my big old digiboard. And the good news is it's so much more modern now. You don't need paper tapes. You don't need digiboards. You just need a little laptop and you're ready to go. But honestly, I don't think you should own an embroidery machine without owning some kind of software. And this is Ricky and Kay Brooks, you guys. That's the R&K from R&K Distributing. They joined with Walter to start this amazing partnership. That's all of the national educators for Floriani. And of course, this week you guys met Judy and Kathy. There I am in there and mixed in with all the runs. Here's my buddy Walter. This is when I first met Walter. You guys, look how young I look and how long my hair was. And that's Walter. You guys, Walter was an inspiration. He's a legend in the embroidery industry. And he was the first person I ever met to teach embroidery. He partnered with Ricky and Kay to create this amazing software and thread and stabilizers, and shared his family notes. Walter, if I said I'm a second generation, Blaine, and like my kids are third generation embroiderers, Walter's the 5th generation in his family to do professional embroidery. And if you take a design, and like just as an example, if I grab even something like this cute little, what is it, a mouse in a pumpkin, it doesn't really matter. The point here is, when we make this embroidery design, we don't know what you're sewing it on. And if we did, we might have made different choices to the underlying stitches or to the density. And so this is the tool up here that people always love with Floriani, Save to Sew. You click on it and it says, what are you sewing it on, Trevor? And now we can tell the software, and these are literally based on Walter's family recipes, Blaine. And if I knew that I was going to sew this on a towel, I could say fleece, I digitized it. Or fleece, I didn't. And I always like to joke and say, if you don't know the answer to that, then you obviously didn't digitize it, right? But that's a choice. And if you did, so if you're making the designs, you choose I did. If you didn't make them and you bought them, then you choose I didn't. But you can use this to, first, it does 2 things. First of all, you check right here to allow the software to make changes to your design to things like density, underlay, pull compensation, stitch angles, etc. When I say next, Walter goes to work on the design. And in the meantime, Kay Brooks shows up. And Kay Brooks is like the stabilizer genius of the Floriani family. And so while this is working, this is the part 2, right? Where it says, oh, well, if you're going to sew this on a towel or on fleece, then you should use Perfect Stick Tearaway. and you need to stick that item down. And in other words, it wants to use a hoopless embroidery method, and you use a sticky stabilizer, and then you put your topper on top of that before you embroider. So you embroider onto the topper. And if you're like, I don't know what this Floriani heat and gun is, just click right here to watch a YouTube video, or click here to get product info. When you say finish, it asks if you want to save the design. You don't have to, but it's sort of telling you that it maybe had made changes to it, and you could have 2 copies of the mouse. One, this is the mouse for fleece. You could save it as. And notice, I'm just going to zoom in and hit undo. Now, that was what the design originally looked like, kind of a generic setting. But when I told it fleece, look what it does. And that's the cool magic of it. And here's all the instructions that we just learned about: the hoop, step 1, hoop the stabilizer, step 2. If I did a print preview right now and got this design on my screen, all of those instructions would be included in there. You get to decide what, how many pages you want or what settings are in your print. But, you can even put the little Floriani cat on top of the mouse, just to be kind of funny. But if you know what the Floriani cat's all about, it's for those people that use the snowman stickers, and our cat kind of works like a snowman sticker on your printout. Then you can print it on the template. And then anyway, Blaine, I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and go back on camera and say thank you so much. This is the towel that I was talking about with the nap control. I would have sewn it kind of gray on gray. Do you remember, Blaine, this afternoon I'm going to show you guys about text. And do you remember when I made you a towel? Well, Clarissa made it. I didn't make it. Clarissa made it, but I did the design. It says Hoop Fest. You can't even see the nap control in there.
I remember the towel now. Now, Kyle said that he remembers you sending last year, sending a card in.
Yeah, that's right. A postcard. Yeah.
Yeah, postcard. So Kyle said he remembered that. I just never got to see the postcard, but I did see the towel.
Just one last thing about the software, Blaine. Free updates for life. I mean, that is the number one reason people buy it, is that it's an investment. Once you own it, all the updates are free. I've met people that have had it over 10 years, 15 years now, and they didn't have to buy any new updates. And you get to put it on 2 computers. So I think that's really awesome. Later on this afternoon, I'll show you guys how to find more training on it. There's an entire website just full of videos. And so you really, you can literally phone our office toll free, and a human being answers the phone, but no push one. It's pretty amazing support is what I'm saying. All that said, I could talk all day, but I will be back.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Trevor, and we'll see you this afternoon. And so, guys, let's just show you how you can get this TCU software. Now, good. This is, a great embroidery software. Guys, the price, is $29.99. And as Trevor was talking about, it is an investment because, you're going to have this for a long, long time because you get free updates for life. Guys, we have financing available, free shipping, and we do have a call-in special on this. So give us a call, 800-401-8151, to pick up your copy today of the Floriani Total Control embroidery software, guys. And I know that Kennedy has been experimenting around with that.
It is the best software ever. I'm just saying, it really is.
So she's been learning it, and I find it's been doing, pretty easy to catch on, and she's catching on pretty quick, and so she's going to be a master at it before long. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on, and we have Janome in the house. We got Meridian Coffee here, and Miriam is going to talk all about the MB7 today, and that's that multi-needle 7-needle embroidery machine. And Miriam, as a young child, she loved textiles and anything she could to create from them. She attended Maryland College of Art and studied textile arts. Miriam has been published in several articles. She's appeared in the show Fresh Quilting. She's an award-winning quilter, and we're super excited to have her on the show. So welcome to the show, Miriam.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to let you get going on this and show everybody all about this 7-needle, and we'll be back in about 25 minutes and show them how they can get it.
Fantastic. Again, my name is Miriam Coffey, and I'm an education specialist with Janome America. And I'm very excited to show you this machine because I've been playing around with it lately, and I've made some fun stuff. So this is Janome's MB7. It is a multi-needle machine with 7 needles. So all you have to do is change your thread every 7 colors, which when you think about it, unless you're doing a lot of pictorial embroidery, most of the designs you're using aren't significantly more than 7. So it's really easy. You can embroider all kinds of stuff at a touch of a button, which honestly, my favorite part about that is the amount of productivity and how much more prolific I can be with this machine. I'm going to show you this little lampshade that I whipped up last night using this machine. So this is for my living room. I still have to officially attach it. I just kind of taped it because I just did this last night. But it's got 7 colors. All I had to do was press one button, and I mean a couple times because there were some hoopings. But it was super easy, and I got to go watch a TV show while I was technically working. So it's a pretty great machine. So it has 150 built-in designs, 10 fonts, 2 and 3 letter monograms, with the ability to add the brackets or remove the brackets on your monograms. There's 3 hoops that it comes with. You do have the ability to add additional hoops if you like, but there are 3 hoops that are standard. First, we have the M3, which is this little guy. How cute is this? It is 1.96 by 1.96. The second hoop is the M2, which is 4.9 by 4.3. And then lastly, but certainly not least, is the M1, which is 9.4 by 7.8, which is pretty big, and you can get some pretty significant designs on this. So let's go over threading a bit, because threading
Well, it looks like today is one of those days. We're having a little technical issues. Oh, we got her back,
She's
Miriam.
back.
You froze up for a second there, Miriam, so we got her back. All right, let's.
All right, so I think we're on threading. So let's talk about threading for a second, because threading is kind of the #1 thing with multi-needles that people have issues with, because it's kind of intimidating when you look at it at first. But that's one of the great things about Janome, is that one of our reputations is that we're pretty user-friendly. And once you know one Janome, it makes it so much easier to switch to another Janome. And it makes my job a lot easier, because once I know those icons, I can switch from machine to machine without having to know it front and back, like the back of my hand. And this is no exception. So let's go ahead and take a look at the threading. I think they should be able to get the second shot. Can you guys change angles? Yes, awesome. So on the back, we have 8 spool pins, 7 for the needles, and then 1 for the back for your bobbin. It has a separate bobbin winding motor, as well as the bobbin has a larger capacity than your standard bobbin. It has about a little over twice as much as a standard bobbin. So on this machine, you can also use the king cones as well as these mini cones. On the machine, there are 2 sets of tension discs. You're going to start threading from the back, and there is an eye on the back of each tension disc. You're going to thread from the back to the front. And if you ever get lost on where you're threading, look at the machine, and there are arrows with the direction of where you want your thread to go. So I see an arrow here with it going on the right-hand side to the left-hand side of this pin. And I want to floss this a bit just to make sure it's in those tension discs. I also see an arrow going straight down. So I'm going to thread all the way down till I get to this tension disc and floss a bit anytime I get to a tension disc. And then at the front here, you'll notice there's a fair amount of openings. If you remember, each needle has 3 openings. It allows you to remember that you just have to thread those first 3 and just think about those 3 and not think about all of the other openings. We're going to go straight down through that first opening. Let's turn this angle a little bit more. There we go. Through this first opening. And then there is an arrow that's going to show us we're going to go back up. Before we go back up, we do want to go through this eye. There's a little spring. We're going to go through that spring and then go up through that second opening. Next, we're going to go up to our take-up lever. And then I see another arrow going down. So I'm going to go through that very last opening for this first needle. And then go straight down. And then at the front, you're going to notice there are numbers that correspond to the openings at the front. So I'm going to go through the opening that has number 1. And then there's another little hook in front of my needle. I'm going to put that behind that little thread guide, through the eye of the needle, through the eye of the foot. And then there is this little spring here at the front that can hold your thread tails out of the way. I don't know if you can see that. I think it's a little off camera. But you can just hold your thread tails up there to get them out of the way. As you can see how easy that was. Yes, it may take a little bit of time to get used to it, but once you do, you're going to be able to thread through much faster. And then once they're all set up, it's just press a button and you're good to go. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the screen. We're going to select the menu. We're going to wake her back up. And then I'm going to select the menu again. And it's going to tell me to press the corresponding button that I would like to select. If any of you have used a Janome machine before, you're going to notice these icons. I'm going to select the first one that has the flowers, because this has all of my designs. Again, there are 150 built-in designs, and then the ability to add any design that you want using your USB. Up at the top, it's going to show you which hoop you would like to use. So this one is for designs meant for the M2 hoop. It's going to show that I am on 1 of -7, which means I'm on the first page of 7. Now I can turn my page until I see a design that I like. So I'm going to select this one. And then I'm going to go back to the menu, select the edit, because I do want to change a few things on this. I'm going to rotate my design, which is this icon right here. And I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. And I'm going to hit the arrow back button. And then I'm going to increase this design. And then you'll notice there are 2 different icons that look the same, but they are different. One makes it larger and one makes it smaller. You'll know the difference because there is an arrow pointing in the direction that you'd like it to go. So I'm going to increase this until it starts to beep, and then that tells me that I can't do anymore. At the bottom, it shows I've increased this to 120%, and I've rotated it 90 degrees. Going to go back, and then I can turn the page. I could erase this. I could save this if I wanted to. I could mirror image it, flip it, either vertically, horizontally. I can copy and paste. If I had letters, I could make some adjustments there. But because I don't have any letters, it's not going to let me do anything or show me an icon that I couldn't use. I'm going to go back. I could also change the colors. So let's say I wanted to have a pink frame instead of the blue. Then I can hit OK. And that was actually just my tack down stitch. So that's why you didn't see that color change there. Now, if I was happy with that, I could hit OK. And that's going to take me to my Ready to Sew screen. This is going to tell me the size of my design, how long it's going to take, how many colors I have, how many stitches there are, and then all of my color changes here. It also has this icon up here that shows 4-8. And what that is this is going to show me my design larger and only the first 4 color changes. And then if I hit that again, it's going to go back to the default screen. There is also this icon right here that shows just the step that I'm currently on. So this is just going to show my tack down stitch. But if I was on a different, let's go forward. And now that shows the satin stitch around my frame. There's another feature that I love about this machine, which allows me there's another feature on this machine that I love that allows me to change the needle or the thread color that's corresponded with that particular needle. So let's say if I wanted to stitch this out and I didn't want my sort of peacock blue, which is in my needle for 2, I can change that to, let's say, the yellow. I can go to this icon and I can plus And you're going to see that number changing. So I'm going to move this to 7 because that's my yellow. And then I can hit OK, or I could change a different one. And then if I'm happy with that, I can select the OK button. Go back. Another thing that I want to point out is that you see how the head of the machine moves to the center position anytime that color or that needle is selected. So let's go back to the main screen. We're going to go to our edit, and I'm going to delete that. I'm going to go back to my main screen, and I'm going to select my fonts. And now I'm going to select a different font, and let's go ahead and select the type. All right, let's go down. We'll hit OK. And then now I can type in whatever I want. All right, and then I can just hit OK. Now it's moved it to my edit screen. So I'm going to turn my page until I see the font icon. And I'm going to space this out a little bit. You can see that spaced out in between the letters more. I like that. Maybe I want it a little bit closer. I think that looks good. And then now I can curve this. And then if that's still a little too cramped, I can space it out even more. And then I can turn back the page, and I can copy that and then mirror image it. And then reposition them so they make a circle. So now I've repositioned them. I could add a new design, or I could go back to the fonts and add something from normal sew. And I could select any design. Let's do this little flower and then hit OK. And then now it's in the center. I could increase that. And then now I have a little design, and then I can again select OK. I could change the colors. And then, like I had shown you before, you could change the needles or the thread colors in with the different pins. So let's go down here, and then we could change this to, let's see, now I could change colors, and then I could hit OK. Go back. And then I could hit the start button, and it would start sewing. So now, even though it shows one color here, this is actually going to stitch out in 2 colors because I've told it to change the needle or the thread color that's connected to this second design. Another thing that's really nice about this machine is that it's a really nice machine for if you're interested in some sort of cottage business, because it's kind of a nice combination between a in-home domestic machine and a little bit more industrial embroidery machine. Because it's only 43 pounds, it allows it to be able to be somewhat portable. So if you ever wanted to do like a craft show or some sort of craft event or art event that there might be the opportunity to vend, you could bring this machine and offer on-site embroidering. So or on-site monograms, which I'm in the South, monograms are really popular. So I'm sure they're popular everywhere. So you could do some monograms on site or any other designs, and you could make some nice profits because of the price point versus some other multi-needle machines. There's also a custom cabinet for this particular machine that's really nice because it has a nice opening at the bottom. You can use this machine on any table or any sturdy table, but if you are working with any bigger or bulkier or awkward items, having that open space down below can be really beneficial. Do we have any questions?
Hey, Miriam, I don't think so. So I'm going to let
Okay.
everybody know how they can get one. Thank you so much for coming on our
Oh.
show. I know our first day we had you on here. It was a videotape, and we were live in person today. So it's awesome.
And I'll be back tomorrow at the same time.
Yep, tomorrow. All right, we'll see you then. All right.
Awesome.
So everybody,
Thank you,
this was
guys.
the Janome MB7 7-needle embroidery machine, guys. The price on this is $6,799. And again, guys, we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. We have free shipping nationwide, and we do offer some financing on this. And guys, like I was saying before, this has an extremely small footprint, 45 pounds. It's a really lightweight, small footprint machine for a 7-needle. And this thing is really popular. We sell a ton of these things. And so there's a reason why, and it's because of the Janome quality and the size and everything that it does. So anyway, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And we're going to continue on. And next up, we're going to talk all about the PRS 100. And that is a brother machine. And this is the single needle cylinder arm machine. And we have our good friend, Jennifer Gleich. It's hard to remember, Gleich. Anyway, Jennifer Gleich is, she's a brother educator, and she, learned how to sew making Barbie clothes. And so she has just developed on from there. She's been a brother educator. She travels the country, and we've had her on our show many times. And so welcome, Jennifer, back to the show. I think you're on mute, Jennifer.
You would think day 3 I would get
Well, you think hey, and you would think day 3 I would pronounce your last name right.
Well, the way I learned to pronounce it was my husband's first name is Michael. So Mike rhymes with Gleich.
Gleich. I know. I just, that's how I remember it, is I like Jennifer, so her last name is Gleich.
There you go.
So yeah.
Very nice.
Anyway, yeah, I'm glad to have you back. I know you came out here to San Diego a couple years ago and worked with us, and And so we've worked with you many times, and we're super excited today because this machine again is one of my favorite machines. I love the PRS 100, and I know you do too. So we're going to let you take it away, and then we'll come back and tell everybody how they can get one of these.
All right, sounds wonderful. Well, I'm back. If anyone was watching on Tuesday, I had a little camera malfunction about halfway through my demonstration. So I have checked and double checked and triple checked everything this afternoon. So hopefully everything will go okay and we won't have any camera snafus this time. So today, instead of talking about the Stellaire, which is a flatbed machine, we're going to talk about the PRS 100. This is also known as the Persona, and it is our single arm tubular machine. So what that means is you can do caps, you can do baby bodysuits, you can do sleeves, you can do the pant legs. There's all kinds of different hoops that you can buy for it. And because it has that arm, that tubular arm, you've got a free arm underneath, and it makes it a lot easier. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you the machine, and then I'm going to show you some of my favorite features of the machine. So I'm going to switch cameras. Everybody say a little good thought for me here. And I'm going to switch you over to my Persona. There she is set up. I will go ahead and point out some wonderful features on her. Again, like I said, she has got the free arm here. So you can do caps, you can do baby onesies or baby bodysuits, we call them. I've done this little baby bodysuit, and because we have that free arm, we can actually put the onesie or bodysuit in the hoop and insert it inside or over the top of that free arm so that we don't have to take the bodysuit apart in order to stitch on it. Now our Persona comes with 6 hoops. You get the 8x8 hoop, which is a pretty large hoop, massive actually. And then the one I have the baby bodysuit in is a 4x4 hoop. And then it also comes with a set of compact frames, which are mini frames that are great if you're going to do pouches or any kind of little socks. If you want to embroider on a really small sleeve, the little compact frames are great for that. Now, if you noticed when I showed my little baby bodysuit, this is one of the new Disney designs over on Embroidery. Our Persona is even though it is a single needle tubular designed machine, it is compatible with Embroidery. There is no Disney built in, but you can purchase the designs and use them on this machine from embroidery.com. Just go on to Embroidery, register your machine, and you have access to the licensed Disney Marvel designs. Another great feature is the bobbin is right here in front. So it's a front opening bobbin. So if I were to have something in here and I needed to change the bobbin or check the bobbin, I can just reach underneath rather than having to take everything off of the bed of the machine. I can just reach under and check my bobbin. Speaking of bobbins, you can be embroidering on the Persona and you can wind your bobbin at the same time. The bobbin winder is over here on the side, and you can do that just as you're embroidering along. If you don't purchase the pre-wound bobbins and you like to wind your own, you can do that as you are stitching. So let me change cameras one more time. I want to show you some features within the machine and on the screen of the machine here. And my cameras are working today. Yay. So on the screen of our machine, I am going to use one of my favorite styluses so that you can see what I'm pointing to. Let's see, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And I'm going to turn my light. I have a small room here, so try to get this so you can see. Down on the bottom is our start and stop button. We have needle up and down. The Persona does have a thread cutter, and we have an automatic threading mechanism on our Persona. Up here on top, you can set the time. I have set the time on my machine. You have the settings pages where you can go in and you can choose your type of thread that you're using. You can choose the size of the frame you're using. You can choose if you like to work in inches or metric. You can choose if you want to see what color on your background of your screen. So I've got it set to white, but if I wanted to work on a darker background and wanted to see what my embroidery was going to look like, I can go ahead and change the background color here. And then when I go into my embroidery and pull it up, it will show it on a dark background. Let's change that back to white. Do the same thing here for your embroidery colors. It does have a bobbin sensor and an upper thread. So if your upper thread comes unthreaded or your bobbin has an issue, it will let you know. You can turn it down. If you notice, you can hear my beeping. I can make that louder. You have some, you can turn the opening screen on and off. And then we have our service count machine, or service count numbers. So you can see that I have used my machine quite a bit. I am on the updated version. So there is, if there's an update available, you're going to go in here and see what version that you have, and you can download the update. There are 2 USB drives on here, so you can go ahead and put that update on a flash drive and bring it over and update your machine. We have helpful little, they're not so much videos as they walk you through. So if you need to know how to thread, you can go step by step. It will show you how to thread your machine. All of the helpful built-in videos are in the help screen. And then we have that home button. That home button looks just like the home button on our other machines. So we don't have built-in Disney, but there are 405 built-in designs. Let's go in and look at a few of those. There's some really cute ones. Got little, they go anywhere from little tiny, I mean, this one is almost, I don't know, less than an inch by less than an inch, to, if we scroll down, we've got some pretty large designs. Here's a dragon. And our dragon is 7.5 by 7.25. So we've got some fun designs in here. Let's go back. Also have some frame designs if you wanted to frame an embroidery. We can go ahead and open a frame. We hit set. We can hit add. We can come in and grab another design. Maybe we want to frame, I guess the dove is not that large. And just for fun. Oh, Santa's pretty big as well. So you can add designs, delete designs. And then there are built-in quilting designs. So you can actually quilt on your Persona. There is an extension table that you can buy for it. You can buy that separate, or you can buy a free motion quilting package, which allows you to do free motion quilting on the Persona. Because it is a single needle, it comes with the table. It comes with a free motion quilting guide, and you've got quilting designs built in, or you can do your free motion. So some of these quilting designs are fun. I'm going to go home so I can clear my screen. You've got individual block designs. And then some of these are actually applique designs. So if you can see on the screen, We have the familiar scissors, which is our cut design. And then we have our tack down and our satin stitch or applique stitch. So this is a quilt block applique, and we can actually take this design and put it on a flash drive and take it over to our scan and cut. That will recognize our PES file. It will recognize the cut portion of this design, and we can cut our applique and have it ready when we do these blocks. So a little way to use your scan and cut with our persona. I'm going to keep going down. We've got some designs that you have for like a border. And the way you would do this is the persona does have a needle drop light. It's a laser. So I'm going to put the large hoop on, and I'm going to hope that I can get the camera so that you can see. If I set this and hit embroidery, now I'm going to hopefully not make anybody nauseous, but I want to show you that drop light on the bed of my fabric. So I am going to physically move my camera. And if you've watched any of my videos, you'll know I'm not a videographer, but I think I can get it here. If you look at the bed of the machine on the black fabric, you will see there is a drop, a red drop light. That is where my needle is going to drop when it takes off. So if I were to stitch the design that we have on the screen, which is a border, and I move it, I can actually use that drop light and move my, I'll be able to match up the design using that drop light so that my needle hits right where I need it to go. So that is a neat feature of this machine. And I'm going to hopefully not get back to the screen. So let me show you something that I like to do on my persona. I am a quilter, so I love the quilting designs, but I also love to be able to do multiple things in my sewing room at once. So if I'm piecing a quilt or working on a quilt, I always want to put a label on my quilt. So I am going to show you how I can do a label on my persona. We have built-in frames, so I have several shapes to choose from, and within each shape, you have multiple options, and each of these have a different, like this one has flowers. This one just looks like some lace. If I select one of those, I can hit set and I can hit add. Now we have built-in fonts. We have 13 of them, and I can actually go ahead and type in using the fonts here, my quote label. So I am going to just select a font, and maybe I'm making this for a new baby. So I'm going to go ahead and start typing, and obviously that's a little large. So down here on the bottom, hoping that, I'm sorry, my camera's a little crooked. I can go ahead and hit the large, medium, small. And I'm going to go small. And then I can go to my lowercase letters. And I'm just going to put for baby because I don't want to. don't have a baby coming at the moment to make one for, so we're going to put for baby. And if I hit the return key, it'll go to a second line. So now I'm going to go back to my alphabet and put from. Okay, so I've got my words in there, and I can even array these. So maybe I want my letters to go in a little bit of an array. I can go up or down. I liked it that way. Hit OK. Then I'm going to hit set. Now down here at the bottom, I've got my heart and I've got my words. I'm going to go back to the for baby, and I'm going to go ahead and array that as well. So I can go right here on the edit screen, change that, and I'm going to go back to my heart using these arrows, and I'm going to go to size. I want my heart to be a little bit bigger. So we're at, 4.5 by 3.5, a little over 3.5, 3.75. And I'm going to go ahead and add one more item. I'm going to go into my built-in designs. And how about the little ladybug? I'm going to set. I'm going to move the ladybug down. And once I hit embroidery, I've got my quilt label right there. I can go ahead and do one more thing. We have a color sort feature. So if I hit this button here, it will color sort my design. And it will do all of the black. In this case, it is going to do the red and then the last little spots on top of the ladybug because it can't do those before it does the red. So it's color sorted and did everything. In order to go, I would just hit lock and I would go ahead and hit my green button. There are built-in large fonts, and I call these fonts, but they're not really fonts. They're letters that you can use for monogramming. There's several of them built in. One of my favorites is this one. It's so pretty. It's a floral, and then you can, again, if you set, you can add to it. You can use one of these fonts and grab some letters. And I'm going to go to my lowercase. And hit set. And I'm going to move that. I can even change color. So right here, I can say maybe I want that to be pink. If I choose the right color. I can have a lot of fun playing with these built-ins. And I would be ready to go ahead and stitch. And I was playing this morning, and there's one more thing I wanted to show is through my built-in designs here, I was taking a look through them, and down here we have a little, it's a little fleur-de-lis, and I thought, wouldn't that be fun if I put that on a patch? And I hit set, and I hit embroidery. No, I want to return. I hit set, and then I went to my colors here, and I changed the color to the little scissors. And now I can take, and that will be cut. I can take it to my scan and cut, and cut the background for it and have my background cut, pre-cut to do my patch. So again, we have built-in frames, which are really fun. We can save to our machine. We can save to a USB, and there is a plug-in on the side that's also for an external USB, but you can plug in directly to your computer to transfer designs to your persona. It is a single needle. It does hold 4 spools of thread. Go back to my main camera and hopefully I can switch. Okay, you've got 4 spools of thread, 1 thread at a time, but you can line up your threads here and you can actually just tie your next color up here to the last color that you used and pull it through to thread. You will have to use the automatic needle threader to thread the needle, but at least you can get it all the way through the tension and get your next color going and then thread your needle. So it's nice to be able to line your threads up and have them all ready for you as you're going. So let's go ahead and just grab a design. And I've got some white thread in there, and I'll show you here. Pick one of these. I'm going to hit set. I'm going to hit embroider. And it's as easy as locking the button. And I think I just need to make sure all my, there we go. Very quiet. So you can have this going while you're working on another project in your room. I don't know how many people have more than one machine going at a time, but sometimes I'm just a little workhorse in my room. Now I'm going to go back and you will be able to see where that needle drop light is. Every time you stop the machine, it will show you where the needle is. So if you can see, it stopped and there's my drop light for my needle. So I'll be able to match things up if I had to go back and do anything. We have 1,000 stitches per minute. I'm going to come back to the camera and see if I can answer some questions. So that you guys can. Okay. You really don't realize how great it is to have a laser until you have one, and then you can't live without it. You get on another machine that doesn't have one, and you look for it. I find that with my thread cutter and of course my needle threader as well. Just going through to see if I have any questions. So just to review, we did color sorting, we multi-lines of text, we have the 7-inch LCD display, built-in USB. You can wind your bobbin while you are stitching. You can do caps, you can do baby onesies, baby bodysuits very easily. I've done sleeves on a sweatshirt because you've got that nice arm. You can just slip the sleeve over it and not have to worry about stitching through or trying to figure out how to clip something on a flatbed machine. 1,000 stitches per minute. You get 6 hoops, the 8x8, the 4x4, the set of 4 compact frames, and 405 built-in designs. But because it is our embroidery compatible, you can purchase Disney designs and stitch Disney on your caps or your baby bodysuits or your sweatshirts. If you're going, it's all personal. You can't sell your designs or your items. But if you're going to Disney, you might want to stitch yourself a cap and a matching sweatshirt. You can completely do that by purchasing the designs on embroidery and using your persona. There are 8 embroidery quilt patterns, adjustable fonts, 140 of those frames that I showed you, and then the large monogramming fonts. There's 6 of those.
Well, hey, great job, Jennifer.
Thanks.
And, I love this machine. I tell you, this has been out for a long time. And, I can't remember what year it came out, but when they came out with it, I don't even know if you know this, but Brothers' intent was they were going to try to market it as a quilting machine that could do embroidery. And we were all like, that doesn't make any sense. So,
right.
And they rethought that. Said, you know what? We probably ought to market it as an embroidery machine because it is such a great embroidery machine. And then on the side note, it does do quilting.
On the side note, yeah. I mean, I use it mostly for embroidery, but you can do the quilting. It's got those quilting patterns, and with the table and the free motion quilting kit, comes with a foot and everything. It's really a fun machine to have.
And that's what I like about it, the versatility of it. And I think it's 90% of the hats that are done out there in the world are done, about one color, and then most of them never go over 2 colors. So, it's a perfect machine if you want to set up to do a, home-based business and do hats and stuff. And it weighs 68 pounds, so it's 2 people can easily lift it and put it in your car if you wanted to go to a trade show or a flea market and sell hats.
Right. You could have it going while you were sitting there.
Yes,
it doesn't take up a lot of space.
You're right. Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for coming on.
Very welcome.
And we're going to tell everybody how they can get this thing.
All right, perfect.
All right, talk to you later. All right, guys, this is the Brother PRS 100, the single needle cylinder arm machine. And guys, this is a great one. Look at that price on that, $4,499. And guys, we do, you can call in for more information, but we do have a little bundle with this because you're going to get the free Durkee cap frame and 4-piece easy frame set. It's a value of almost $700. You're getting that absolutely free with the purchase. And also, we're going to ship it nationwide free for you. And we have some financing available from Synchrony Financing. So we got it all covered, all angles covered, guys. And again, give us a call if you've been interested in one of these machines. I tell you, this is a dandy. And like Jennifer was talking about, if you want to go and do Disney on this, you can download all kinds of Disney designs from iEmbroidery. And you can do that right on your machine and transfer them with a USB port. But guys, again, 800-401-8151 to get your PRS 100 Persona today. All right, guys, we are continuing on and want to make sure that y'all are ready because we're going to give something away. I am going to give something. I think we're going to give something really good away right now. What do y'all think?
What do you think?
Go crazy.
You want to go crazy, Roger?
Let's go crazy.
Roger wants to go crazy, everybody.
Everybody's been here for 4 days. Every day they deserve something great.
I tell you what. You know what? Let's roll up that sheet for me so I can see, Roger, what were all the stuff that we had to give away today. I think what we ought to do. Let's give an Arrow, Kangaroo, and Joey away.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Look at that. Guys,
Oh my gosh.
this has a retail value of $2,400. And I mean, look at that cabinet. And I hope whoever wins this, they are just excited about this because, and I hope you have room for it. And I'm kind of anxious to see what everybody's comments are. Wow. Yes. Come on, keep them coming, guys. Come on. Sure, go crazy.
Let's bring the energy up.
Don't be shy.
I love it. I love it. Wowza. I like that one. So everybody's going crazy. Guys, look at that. $2,499. The Kangaroo and Joey 2 cabinet. And guys, this is just a fantastic giveaway. I know you're excited about this. And so what you'll have to do, whoever wins this, I hope you have a Aero chair, because if not, you need to purchase you a chair to go with it. So
And
then
I
you'll
hope
be
you're sitting down.
Yeah, you'll be
when you see your name on that screen.
You'll be sewing in style. All right, Kennedy. So I need
right.
everybody out there in SMP Nation to do this with me on a count of 3. I want y'all to chat it in too. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Kennedy, spin that wheel.
I want everybody to know that Kyle did not say spin the wheel.
Did he not?
Wheel at the end. Yeah, I did.
Kyle did not participate.
I did.
UPC embroidery, LPC embroidery and sewing. LPC
LPC.
embroidery and sewing. Wow, that's a mouthful right there. Well, congratulations, LPC. You just won yourself the Aero cabinet, the Kangaroo and Joey. And so how we need you to claim your prize is go to smplive.tv, and you'll get to that page, scroll down toward the bottom where it says claim my prize, fill out all that information and hit submit, and we will get your cabinet sent out to you next week. Simple as that.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so we are ready for our second educational session of the day. And guess what? We have the Sew Celebrity herself, Miss Joanne Bako, coming back. And guys, she is a customer favorite. And guys, we are so happy to her she's here. So y'all welcome Joanne back to the show. Hey, Joanne. I think you're muted, Joanne.
So that's universal. You could read that one without.
We could read it without. Yeah, we were signing.
Hello, friends. Hello, SMP Nation. Wow, I've been watching the chat and some of the videos here, and I'm telling you, this is just like a great big love fest, isn't it? You should call it Love Fest.
Love Fest.
Love Fest.
Well, you know what? Leave it. We'll figure something out. We'll come up with some kind of festival for everybody. But so I know you're going to talk about embroidery first.
Yes, embroider first, sew second.
We're so excited. So we'll take it away, Joanne.
Okay, very good. I've got some slides here to show. So, all right, embroider first, sew second. Again, if you didn't watch the earlier segment that I did today, please look it up because it's going to tie very well together with what I'm talking about today, this afternoon, because earlier today I showed you how to precisely position your design. So today, now we're going to talk about, where would you use those designs? What are you going to make with it? And I'm a big time believer in just dreaming it and then doing it. And garments are one of my favorite things to make, but you'll see a lot of those. But really, all these principles will apply to anything else as well. If you're doing home decor, if you're doing various different things, you can use these principles and practices from today to do that as well. So embroider first, sew second. What do we want to think about when we're going to do this? First of all, we want to think about picking and fitting our pattern. Now, those of you that are garment sewers or want to be garment sewers, don't ever be intimidated. I hear over and over and over again, oh, I can't get anything to fit. Well, number one, try to find somebody that can help you. Chances are there's somebody in a sewing guild somewhere or in a store somewhere that can help fit you, maybe a friend. So don't let that be a stumbling block for you, number one. The other thing is, there are a lot of patterns that don't require a special fit, that have an easy fit, and go with those first and get your feet wet a little bit with some of that, and then, progress beyond that. There are just lots and lots of options, but we do want to fit our pattern before we embroider the fabric that we're going to, use the pattern for, because we don't want to put all that time and effort into the embroidery and then have the garment not fit. So that's kind of, a paramount point to think about. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to plan the embroidery designs to fit the pattern pieces. And you'll see a little bit more of this in some of the images that I have to show you. You're going to then want to pick your best hoop. Now, what does that mean? Well, earlier today, again, I showed how to do embroidery with a 4x4 hoop and combine designs and create a large combined design just using smaller hoops. But whatever hoop you have available, if you're using it for a larger area on a garment, you can certainly do multiple motifs at once. However, I will tell you that a lot of times picking the best hoop for me is not necessarily picking the biggest hoop, because you have a little bit more control with both hooping and positioning and getting everything well stabilized if you're using sometimes a hoop that's a little bit smaller. So think about that. Sometimes a design that maybe I could do 5x7, maybe I want to bump it up to maybe, a little bit bigger, but try to think about that, because the smaller the hoop, the better the hold. And if you're doing a smaller design, you certainly don't want to use an oversized hoop, because there's too much fabric flopping around in there. And yes, I'm seeing some of the comments. There are multiple kinds of hoops. So I'm, pretty much just working with standard ones today, but hey, pick your hoop, whatever that is, whatever one works for you. There are so many great options today. Then you're going to prep your fabric with stabilizer. Now, very often, and I know Deborah Jones, my friend Deb, did a great demo on stabilizer. She's the best there is when it comes to that. So take note of that. But very often, again, when I'm doing garments, I'm going to prep the fabric not only with stabilizer, but my stabilizer could be an interfacing, and you'll see that in a couple pictures too. Then I'm going to position my design on the fabric section that I'm going to be working with. I'm going to proceed to stitch the embroidery. Then I'm going to place the pattern back over the embroidery and cut out my pattern piece. Then I'm going to be able to proceed to sewing. So let's take a look at some of the samples here. I wish I could have you here with me and do a fashion show for you and show you all of these great garments. Most of them were made to fit me by and large, and I could try them on for you. But I've made so many different things over the years where I have literally embroidered first on a fabric section and then turned that into a garment. So I've got Chinese pajamas here. I got a sundress. I got a skirt with a beautiful border print. I've got wraps from my book, Wrapped in Embroidery, which is available on SewingMachinesPlus.com. I've done Western style jackets, which are like one of my favorite things is anything Western style. I don't live in the West. I don't get to dress like the West very often, but I do anyway, because I just love the style. So what I'll explain a little bit more detail here. I'm just kind of giving you a little splash of the garment so that you can see some of the ideas. More, Western here. The whole idea here is that areas like yokes, collars, cuffs, pockets, bands, all those areas are ideal for embroidering a section of fabric, then cutting it out with your designated pattern piece, then sewing up the garment. Here's a silk dupioni dress. Princess seams are, to me, just a perfect blank canvas, whether it's a princess seam jacket or a princess seam dress or a princess seam skirt. When you have a princess seam, you're going to find a center section that has then side sections that are, creating that curvy shape that gives you the princess seam. They're beautiful for a variety of reasons. Number one, when you have a princess seam, most of the time, with rare exception, the darts have been transferred to the actual curve of the princess seam. And why is that important when you're embroidering? Well, when you're embroidering, we all know that we have to have the fabric flat in a hoop in order to get it, on the machine. Yes, there are tubular machines that you can do tubular things. That's another whole idea. But when we're embroidering first and sewing second, we want to deal with flat sections of fabric. And if I've got darts, not only are they going to create a curve or a puff in that area, they're also going to create a visual line that I really don't want to see. So with the embroidery being the star of the show, I don't want to have, too many other things distracting from it. So princess seams really, really work well for this. And then let's go through some of what I actually did with this. So here we got a yoke, and a yoke that has a point. So what did I do? I went looking for a design that would marry well with that style of the actual pattern and the pattern piece. So these designs are from my book, Wrapped in Embroidery, and I've used these many, many different ways in many different places, but they were ideal for the Western jacket. I was able to use the single motif with the point on the front yokes, and then I was able to use that larger combination on the back. I also added some ziggy-zaggy looking stitches to just kind of enlarge the design a little bit and accent it just a little bit more. Those actually happen to be decorative embroidery patterns that were built into my machine. So that just brings me to a little point. Earlier today, I talked about software. And one of the benefits of software is if you create a combination design on your machine and then you want to print a template from it, you could save it and transfer to the software and then print a template from your software. So you have that whole combined design. Or you could simply use designs that you get from your computer and create them all in the software. So I failed to mention earlier today why I really believe, software is good for more than printing templates. If you are ever going to create combination designs, if you're going to change colors of your designs, if you want to rotate your designs, all of those things are things that I use software for all the time, every day, even if I'm not, digitizing. So again, I recommend you get with the folks at Sewing Machines Plus and find out what software you want to purchase so that you can do some of those very basic things at least. All right, so here we go again with the Western theme. I've got areas of the shirt that I want to fill with embroidery. So in this case, once again, I did combine embroidery designs from the CD in my book, from that collection, and embroidery designs that are built into the machine. Many of our machines have decorative stitches that are in the embroidery mode. And so you can combine those all on your edit screen and create basically just a section of fabric. The piece that you see in the hoop was eventually then cut out to be the front yoke. For the back, I just made a large section of all decorative stitches. And for the cuffs, I did the exact same thing. So I just have to figure what space I want to fill. I do that by using my pattern and using a template if I need to, but I could also do that with measuring. So then the Chinese pajamas. Well, of course, I had to find some kind of, the Asian pajama theme. I needed to find Asian design theme to go along with that. And I used the designs that you see here. But again, we've got many designs available to us, lots and lots of opportunities for creating your own designs, no matter what style you're looking for. The tip that I wanted to give you here is that a lot of times when we're embroidering on garments, we're embroidering on fabric that is soft, not necessarily, embroidery ready. So we can definitely add stabilizer to beef up our fabric and give us a little bit more capacity to hold on to those stitches. But one of my favorite things to do is to pre-quilt my fabric. before I embroider on it and then before I cut it out. And I'm doing this so that I've got, again, a little bit more beefiness to my fabric. And then I'm going to be able to use that to cut different bands, pockets. Now, keep in mind, you wouldn't want to do this in an area where that little bit of extra weight would, make your garment too stiff. But again, on bands, collars, cuffs, wristbands, all those things are ideal candidates. Now, pre-quilting with what? Well, I don't want to use batting unless I'm going to create a jacket where I want the whole thing to have extra bulk and extra warmth. Here, I just want to add a little extra layer to the fabric. So, believe it or not, I use one of two things. I will use muslin sometimes, just a layer of muslin. And when we quilt that fabric, of course, I would pre-wash it first, but when we quilt it, we're going to get natural little bit of puckering, and that's okay. That's actually what I'm looking for. I want that textured effect. So even a simple layer of muslin under your fabric will do that. Just remember to pre-shrink it. Always pre-shrink your fabric before you embroider and before you sew, or treat it in whatever way it's going to be treated, so that you want to make sure you don't have shrinkage afterwards. Another layer that I like to use very often is the lightest weight baby flannel that I can find. And I just back my fabric with that. I pop on my walking foot. I draw lines on my fabric, and I just crisscross until I have a large chunk of fabric that I can then embroider, place my pattern on, cut, and sew. The sundress here. And by the way, all of these items have a link to somewhere. I'll be doing a blog post this weekend. If you follow me on letsgosew.com, you'll be able to read my follow-up blog post. I'll have resources there and links to almost everything that you see here, so that you can see exactly the steps I use to create all of the designs. And yes, I do. I'm seeing a couple questions about pre-shrinking. Yes, pre-shrink, or you may be sorry. So I always pre-shrink every fabric before I use it, especially for garments. So here, what did I do? Again, I took a large section of fabric. Now that section has to be able to fit my hoop, so you need to remember that. But I've prepped it with stabilizers. Now, why do I use areas like cuffs, collars, and bands, or center sections? Well, I use those areas because they will benefit from a little bit of extra stiffness without ruining the drape of the garment. So think about that too when you're doing it. You don't want your garment to stand out like it's made out of cardboard once you have it on. But areas like this, I could iron interfacing to the back and then simply use a tearaway stabilizer as my additional stabilizer when I'm embroidering it, by simply slipping that underneath the hoop. But I like fusible interfacing most of all. I do have my favorites. I'll put that in the blog post as well. But fusing it helps you hoop it a little bit better, number one. And it also gives a little bit more body so it can fit more snugly in the hoop. And you saw me show how to adjust a hoop earlier today. So pop back and watch that video on that as well. And this is just a small design. I used the edit mode on my machine to put it together, and made sure that it fit that area, marked the center. And that was the little dress up part on my yoke. Now for the straps are done on just straight pieces of fabric. So I didn't really want to cut an oversized chunk. I'll tell you the big reason why. No, sometimes I do because it's just easier that way, and then I can cut it out. In this particular case, I needed every single inch of the yardage I had to make that little sundress. And has that ever happened to you where you're just holding your breath to make sure that you've got enough fabric to make what you want to make? So in this case, I had no extra fabric to work with, but no problem. I simply hooped a piece of the adhesive backed tearaway stabilizer. Stay Perfect Peel and Stick is sold by Sewing Machines Plus. It is a wonderful, wonderful peel and stick stabilizer, I could simply cut one section of fabric for both straps, mark a center line, stitch those down, and then cut that strap right down the middle to sew together once I was finished. Easy, easy peasy. All right, you saw the skirt earlier. Now this is one of my older things that I did, you know, but I still have it in my repertoire. And what you want to think about if you're going to do hem bands or any area like that is you want to first look for a pattern that has a straight edge. You see this particular pattern has a flare and a straight skirt. The straight skirt is ideal for creating a border design that's going to link together from edge to edge on that skirt. The flared skirt would be okay if I was doing, you know, random designs or evenly placed designs that could float along that hem. But if it's got to be straight, you're going to want to deal with a straight edge. Again, I used interfacing on the back of this. Now, one of the things you'll run into sometimes when you're picking your pattern and picking your embroidery design is you're going to find out that you may end up with a little bit too little fabric or too much fabric from what the size of the pattern is to the size of the design. So you have two choices. You either enlarge or reduce your design, another great reason for software, or you would enlarge or reduce your pattern. So in this particular case, all I did was narrow that skirt just a little bit so that I could perfectly place the amount of border designs along the hem. And there you see I had two designs together. I fit that in an 8x8 hoop. Yes, I could have done each one separately in a 5x7, but an 8x8 is a very manageable size, and that allowed me to at least get two motifs done at a time. Now, when I'm doing something like this, I like to work from the center out. If you start at an end or you start at an edge and you're using templates to match things up, what happens a lot of times is by the time you get to the opposite end, you're a little bit off kilter. So fabric is a variable, fabric moves a little bit. And so by stitching from the center and then working to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, as far as you need to go until you're done, you'll have a more control over what you're doing because you can reposition everything as you go along. And when you're all done, your eye will never see any of those variations. So the next one is, again, the princess seam, which is one of my favorites. I've got this folded back. You can see I've got my template on there. In this particular case, I used my template with the snowman marker. I'm a Brother ambassador. I use the Brother machines. But what I showed earlier today using templates will work for everybody. If you don't have templates with your hoop, to my knowledge, just about every hoop that is a standard hoop, you can get templates added to that if you don't have them already in your repertoire. But if you do have options like the snowman marker or the ability to snap a picture of the area you're going to embroider, you've got a projector, all those things can help you perfect this whole idea. But the whole idea here is to, again, prepare the fabric properly. On many fabrics, one of my favorite interfacings is a fusible knit tricot. It's very soft, doesn't change the character of the fabric much at all, but adds just that little extra layer to help my embroidery hold on to the fabric and lay nice and flat and smooth. So again, just the same principle, just continuing on until that whole area was embroidered. Then I laid my pattern back on top and cut to fit the piece that ended up being the center of my dress. Here you see again, I told you I use these designs regularly. I did this on a shirt for a magazine article a while back. And again, yokes and center sections are ideal for this technique. But what if your pattern, what if you don't have that center section? You'll see in a minute what you can do. But here, again, I'm just using a single design with my edit mode right on the machine. And I'm combining that all together until I get a design that will fit the area that I want to stitch that. So again, what do you do if you don't have a center section? Well, there's nobody that ever said that you can't cut your pattern up wherever you want to. So looking at this pattern, I decided I want to make a yoke, and I thought it's ideal for color blocking these sections. So I'll make a yoke, I'll make a center section, and then use the black and the white in combination. All you need to do is draw lines on your pattern, trace over your pattern piece, and then be sure to add seam allowance where that line is, so you've got the ability to piece that back together. So everywhere there's a line, seam allowance needs to be added together. It's as easy as that. So again, you know, using templates, you saw me use templates earlier today. That's what allowed me to do continuous designs on the wraps in wrapped in embroidery. I like to use a ruler very often to help give me just that guideline, but that fabric that you see laying flat there eventually was cut and made a slit so that it would be able to, you know, wrap around my neck and my shoulders. When I went to do the embroidery initially, though, I left that fabric as one whole piece. Simply marked the center line. That's what I've got the ruler lined up with, and then moved my template to wherever I needed it to be. Did all my embroidery, again, one at a time, working from the center out. And then once I'm done, I'm going to either lay my pattern on top of that or, you know, actually cut those lines. So if you had any questions from what you saw today in all of these images, please, you can always connect with me at letsgosew.com. I'm always glad to help you. And there's lots of resources there and lots of tutorials, and you'll see me here, there, and everywhere repeating a lot of these things. But I'm going to switch over to my other camera and just show you a couple things on the table there in the last few minutes. So let's just switch over here. And I just want to give you another couple ideas. If we were doing something like a neckline, now just, you know, kind of pretend with me here for today that this is a pattern for a dress or a top, and I want to embroider this neckline. So I've traced out a big pattern piece that I can lay over my fabric. I've got my pattern section traced right on to there. I use just pattern tracing cloth for that. I mark where the neckline is. I always mark what the seam allowance is. And by tracing this onto pattern tracing cloth, I'm actually able to put this up on my body, match my shoulders to the shoulders on the pattern. And then I can see the defined area where I want to embroider. And guess why I have this line here? Because that's my defined area where I don't want to embroider. I don't want anything below this line, because when I put this up on my body, I found that this would be the most attractive area. So I've been known to mark off parts of a pattern as a big X, like don't embroider anything there, because it may not be all that flattering. So again, you saw me earlier today use templates. So I'll just kind of repeat that a little bit. I could take that first template, put it there. I can design a little bit before I even stitch it out. I could see, do I want to add another rose there and another rose there? But having that all traced out gives me the ability to design first, embroider first, and then sew second. So I'm able to create my own true original from any design that you choose, whether it's from designs that you get in a book collection, designs that you get in a download or registration collection, designs that are built into your machine. The sky's the limit. You have the ability to do many different things with all of the wonderful machines that we've seen advertised here on Sewing Machines Plus. And the sky is really the limit, and your imagination can take you anywhere you want to go. All right, let's see if we've got some more questions. Looks like some of you enjoyed the process and the tips. Again, it's it's all about learning all of the options and then as you go along in your sewing and embroidery life, you can look back and you can say, oh, I remember the idea to do this, and I remember the tip to do that. And, just make it your own, do your own thing, and have fun with it. All right, let's see. I've been doing embroidery for a long time, haven't I, Blaine? So I've got quite a few things in my closet and quite a few things in my repertoire.
Yeah, you've been doing this for a while, and you're so good at it, Joanne. And thank you so much for being part of Hoop Fest and teaching the 2 classes. I tell you, everybody loves it. We love it, and we're so happy you've been here.
Well, thank you so much. And any of the collections that I showed today are available at SewingMachinesPlus.com. So go head over there and grab yours.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Joanne. We'll see you
Thank
later.
you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we are going to move on. And next up, we have Kelly Latre back in from Juki. And we're going to talk all about the F300. So y'all welcome Kelly back to the show. Hey, Kelly.
Hi, Blaine. How you doing?
Doing great, man. We're just having so much fun here on day 4. And man, it's flying by, isn't it?
It sure is. It's been a fun week, and we have one more day.
I know. All right. Well, we're going to let you get going on the F300, and we'll be back in a little bit to tell them how to get one.
Thank you so much, Blaine. Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to explore the wonderful world of the Juki Exceed. It is the HZL-F300 model, and this is a computerized sewing machine with lots of top-line features. It has 106 stitches built in, 16 professional buttonholes, and 3 fonts. So you can do a lot of things with this machine. You can make labels, you can decorative stitch, you can sew garments, you can quilt. So if you have someone in mind who's just starting to sew, this will take you further than the basics. If you have a graduate that is just setting up a house, and this is a great machine for those purposes. So let's take a quick tour of it, and then we'll get into some sewing on the F300. Starting up here, I have an automatic tension. You can adjust the tension on this machine, but generally there's not a lot of need to. The stitch quality is absolutely perfect. I have a thread cutting. I have the needle up down function. And these are the things I was talking about that are on top of the line machines. So this is really well equipped. I have a speed control. I also have a button that I can actually make the machine run without the foot pedal, and I'll show you that in a bit. I have a reverse button, and then I'm going to go over here to the side panel. In front, I have an LCD screen, and based on what you select, the LCD screen is going to show you the stitch. It's also going to show you the stitch settings that you can adjust. It also suggests the foot to use for that particular stitch. And then down here, this is the main panel. And then if I want to access all the stitches, now up here on the top, it shows you all the offerings. So the decorative stitches, I can just select my buttonholes, applique stitches here, and decorative here. And then if I select the heart, I have access to all the programmable decorative stitches, as well as the fonts and the numbers. On the side panel here, I have some choices. I have, there we go. I have that I can lock the stitch and cut the threads. I can have the needle, and when I choose these, they come up on the LCD screen. Okay, so I know that they're activated. I can also choose needle up down, whether I want it to land in the fabric or up. I have multi-pattern. These are for your decorative stitches, or single pattern. And I have mirror image. And then this is the setting, so you can go inside the machine and change them to your preference. You can change the needle position. You can change the foot control to not cut. This machine actually has a function that you can cut the threads with the ankle of that power pedal. So if I go in here and highlight that, I can select if I want to turn that off or on, that function. Okay. And here is where you would set up the setting of the LCD screen and all that good stuff. So some great offerings here. The accessories, if I take the accessory tray off, it turns into a free arm machine, and that's really nice for hemming, for top stitching cuffs, wherever you need that little space for necklines, sleeves, that sort of thing. Down here, I have the feed dog lever, so I can raise and lower those feed dogs for freeform embroidery, freeform quilting. Okay, so I'm going to put that right back on. And we're going to take a look at the foot control, or the presser foot, because it is a snap on and off foot. I just push the button in the back and it'll snap them off, and I just line them up, put the presser foot down, and they snap back on. This is the standard presser foot. And then if I open the accessories, you can see that you get a decorative stitch foot. This is also nice for the manual buttonhole. I also have an overcasting foot, a blind hem foot, zipper foot that you can snap on either side, and you can use that needle position too to create amazing zippers and insert them on this machine. You got bobbins, you've got the lint brush, seam ripper, everything you need to get started sewing. This is an easy threading system. I'm going to start with the bobbin because it's a drop-in bobbin. So it's really easy to access. It comes in and out pretty easily. And then to thread it, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put it in the bobbin case. And then there's a numbered system down here. So you just start with 1, go around 2, and then around 3, and you can cut the thread right here. That's actually a thread cutter right in the machine. And so my bobbin is all set. Okay, my bobbin, my needle thread, I can show you how to do that too, because it's real easy on the F300. I'm going to start here. And again, this is a numbered system. So I'm just going to go to the back. I'm going to come down, go around 3, go up through the take up lever and straight down 5, and then 6. 7 is the needle threader. So if I go up to 7, I just push it in here. And then on the side of the machine, there is a thread cutter. So that is number 8. So once I have that all done, I hope you can see this, that I can just push this down and it's going to thread that needle. And it makes a little loop that I'm just going to pull to the back. So very easy threading. Okay. So I'm just going to put this through my standard presser foot. Okay. And let's get started sewing. Let's see how beautiful that quality of that stitch is. And now I'm realizing that I hope you can see this stitch. I have some white fabric too that we can test on. So I'm just going to start with the straight stitch. And I do have a speed control. If I unplug my power pedal, now I can just use this button to go, and then I can use my speed to control on the side to go fast or slow. So I can stop that, and then with the ankle of the power pedal or this button up here, I can just simply cut the threads. So it does a really beautiful stitch, very nice and balanced. Now, one of the stitches on this machine that I love, because it's on my 4000 Juki 2, it is the 1/4 inch. So I'm going to select stitch number 2. On the screen, you can see that it's actually moved the needle. So when I use the edge of the presser foot as the guide, it's going to give me a perfect 1/4 inch seam. Now, why that it, oops, stop please. Thank you. There we go. That is an easy way to get that 1/4 inch seam. Okay, but let's talk about why that's so cool. I like it because it fully engages the feed dog system. On this machine, you have a box feeding system. It doesn't pull the fabric through, it actually feeds it through in a box formation. So that prevents shifting of fabric, especially when you have a fabric sandwich like in a quilt. So that is a superior feeding system on the F300. Now, for the price of this machine, you get 106 stitches, buttonholes. It is just fantastic. So let's take a look at that buttonholer. If I take the accessory tray out, I have a professional style buttonhole foot in here. Okay, this is an easy foot because it's a snap-on foot. So I'm just going to snap off my standard presser foot, and I'm going to bring this in from the back because it's so big, and then I'm just going to snap it on right here. Okay, and then I'm going to plug it in on the side. Okay, now I also am going to put a button in the foot. Now in the back of the foot, and let me show you this. We can put that off and on again. I'm going to just unplug it. This is where you put your button. So it's going to size that button perfectly for you. So you put the button in there, and then once you have it on, it'll just sew out that buttonhole. Camera person, do you see my button? I don't know where we put it. Well, we'll just leave it open. Okay, and actually you can use a bobbin too. Let's use a bobbin, but normally I would put a button in there. So that'll just measure that button perfectly. So I'm going to snap this back on. Okay, and I'm going to plug that in again on the side. Okay, so we're all set to make a buttonhole. And what I'm going to do, it's funny, I matched all my thread and fabric today. But I'm going to put that under the presser foot, just like that. Okay, and I'm going to lower that presser foot, and I'm going to select the buttonhole. And I'm just going to begin sewing. And it's going to sew from front to back. Finish the bar tack. And then secure the buttonhole. And I'm just going to cut the thread and take it out. What a beautiful buttonhole that is. And wasn't that easy? All right, I'm going to unplug the presser foot for buttonholes and take that right off. It's a snap-on foot, which is so nice. All right, and then I'm going to go and show you some decorative aspects. I'm going to put our little accessories back in. Okay, and I'm going to put the decorative foot on. Why this is really nice is because it has a little tunnel down here for satin stitching, for appliques. You can see your stitches really well with this foot. And again, I'm just snapping this on. Okay. So a couple little things about this machine that I noticed that I really like. I'm going to do a satin stitch in a minute. But I wanted to show you when I just select the regular straight stitch, what I can do is I can adjust that stitch width. And because we're on a straight stitch, what it's doing is it's moving over my needle. So if I want to edge stitch or top stitch, it's an easy way to change that needle position. Now I'm going to go to zigzag. And what I can do is I can take the zigzag from 0 to 7 millimeters. And I'm going to take the stitch length real close so I get a nice satin stitch. So I'm going to start at about, let's try at 4 and see how that looks. Oh, that looks beautiful. I'm going to take it down one more to 3. I'd like a really nice solid satin stitch. And that's at a width of 6, but I can take that down or up. I can take it all the way to 7, or I can make that a narrow satin stitch. And I'm just cutting my thread, but what a beautiful stitch I got. And that's on a 0.3 length. It is solid and it looks beautiful. So other options here, I have a decorative stitch section, and when I move the arrows, I can access more stitches. For example, we just did a buttonhole, so I'll show you some of those. There are 16 built in. They're rounded, they're keyhole. I couldn't ask for more buttonholes. That is just so nice. So I'm going to go back to 1, 2, 3, and then I can go to the applique stitches. And there are several built in that are so nice just for applique. So I'm going to just choose one of them and sew. And keep in mind, you can adjust the width and length on these stitches as well. Okay. And to access the programmable stitches and the letters and numbers, I just select the heart. And the one nice thing about this machine is I have a memory down here. I have 10 folders that I can memorize the combinations that I put together. So I'm just going to sew out Juki for you so you can see how well this stitches out. Okay. So now I've got Juki on the screen. I took it out of my folder. Okay, and that did just the Juki and stop, just like I programmed it. And look at those beautiful letters. Okay, very nice. Let me try some more lettering for you, just from what I've memorized. I think it's really nice to make labels for quilts and different garments. So I'm going to select another one that I've put in the machine. Okay, and this one just says Love Mom. And it ties off those letters, and then I can just cut my threads and I'm done. Look at that. Beautiful. Let me show you how to program those letters and decorative stitches because it's really quite easy. So again, to access the letters and numbers, I just touch the heart, and then I can use my arrow keys to select the letters. Okay, and I've got that in there. So let me just we're going to clear this because it's in my memory. I don't have to worry about losing that. So if I wanted to put Love Mom or Love Grandma in, what I do is go to the group of letters, and there's uppercase, so I can choose that for the L. Okay, and then I'm just going to touch OK. I'm going to go to the O, but I want a lowercase letter, so I'm going to keep paging through the letters. There it is. So I just select that. And then I'm going to go to the V, and I want a lowercase v, so I'm going to keep going. Got it. And E. Okay. And then the space is down here, so I'm going to just touch the space. And we'll go find the M, and we want an uppercase M. And then I'm going to go to the O, got that lowercase o. And then again, I'm going to go to the M, and then we're all set. So I programmed that in. To memorize it, I just select a folder, okay, and then select OK. And now I can put those in the memory, and I have that saved. Now, if I want to sew it, I just select OK, take it out of the memory, and it'll confirm that. And then I can just sew. Great, ties off that stitch again, and I can just cut those threads, and I'm all set. Beautiful. I can also combine decorative stitches. So if I go to the ABC and I select the heart, you can put the numbers in from up here. So I'm just going to select the scallop and just select OK. And I'm going to clear the rest of this out. Again, I have that in memory. And then if I wanted to do another scallop, I can do 13 again. And then if I want a mirror image, I can mirror image that second one. So you can put in decorative stitches, you can combine them, you can combine lettering. You get 16 professional buttonholes on this machine. So, and then what I can do here, I'm going to sew this out so you can see this. It's going to sew out my scallops. And if I want to repeat those scallops, I just touch the pattern repeat button. So it's going to sew until I go to single pattern. I like touching single pattern when I'm almost done with my row so that I get a complete stitch. So when I'm ready to almost go down, and this is a pretty big stitch, so I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to go back to single pattern so that it sews that pattern, and then we'll stop. Just like that. Beautiful. So I'm going to cut that thread, and those are my scallop stitches. And I've just used that mirror image function to have one and then one flip over. So think of the endless combinations of decorative stitches, letters, numbers you can program in. You can also do a lot of garment sewing. You can do quilting. It is equipped with that 1/4 inch seam so that you are ready, set, go. And we have a few minutes left. The other thing I can show you is how easy it is to wind a bobbin. So I have my presser foot up. And remember, when that presser foot up, that tension is open. And on the F300 or the series of HZL, you're going to always start with that metal piece right in front. And then I'm going to go around this thread guide up on top, and you want to make sure it gets under that disc so you have some tension. I'm going to take a bobbin and put that on top. And what I like to do, I like this with every Juki machine I own. I go around about 4 times, and then I cross the thread, okay? And I'm going to hold on to this. There we go. I should clip it. There we go. And it will wind that bobbin evenly and beautifully until it's fully has thread on it. Very smooth, quiet machine. But with that computerized technology, it's easy to select stitches. It's easy to get into the decorative stitches. This is a full-on machine that you can do a lot of different things with. So our bobbin's almost done. You can see that it just released. And now I can raise it. There's a thread cutter right here too. I'm amazed these days how many top of the line features now come on our machines. And boy, when I started sewing, I would have loved to have needle up, down, or the thread cutting. So again, rethreading that bobbin, very easy to do. And I'm just going to put the cover on top. And we can review threading too, because it's so easy. 1, 2, 3 through that take up lever, down in front of the needle. And then again, that's your needle threader. And I'm going to close this door so you can see that that's just going to push that thread through for me. And I've got a complete machine. This machine does also come with a cover, and I am sure that Blaine has some great deals for you. And I'm just going to get it back on the regular setting. So if you have any questions on the F300, I know it'll exceed your expectations. It is a wonderful machine. It can also do, maybe I have a little more time to show you that it can also sew very heavy fabrics. Any Juki that you buy is going to be very sturdy and can handle from thick to thin fabric. So I'm just going to use my needle up down, sew through some denim, and when I pivot, that needle down is great. So again, just a very strong, sturdy Juki. This is the F300 Exceed, and I'm going to hand it to Blaine to tell you how to get it, or if you have any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Kelly. And we'll see you again tomorrow.
Look forward to it, Blaine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. That is the F300 by Juki. We're going to tell you how you can get this now. And again, you can give us a call for anything that you even don't see on the show. We have a lot of products that are on our special. So, give us a call. If it's something that you haven't seen on the show, you're inquiring about, almost everything we have machine-wise is we have a Hoop Fest special. But again, guys, this is the F300 Juki. It's $574.99. We do have a call-in special, but we have a free bonus. You're getting free 20 free bobbins, 100 free needles with this, and also free shipping nationwide. Give us a call, 800-401-8151. All right, guys, we are going to give something away before we head into our next one.
Okay.
And I say let's give an LB5000. What do you think? Another sewing machine away. What do y'all think? Wow. This is a sewing and embroidery machine. This is the original price is $1,000, right at $1,000, $999. And we're going to give one of these away right now. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Woohoo.
Here we go. Counting it down. Claudia McDaniels. Congratulations, Claudia. She is watching today from YouTube. So, Claudia, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv and scroll down toward the bottom of that page when you get there where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information completely and then hit submit. And then we will get your new machine, your new Brother LB5000 sent out to you next week.
Woohoo!
All righty. So we are ready to go to our next presenter. And guys, we have a Baby Lock back in the house. And we're going to talk all about the Baby Lock Meridian. Now, you've heard me talk about the Altair. Now, the Altair is the sewing and embroidery machine. This is just the embroidery side only. So it has the same interface as the Altair, but this is the Meridian embroidery only. And we have Anna Avery Vaughn back in the house. She's going to tell us all about it. And, Anna fell in love with quilting several years ago, has never looked back. And she is a Baby Lock educator, and we've had her on our shows before. She is awesome. So welcome back to the show, Anna.
Hi. Hey, everyone. Thank you for having me back. Super excited to be here and ready to get to show this great machine.
We are too, Anna, so I'm going to let you take it away, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this Meridian.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. I'm back. I was here on Monday, and I got to show you some really great stuff about the Baby Lock Meridian. What is the Baby Lock Meridian? Well, it is an embroidery only flatbed machine that is made by Baby Lock, which to me is quite my favorite. I absolutely love the product and the education, everything you get along with Baby Lock. I have been a Baby Lock educator for a couple years now, and I couldn't ask for a better job. However, the reason why I'm here is to talk about that pretty little machine behind me. Now, what's the difference in a just embroidery only machine? Basically, you don't have the sewing aspect to it. But that's okay, because what I love about having an embroidery only machine in the sewing room is that I can be sewing over here on my, let's say, Baby Lock Soprano while my Meridian is going. And it's nice to have that separation so I don't have to, switch over the machines. It's just something nice to have. And why the Meridian? Well, the Meridian is a very large machine, which is really fun. It has a 11 and a quarter, I believe, workspace. So you know what that means? Huge hoops. And let's talk about those really, really quickly. So the largest hoop on the Baby Lock Meridian is 9.5 by 14. Do you know how big that is? It's a hula hoop. Look at this thing. So I can do large designs, kind of like that little jellyfish back there. You see that? Oh, let me get this out of the way. You see that little jellyfish back there? That is a huge embroidery design. So if I wanted to put that on a jacket or on, I don't know, a shower curtain or something like that, I need a large hoop. And that's what the Meridian is known for their large embroidery space. Now, what other size hoops can I use? Anything below the 9.5 by 14. So my favorite hoop is the 9.5 by 9.5 because I am a quilter, and that means that I can quilt in the hoop. I am a terrible free motion quilter, so this makes me look really good. The Meridian makes me look like I am an awesome quilter, and I love that. There's also a 5x7, which I'll show you in a moment, and 4x4. Now, you're looking at these and you're going, what are those little markings? Well, here's the thing. And what I'm actually going to show you today, if you want to see a really deep dive into it, go back to Monday's demonstration and you can see some really cool things. But what I wanted to show you today is how to use the hoops in conjunction with the IQ app. And basically, if you're familiar with like the Baby Lock Destiny, you know there was a camera built in. Now we use it wirelessly on the Meridian and the Altair. So there is a wireless aspect to this machine. And I do need to give you a little, we have had major storms today, so hopefully everything will work smoothly. It is pouring outside, but I'm going to try my hardest to show you exactly how this works. It's super neat. So these little guys work along with the app to shoot the image over to the machine so I can do whatever I want. Because I have this special little digitizing program built into the Meridian, I can do almost anything I want. And what is that, you ask? It's IQ Designer. IQ Designer is this great creative tool to use in your embroidery. So exciting. So I do want to show you that. And of course, I'll show you some other aspects of the machine. But I would really love to start with showing you how we can take and put a quilt in the hoop, and I can quilt in specific areas by using IQ Designer and the IQ app. So I'm going to switch over to my little table and I'm going to show you something fun. It's really cool. And this app is what I'm going to show you today. There's multiple uses. This is just one of those uses. So here we go. All right, let me figure out how to do this. There we go. Hopefully this shows up. There she is. All right. I have this adorable Riley Blake quilt, table runner that I really have a lot of space to play with. And if you're looking along with me, you can see there's this great star in the center, but I have this area right here that needs a little bit of love. So I can put quilting just in this area. Now, can I come in here and put quilting just in this area? Heck yeah, I can. I've got IQ Designer. So you can see this thing is fully done. I've already quilted it. I've just done straight line quilting. So I want to put something extra in the center here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open it up, and I'll start on this one because it's nice and you can see everything. And here's the 5x7 hoop. Now, since I just want to do this area right here, I'm just going to use this smaller hoop. And all you have to do is just like anything, you know, I might make this a little easier. I'm going to come down to this end because I always want this part of my hoop on the left-hand side of me. And it just makes life easier. Okay, so I am just going to hoop this. Now, does it matter for IQ Designer if I hoop perfectly straight? No, 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 no. So I may not be the greatest hooper. So again, just like in the quilting aspect, IQ Designer makes me look like I am a great hooper as well as a free motion quilter. All right, so I'm just going to open it up, pop this little puppy in. Let me get onto the side of here. And yes, I'm not using any stabilizer. I'm just quilting in the hoop. That means I have my normal 3 layers. I have my quilt top, my batting, and my backing. And look, it's already completed. This is my last step. Now, could I have done this before? I just need to loosen it up a little. Could I have done this before binding and all that? Sure, I could have. But, you know, I'm a last minute girl. So, all right, so I'm just going to place it in the hoop, tighten it up a little bit, and then I'm going to take it right over to my machine after I do this fun little step. Let me grab my iPad here. I should have already popped it out, sorry. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my iPad and find my app real quick. I know I'm off to the side here, but just don't want to make you sick by scrolling. Of course, I have everything on here. Aha. So if you can see right here, I have some IQ apps. Now I have a Solaris, so this is the IQ monitoring app. But the black one is the IQ positioning app. And what I want to make sure of first is that I am connected to my machine. So by selecting the settings key, I can see I name my machines. My Meridian's name is Mabel. I can see that she is connected because it's on the same Wi-Fi as my machine is on. So you always make sure you do that. If you have a Wi-Fi that has 2 different numbers, make sure they're connected to the same one. And we have tons of training out there for you. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is I want to select embroidery. Here we go. And it's going to tell me to hold this up high. And you're not going to really be able to see this, but it's taking a picture. Hold on. I'm doing a very bad job. And it's telling me to hold. And there. So you see how that's crooked? That doesn't matter to me. All I'm going to do now is select send to the machine. Okay. The other thing I can do is I can select IQ Designer and take another picture. I'm doing it again. I know you can't really see that, but there it is again. Send to the machine. And that'll send it over to IQ Designer. So I can use that for creating a design. I can also, on this, select an image for creating design. So let's say I have saved, and I should have had this prepared. Let me look real quick before. So basically, I can send over a line design. Let's find one. Okay, great. So, all right. So I'll show you how that works too. So select an image for creating a design, and then I'm going to scroll up. You can see all of my sewing, and I can send over this rose design, that right there, and I can send that over and turn that into embroidery. Send to machine, and I'll show you exactly where that's at. Sent to IQ Designer. All right, so I'm done with that part. That's how quick it was. So let's head over to the machine. Okay, and I will definitely show you some samples here in just a few moments, as soon as we get done. Let's see. Yeah, the app is amazing. Okay, let's get over to, there she is. And I'm going to turn off one little light so we don't have a glare. All right, that'll be much better. Okay, so what's happening with that? So I've got my quilt over here, and let me back this up just a hair so you guys can see the full screen there. And I do use a wired mouse. You can't use a wireless one, but a wired mouse to help me along. So I'm going to select on IQ Designer. I'm going to take a look at that screen and make sure you can see everything. Just going to get her a little more adjusted there. Okay, so now what I want to do is I can click on this little button right here, and all I have to do is select the wireless key. And I'm going to start looking for my images. There it is right there. That is the picture that I took with the IQ app. So I'm going to select set. And there it is in the background. Now, I can make it, let's see if we can get a little bit closer, because really all I need are these keys right here that I'm about to show you. I can get a little bit closer, or excuse me, a little bit darker. So I am going to come right down here at the bottom. 1 second, let's show you that. And I can make it a little bit brighter so I can see where I'm going to be working. All I want to do is put quilting or decorative fills in this area right here. And you see how it's a little crooked? No worries. It doesn't matter, because using the IQ app, I can draw the lines a little askew, and they're going to embroider directly in the area. So let's see if we can zoom in a little bit. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to come in here, and I want to put some fills. So I have 2 different tools here in my IQ Designer. I have line properties, this grouping of 4. The grouping below it is the fill properties. We're going to start with the line properties. I'm going to click this little button, and I'm going to click this guy right here. Oh, sorry. Let's make sure you can see that. There we go. We're going to click that line right there. And then I am going to select a color, just because I can. Let's see what's going to show up good on this one. Let's do, I don't know. It's so many decisions. Let's do a pink. And then I will select OK. So now all I have to do is click in the areas that I want that box to be. So I'm going to click here. And oops, yep, that's right. My bad. All right, here we go. We're going to start over. And I'm going to draw. I'm not sure if you can you see that line right there moving around? So I'm going to draw to the next corner, drop it, then draw down. And of course, I would take my time a little bit more, and I'm drawing 1 across here. Now these will connect. And then I would take more time, and now I'm going to connect them to the end here. Boom, there we go. So they're now connected. Now all I have to do, if I connected everything correctly, is I'm going to lighten it up to show you the box. See that box? That's where I'm going to put my decorative stitches. You can see how crooked it is. Does not matter, because when I pull it out of the hoop, it's going to be straight. All right, so I'm going to go a little lighter just so I can see my fill stitches. So this grouping of 4 right here are your fill stitches. And I'm going to go pick a pretty one. Now I can do stippling, or I have these beautiful built-in decorative stitches. Decorative fills. So here's a floral one. Now there's a lot of roses on my quilt. So I'm going to use this little rose motif right here. Select OK. And I'll select that same, I think that's the same thing, and say OK. Now all I have to do is, you can kind of see it right there. There's your fill. All I have to do is select the bucket and tap in that box. And there's my fill stitch. Now, when we go to the next screen, let me back it up a little bit. When we go to next, down here at the bottom, that's when I'm going to be able to adjust, even my camera is crooked. There we go. I'm going to be able to adjust the stitch width, the stitch length, the design width, all that. So I'm going to select next, and oh, let me bring it into center here. There she is. It's just a box. There's my box. But down here at the bottom, right over here, you can see where it says 100%. That means I can make the roses bigger, or I can shrink them down smaller. So I'm going to make them kind of big. So I'm going to go to 150. I can also turn the direction of the design, and I can turn, it automatically has an outline that's built in around it. I can turn that off. I'm going to turn that off since I drew the box already. And then I'm going to select set. And there we go. Now, if I want to see what that's going to look like, I'm going to select preview. Okay. And this is what the design will look like. Oops, I just noticed that I did something silly. And I'm going to return. So do you see this thick pink line out here? I didn't choose the correct line for my design. I chose, it automatically defaults to a satin stitch. So I'm going to select return, return, and I'm going to come back to those line properties, and I'm going to tell it that I want a single stitch. Now, do I have to have that stitch on? No. I can let it look like true free motion quilting by selecting this little key right here, which I think will do. And this is the no sew line. It just gives me that box I drew. I just turned it into a boundary, basically. So next, now let's see what it looks like. And I will zoom in a little bit for you so you can see. Let's go to the next page. Oh, can I do that here? I can. So that's what the stitching is going to look like in that center box. Is that not beautiful? So now look how good, when I stitch that out, unfortunately I don't have time to stitch it out today, but when I stitch that out, look, you can see in the background my design or my quilt. Now if I darken it up, depending on what color thread I use, I'm going to have a beautiful quilting motif right in that center. Is that not cool? I love this. So when I hit set and say okay, I put my hoop on. My hoop's already hooped. Remember, we put it in that hoop, so it has not moved. It's going to stitch, and this may be a little dark, but it's going to stitch directly in that center area. Is that not amazing? That is so cool. Okay, well, it's fussing at me right now. Now, I think what I'll do is I'll just put the hoop on because it's asking me to. And just so you can see. Let's see how long this would take, because I could show you some samples. Oh, this is going to take 4 minutes. You know what? I'm going to stitch it out because it's only going to take 4 minutes, and I can show you some samples while we're doing that, if that sounds good to you. So all I have to do, and you can see right here, here she is. Sad face. No, I don't want a sad face. Go for it. I love it. Okay, well, let's go for it. So I'll just start. And I'm going to turn the camera back over to me. And sorry for the little bit of noise. It is a very quiet machine. I absolutely love it. Okay, but let me show you. And it's a little dark in here today, isn't it? Well, I think that's because of the rain. Yes, Jenny. Yes. Yes, that it's IQ. You know, my design center is similar. So Yes, there you go. All right, well, let me show you some quick samples while that's stitching out. Okay, so this is one that most of the Baby Lock educators have a private Facebook group where we show different techniques using our machines. And this is one technique that I showed. And remember, Baby Lock is all about education. So we have our Baby Lock Sew Ed classes. We have Baby Lock sanctioned groups. And we have, again, our educators have our own, private groups where we teach. But we've got July the 4th coming up, and this one is really fun. I really had a lot of fun designing this because remember the rows that I showed you that you could send over and fill in and do all that? Now you can do something similar. So actually I designed this one myself. There are hearts built in as shapes. So this is my little homage to the USA, so the USA flag. So what I did was I have a heart. I just blocked off some area that's at rows, and then I designed it with lines, and I put different motifs in there. So you can see there's like a little crackle here. There's a pretty little, I don't know what that's called. And then I brought some little stars in, and I'm always backwards, but these are filled in. So I can not only use fill stitches as these open quilted areas, I can also make it satin. And then, you can do you can play with the stitches and do the borders as well. And then the background. So you can create this whole pillow in the hoop pretty much. What is on the phone? Is SMP taking trade-ins this week? Well, we'll have to explain that. The app is called IQ Positioning App. Another one I love to show using that same feature, I cannot believe how dark it is in here. I must be having lighting problems, is by hooping one of the panels like this. And you can see each petal is using a different decorative motif. So I'm just going to run that across slowly. So this is something fun that you can work on. How fun. We're almost done over here. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, I did good. So using the fills again, and I showed this one the other day, but I just love it, this is a pre-bought design by Hope Yoder, and I use those line shapes and the fill properties to create this cute little table runner. So there's so many. We're almost done right here. And wow, did I do good. Now, normally I would put the same color thread in my bobbin as I would on top. I wasn't prepared for that. So on the back, I'm going to leave it, but on the back I would normally do that. So she is almost done. And here's another way you can look at the fill stitches. And what I say is when you get your machine, go ahead and build yourself a stitch book, meaning stitch out all the fill stitches, change the sizes, stitch out those sizes, and that way you can learn, or you'll have a guide per se. But let's see what we just did here. Y'all ready? This is so pretty. I happen to have the perfect thread in too, because I'm a pink girl, so the pink was in there, and hopefully you can see that stitching. If not, I'll put it on camera. Oh my goodness. Look how it fit in perfectly. That makes me look like I am a good quilter. How pretty is that? So now I only have 2 more to do. And, what you don't want to do is just hoop one of them and send this over. You're going to have to do the IQ app for each section. That's because each section, maybe I sewed it a little wonky over here or, something like that. So, but how pretty is that? And the roses fit perfectly. Dang, I'm proud of myself. Now, if I had the correct thread on the back, this is my white embroidery thread, which doesn't look bad, but it would look a little bit sweeter. Yeah, it is perfect, isn't it? I know, I get so excited. I love it. So let me show you that. Let's see, do we have a couple? Oh, I have a couple more minutes. So I'm going to show you the rows. And It's going to be something similar to this right here. Now, this is my faux stained glass. I use the iridescent film just to kind of fill it in. But I want you to look at these fill stitches right here. Okay, so I'm going to show you the rows real quick, and then I'm going to hand it over to Blaine. So this will only take me a second. All right, here we go. And the other thing is you need one of these in your life today, right now. Especially, I saw the price that he's offering at this. Guys, you need it. It's so good. So good. Okay. Here we go. Let's get back over to the screen real quick, and I'm going to show you that rose that I sent over. And I'm so sorry for the... See if we can brighten it up a little bit. Just a little. Okay, so we're going to jump back over to IQ. All right. And remember, we sent over an image of that rose. I'm going to click on, and again, you will learn all this with your classes and such. So I'm going to select not USB, Wi-Fi, because I send it over Wi-Fi. And it's going to be this top one right here, and I'm going to select set. And it's going to bring in this, oops, you know what I didn't do? I did it wrong, so we're going to cancel. I need to select line design first. And I'm going to do that same process. And the line design actually goes through and puts lines where your black lines are of the rows. All right, look how that's already turned into stitches. Let's zoom in a little bit. I just digitized all by myself. Yay. So I'm going to select set, and I'm going to turn down the background so we can see our rows. This is going to be gorgeous stitched out. And now I can just go through and put colors wherever I want. Now, can I put little fill stitches? Sure. Or can I put a full fill stitch? Absolutely. Now I'm just going to go through this really quickly, and I'll leave the red on, and each section I tap will be stitches. Now, what I would do is probably do variations of red or pink, not because I'm a pink girl. But let's go get a green. But we're a little, I want to make sure we get enough time here. I'm also going to change my line to a triple stitch. So hopefully if I tap, 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 and like I said, you will, once you learn all the techniques, you'll know what I'm doing here. I'm going to select next, preview, okay. And I have just digitized that rose. Did you see how fast I did that? Huh? Now again, I would go in and do some variations in color and all that. And so basically, that is what I did with this little girl, except for in the tulip part, I put very tiny decorative, very tiny stippling stitch. And you see that satin stitch right there? I just selected the satin stitch and changed the size. But you see the full fill stitch on the outside and the leaves. Isn't that fun? So there's a lot of stuff you can do, and you have so many options to play and to explore and to make your own things. What else can we make? I got a couple moments. So what else can we make? We can do freestanding stuff. That's my favorite, freestanding. I can make bookmarks. I can make gift tags. Look how cute that is. I can make key fobs. I can make in the hoop mug rugs. You can design your own in the hoop mug rug. Here's another one. Now I keep my pens on this. I've taught where you can make your own in the hoop book cover by using IQ Designer. The embroidery designs are stunning. Now there are 494 built-in designs. Use those. They're gorgeous. It has a needle beam. It has auto threading. It has everything you need to make your creative experience so much fun. One other thing I love to show is how well it stitches on faux fur. Look how beautiful that is. I mean, There's so much to it. You can do so many things. And yeah, I only have a minute, but I want to, with that minute, Blaine, I'm just going to grab something. I'm going to show you also what you can get. This is a separate purchase, but this helps you learn IQ Designer. This is the Baby Lock Sew Ed Mastering IQ Designer book. I have a project in there, but there's all kind of tutorials in there to make great projects. Okay, I want to thank you all so much for spending your time with me, and I hope you all have a great day, and I hope there's one of these girls under your July and Christmas tree. All right, everyone. Back to you, Blaine. Thank you so much.
Well, hey, Anna, thank you so much for coming on the show, and a great demonstration again. And we sure do appreciate everything you do for us.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everyone.
All right, guys. So that was the Baby Lock, and we're going to tell you all about how you can get this Meridian. Now, guys, this is the embroidery only version. You know, they have the Altair, which is the sewing and embroidery. We have that available as well, but this is just the embroidery only. Guys, look at that price, $5,999. We have free shipping nationwide, and we have some finance available. But better than that, we have a call-in special. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. You're going to be extremely happy if you make that phone call, if you've been in the market for one of these machines. I tell you what, you will not be disappointed with the machine whatsoever. It is so awesome, and there's all kinds of supporting videos and things that you can watch to help you with it. All right, guys, we're going to move on, and guys, up next, we are going to be talking all about the SWF 15-needle multi-needle embroidery machine. And hey, we have Garrett McMinn. He's the sales manager at SWF. He's been with them for over 10 years. He started out as a tech. He's worked his way up, so he knows this machine inside and out. And guys, we are so happy to have him back on the show. So welcome back, Garrett.
Hey, Blaine, good to be back for day 4. It's hard to believe that we're already to day 4 and tomorrow is the last day.
I know, it goes by so fast, you know, and we've been talking about the 12 needle, but now we're talking about the 15 needle. And man, what a great machine this is. And I'm going to let you take it away, and then I'll come back and tell them all how they can get one.
Sounds great. We'll get right into it. So today I'll go over the main features and stuff again in case you guys missed any of the prior 3 days. We'll go over the main features, how the machine comes in the crate, the setup time, the assembly, and then I will get into the cap system as well. I want to show you guys how simple it actually is to set up your cap system. Go ahead and run a cap for you. Because that is flat embroidery and cap embroidery. Some people are a little bit more kind of daunted by the cap embroidery. I think it's a lot more hard to do, which is actually not, and I'll show you how easy it is. But from the setup of the machine, or from whenever you get it out of your crate, the machine is essentially going to come like this. So the 15 needle actually requires less setup than the 12 needle. Your thread rack is already going to be on the machine. All of your thread is already pre-routed through the head. So that allows you to grab any cone of your choosing, doesn't matter the brand or the color. Put it on here, you tie a knot on the back, you can pull it straight through the front for basically whatever factory thread is in there, that's going to replace it with your thread, so you don't have to sit here and thread them all the way through. You can if you want, but I highly advise tying it on the back, pulling it through. It makes it very quick. And then you would install your control panel as well. We've simplified the control panel a lot by only making it 4 plugs to connect the machine or the panel to the machine. And then with those 4 plugs as well, every plug is different, so you can't plug it in wrong. I've ordered electronics and stuff before, and you have on the back of electronics, you got 10 different slots where you can plug something in. They're all the same plug, and you got to pay attention to the labeling and make sure you don't get it wires crossed or anything. With this here, like I said, every plug is different, so you can't plug it in wrong. 2 bolts to assemble that onto the machine and plug it in, and then the stand is down here as well. So the stand comes with the machine. It's only 5 components, so you have your 2 side legs. You're going to have a middle shelf and a top shelf, and then your tabletop for the machine to sit onto. So overall setup time, you're only looking at about 1 hour to 2 hours, depending on if you got any help or not, but about 1 hour to 2 hours, and you're ready to actually start your embroidery and go ahead and start your first stitch. And along with like the tying on the thread and getting the control panel going, setting the stand up, we have videos on everything pertaining through the full setup process and getting to your first stitch, and then also videos explaining the control panel. So you'll get the machine in very easy to where on your first day of having the machine, you can go ahead and start embroidering and getting comfortable with the machine. So it does come with the quick change cap system as well. I'll pull that off before we start running it actually and show you guys. So the quick change cap system, this is really cool. The brackets on the cap driver are identical to our hoops that I'll show you in a minute. So what that means with your standard machine, I have to take my bolts and I have to pull these arms off of the machine. And then I have to grab my other set of bolts because they're different lengths for a cap driver versus the tubular arms or your hoop arms. And then I got to worry about the registration of the cap driver, making sure it's mounted correctly. So it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to change from a flat to a hat or vice versa from a cap to a flat. So it makes it very nice because like I said, I'll go ahead and put this back on here for you guys, show you how easy it really is. So it just slides on, get everything lined up, and you're going to hear it click in. So we took that, like I said, we took that process. It would usually run you about 5 to 10 minutes. And you can see there I pulled it off in about 5 seconds. When I put it back on, it took about 15 seconds. So it makes it really nice because you're running in your, whether it's a business or you're just doing it as a hobby, but if you're wanting to run shirts and hats and like a mixture of different garments, really nice because you don't have to really plan those out anymore because it does have the universal needle plate. So with your other standard machines, you do have to take the cap plate off or the flat plate to swap between the two materials. With ours, it is a universal needle plate. So anything you run on this machine, you don't have to change the needle plate either. But like I said, it just makes it very nice because you don't have to decide, hey, do I want to spend 5 to 10 minutes changing over to run one hat, knowing that I have some shirts to run later that's going to take another 5 to 10 minutes to switch it over. So we'll get into the actual hat running as well. So Kyle, if you want to zoom in to the cap gauge, I'll show you guys how simple it actually is to hoop a hat. Yep, down here. All right, so this cap gauge, basically it is an exact mirror of our cap system that I just showed you. So this is really cool because it comes with it. You can hook it to your stand of your machine, or it's adjustable down here. So any existing craft table that you already may have, you can go ahead and throw it on that as well. You're going to get, I'll show this in the video. So you're going to get 2 of these cap rings with the cap system as well, so I can have one on the machine running, go ahead and have my next one pre-hooped. So to get a hat hoop, I'm just going to slide this on there. It's going to click in for me. I can go ahead and run those levers down. And then this is what's called your lid frame. So your lid frame is going to secure our hat to the cap frame. So just let that sit down like so. I'm going to grab my hat, and the easiest way to do this, whether it's a structured hat, unstructured, I'm going to take the sweatband and just run it up like that. And with this hat, since it's a snapback, I went ahead and undid it, makes it a little bit easier. Take our backing, and where we have the sweatband pulled up on the hat, I'll get that a little bit lower for you guys. So I have my backing to where it's running right horizontal with my sweatband that I just turned out. So I'm going to take that, put it on, just get it centered there, and there is an alignment line here on the cap frame that's going to show us where center of our cap frame is. Pull this lid frame up. The back band is going to go behind. Right there, you can kind of see the back band is going behind the bill of the hat. The front band with the teeth is going in front. And what we're going to do there is I'm just going to kind of hold a little bit of attention on the right side, holding that band down. I'm going to have this front band with the teeth. I'm just going to put that in the seam across the hat all the way across to make sure it's going to lock in nice and snug. And there's a little latch on this other side. I just click that in there. And then now that it's hooped, we're going to release the red arms and pull this off. So just like that, it's as simple as hooping a hat. Like I said, you just want to make sure that sweatband or that lid frame with the teeth is in the seam of your hat all the way across. So go ahead and pan over to the machine, Kyle. And then to load this onto the machine, instead of trying to put it on like that, you can't get it on. Rotate it to the side, set it on there, and rotate it around, and you'll kind of feel it click in a little bit for you like that. And I'm just going to squeeze it and run the red levers down. So right there, my machine or the hat is on the machine ready to run. So I'll do a couple of commands off screen. I'll show you guys this right after we get done running. I'm going to grab my design. I'm going to rotate it 180 degrees. And then this machine is auto color change, auto thread cut. So once I give it the command to go, it's going to run for us. Two seconds, I chose the wrong color there. Move this our way. All right, now we'll give it the command to go. Alrighty, so our cap is done there. And that was actually running at 1,000 stitches a minute. So you can see that it is very quick. And like I said, the cap embroidery, even though it's a little different than flat, it is not hard to do at all. So you're able to hoop that and run it all within about 5-6 minutes there. So it makes it very simple. And then Kyle, if you want to go into the control panel, we'll show them all the features on there. Okay, so with this control panel, you can see I had the machine set on 1,000 there, ran the cap with no problem. So anything from a structured hat to an unstructured, the machine, with it being the 15 needle, has the bigger motors. So you're going to power through the hats, no problem. You can run puff embroidery as well, or 3D foam. Machine will also do like leather, like Harley jackets and all that, no problem because of the stronger motors. So with our control panel, we love this model here. The 12 needle and the 15 needle and all of our industrial models all share this same common control panel. That's just because it's so user friendly. Everything is simple. Every button has basically a different screen behind it, so you're not clicking into a bunch of different buttons to set up a design, or you're not confused on which button to press. So it's a 10.4-inch LCD full color touchscreen display. You do get the stylus that comes with it as well, the little yellow one that I have here. So basically you can go into it, you can grab your design, you can load designs via USB, or I can load it. The panel is Wi-Fi as well. So what that means is if I have a router in my home, or if I want to direct connect the machine to my computer, I can seamlessly burst designs over to the control panel without even using the USB. The other cool thing is I can preload all of my colors at my computer for my design and then send it to the machine. And then whenever I pull it up in the machine to run, it's good to go and ready to run. So if we wanted to pull one from the USB, I'll go back to the home screen. So all you do is go to design, go to USB. It's going to pull up all the available designs that I have on my USB here. So there are 2 USB slots in the back. And you can put in either one of those. And there's also 2 USB slots underneath if you want like to put it in more permanently and it not be in your way on the back of the control panel. So we'll grab our design that we would want to run. Go ahead and save it. And then when we pop into the memory screen, our design that we just loaded is right there. Whenever you click on it, it shows you all the sizing and stuff on your machine, what the size of the design is, how many stitches it is, how many colors. Go ahead and select it to run. And then this screen here, this is what we like to show as well, is it brings everything like I was explaining. You don't have to jump into a bunch of different screens because it goes ahead and goes to the next screen for you. So it shows us all of our design features here as far as the sizing of it, the total stitch count, the colors of it. And then if I want to edit anything, the 2 buttons right here will give me all the editing capabilities I need to run that. So for instance, if we just ran that hat and I want to run this design on the hat, I go into design, go to my angle, which is on a 0. So it's going to be your standard just for a t-shirt or anything. But if you want to run on the hat, you go to type in 180, select OK. And then now my design is going to be flipped 180 degrees. That way it runs correctly on the hat as well. Then you can go in and load all of your colors if you wanted to. The really cool thing here is all of these color blocks behind each number are fully customizable. So I can go in here and let's say I have pink on 1 right back here. I can select a pink color that I want, select the needle number 1, and then I got cream on like the other color here. So I'll find a cream color or something close. Select that for needle 2, and then hit save. And then now both of those options behind needle number 1 and needle number 2 have already changed. So that's cool because then once you get all of your threads and everything on the machine, you get all threaded up. You don't have to guess back here which cone is for each needle or what needle number it is. You can go directly here to the screen and it shows you right there exactly what color you're going to be selecting. The other cool thing is you can see where that part of the design, that H, is highlighted. So that's showing me I'm selecting the color for that specific part of the design. So I can select the color, it hops to the next one, shows me that's the second color in the design, and then so on. So it's going to keep popping to the next color in the design. I can load in all my colors I want to. Once I'm happy with it, hit close, and then I can hit load and save. And what that's going to do is all the settings that we just put into it with the rotation and the thread colors, if I hit yes here on selecting it to save, basically the next time that I go to pull that design up, it's going to automatically be flipped for me, and it's already going to have all my color codes already read in, ready to go, to where I'm just selecting the design, and I'm going to trace it out in my hoop as well. The other feature we'll get into is called the photo stitch and freehand stitch. So that's another cool option with our panel. So you have the SES button here. Select that. And what this allows you to do here, I'll zoom in on the screen where you guys can see. What this allows us to do is you can get somebody's signature, put it on a shirt or a quilt block or anything like that. You can do like a kid's hand. They can put their hand on the screen. You can trace it out. You can do anything you want to draw on the screen or anything you can draw. The machine will auto digitize and stitch out for you. So I'll select a big font there or a big brush. That way you guys can see it. Pick a color. We'll just do a smiley face here. So simple as that. You can draw whatever you want on the screen. If I'm happy with it, go ahead and hit the arrow. It's going to digitize it for us. And then now when we go into the control panel, we can select that design to run. Again, it brings up all the same features there to where I can choose my colors for the design. So it's showing us that we're selecting each color for the eye, the nose, or the mouth. And then once you're happy with the colors, you can load and save. So then something as simple as that, we just created the smiley face in the screen, loaded our colors, we're ready to run it. So same thing, if you're doing a signature, tracing somebody's hand, it's as simple as that. The photo stitch feature, so you can take a picture of like a landscape, picture of a family pet, anything like that, and you go to the landscape button here. And I do apologize because I do not have any images on the USB right now to show up. But if they were on the USB, they're going to show up right here on the screen. And what that's going to do is any image, it's going to digitize it to a CMYK logo or design, to where it's going to have 4 layers to it, to where this feature is going to look more like black and white imaging, to where then it'll be like a negative of the image, basically, to where then your machine will run it and you'll have like a stitch out, and the different shadows and stuff, the different effects will show up in the image. So then we'll go back out of there. With the design button as well, each design slot, so you have design and user, each slot contains, or each function there contains 200 design slots. So you have 200 fillable slots in each feature. So basically 400 total design slots. And then it has a stitch count capacity of 2.4 billion stitches. So huge memory. The cool thing with this is our customers don't find themselves having to delete designs to pull more designs in, because the memory is so big, which is a huge, huge plus, because if you're having to delete old designs that you really don't want to delete out of your machine, then the next time you're going to run them, you got to pull those in again. So with this big memory, it allows you to keep all those existing files in there and still upload more. So then, Kyle, if you want to go ahead and pan out, we'll go over the rest of the features of the machine and the hoops that it comes with. So we've already showed you guys the quick change cap driver. I'll go ahead and pull it off again just to show you how easy it is. Like I said, it is the same bracket as the hoops, so I can pull that off, store it anywhere I want to. And then your machine is going to come with 5 sets of flat hoops. Every set of hoops that we send is 2 hoops per set. So when you get 5 sets, you're actually getting 10 flat hoops. We're a huge industrial company that works with Nike, Under Armour, Perry Ellis, and these huge factories, and speed is everything for them. So they're wanting to be able to run their machines and keep everything very efficient. So we carry that same technology and that same thought process over to you guys as well. So with the 2 hoops of every size, what it allows us to do, we can have the one machine, go ahead and run a design on it. While that one's running, we're not waiting for this design to be done to pre-hoop our next logo. So if you're running 10 or 12 pieces of the same exact piece, or if you're doing quilt blocks or something, this one can be running. I can go ahead and pre-hoop my next one. For the machine, like I said, it's auto thread cut, auto color change, and auto origin. So whenever it's done with that first design, it's going to automatically go back and reset to the beginning of the design, pull this hoop off, grab my next pre-hooped one on, slide it on there, and just simply hit start. So once you set up your one design and you're running 10 or 12 of them, there's no resetting the control panel. You don't have to go in there and change any settings because it remembers everything. So this is our 4.5-inch hoop here, the round hoop. So you're going to get 2 of those. And then we have the 6-inch hoop here as well. You're going to get 2 of those. This is great for like your bigger left chest logos, baby onesies, anything like that. And then a little bit bigger round hoop is going to be our 8-inch round hoop. So like I said, we just send a very broad array of sizes. That way, no matter what job you're running, any hoop, or you can grab any hoop you need, and you shouldn't have any job that you encounter that you don't have a hoop size for. So this gets into our jacket backs. So this is the 12 by 12 jacket back hoop. So this hoop is great for running quilt blocks, applique, back of jackets. Like I said, it's going to fit everything like that. 12 by 12 inch on that, you're going to get 2 of those. And then this is the hoop that everybody loves as well. So this is a 14 by 10. So the 14 by 10 is going to give you a big sewing field side to side. To where if you are running like a Harley jacket or running a big applique or something, this is going to give you plenty of room to fit the design in there. And you're going to get 2 of those. And then I already showed you how to hoop a hat and the cap frames. So you're going to get 2 cap frames as well with the cap hooping gauge that we used earlier to hoop our hat. So total, you're getting 6 sets of hoops. So 5 sets of flats and then 1 set of these, which makes it a total of 12 hoops for the total machine. And then I'd like to get into the warranty and the service a little bit real quick, Blaine, before I pass it back over to you. So the warranty is a 7-year warranty on the machine, bumper to bumper. So that's great for our customers. If you ever encounter an issue, it will be covered underneath the warranty that you have there. Sewing Machines Plus has been a great sub-dealer of ours. They're great with customer service and their customer care. So if you purchase one through them, you won't have to worry about getting your machine fixed if it does have an issue. The other cool thing is we are the manufacturer. So if Sewing Machines Plus has an issue fixing your machine, they have a direct line to me and to our company to where we will get you fixed, because if it's Sewing Machines Plus's customer, it's our customer as well. So you can rest assured with the 7-year warranty and both of us helping you guys out with the machine, it's going to run for many more years to come. So Blaine, I'll pass it back over to you. You can walk through your sale you got over there and tell them how they can get one.
All right, Garrett, appreciate it, buddy. And guys, so we were just talking about the SWF 15 needle machine. And again, guys, you see the price right there on the screen. It's $15,999. Guys, now this weighs about 250 pounds. It's going to be shipped to you in a big wood crate. And, so you're going to have some help to get this thing set. But this is more of a commercial, industrial type machine. They've put the same motors and stuff that's in the industrial stuff. They put it in this machine, and it's basically got the same interface as the 12 needle. And so what they did with the 12 needle, they kind of geared it more toward consumer pro people that have home-based businesses or, just the hobbyists, because it's a lot lighter weight than this one. But the 15 needle, if you're wanting something that is a workhorse, this is the machine for you. This thing, you saw how easy it is to do the cap frame on there. But guys, we got a great special for you. So you're going to get, not only are you getting the machine, you're going to get the stand coming with it, and also you're going to get the cap frame or the cap driver with 2 cap frames. We're also going to throw in a double set of hoops. So you're getting 5 different sizes of hoops, and we're going to give you 2 of each size. That way, while your one's sewing out, you can have the other one be hooping. Give us a call if you have any questions about this machine. 800-401-8151. We have free shipping nationwide, and we also have financing available. Now, we also have the 12 needle. Now, the 12 needle, it's basically the same deal. It's $9,999. You're getting the free stand with that, the free cap driver with 2 cap frames, and then we're going to send you a double set of frames. So not only you get 5 different sizes, but you're going to get 2 frames of each size. Again, guys, we have financing available for that, and we have free shipping nationwide. So give us a call for either one, 800-401-8151. Guys, SWF has the best warranty in the industry, 7 years, bumper to bumper. And man, what a great machine these are. So, all right, guys, we're going to continue on. Yeah, yes.
Blaine, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Can we give away some event bags?
We can.
Okay.
Y'all want to do some bags?
Yeah.
All right, let's give away some event bags, Kennedy. So these are our event bags. We sell them in a pack of 8. There's 8 different colors. They're $49.99 on our website. You can buy them individually for $9.99. They have all unique sayings on one side and has the Sewing Machines Plus logo on the other side. Again, we're going to give 2 customers a set of bags. So Kennedy,
yeah,
spin that wheel.
All right.
Here it goes. It's slowing down. Maggie 81. So Maggie 81, you are our winner. So congratulations. Maggie's watching from today from YouTube. So Maggie, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim my prize. Fill out all the information completely. Hit submit, and we will get your bag sent out to you next week.
Woohoo!
All right, Kennedy, spin that wheel again. Let's get us another winner.
Do it. Ooh. Shelly Fuller.
Shelly Fuller is our winner. So congratulations, Shelly. She's watching today from YouTube. So Shelly, you won yourself a set of bags. We need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all that information completely and hit submit to claim your prize. And we'll get those shipped out to you next week.
Woohoo!
All right, let's go ahead and give something else away. What do you think?
Okay.
While we're giving, y'all want to?
How about a
Gift card.
gift card?
We're going to give a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus away. So Kennedy,
Yeah.
spin that wheel.
Woohoo! If you win, tell us what you're gonna get with this gift card.
Donna Leffer.
Woohoo!
So Donna, congratulations. She's watching today from Facebook. So Donna, we need you to go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page where it says claim my prize. Fill out all the information complete. Hit submit, and then we will next week email you a gift card code that you can use in the checkout on SewingMachinesPlus.com website in the cart.
Woo!
All right, we got Trevor in the house yet?
Not yet. We're a little early.
Are we
but
still
that's
early?
Okay.
All right. Well, guys, let me tell you a little bit about the contest that's going on so you'll be aware of that. So you see us giving all these prizes away. Well, we've got over $100,000 of prizes we're giving away this week. And one of those prizes that you can win is a $25,000 Dream Studio giveaway that we're doing. And guys, it is awesome. If y'all want to put that on the screen and show everybody what you're going to get to win. But we're picking finalists every single day. We're going to pick up one finalist each day. And then on Friday, we'll have 5 finalists. We're going to put all their names in a hat and pull them out. But here's what you're going to win. Look at it right there, guys. You get a SWF 12 needle embroidery machine. You're going to get that Brother Airflow 3000 serger. You're getting the Baby Lock Accord sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting that Juki sewing machine. You're getting the Wall of Thread by Floriani, 360
it's a great
spools.
wall of thread.
And you're getting a 2-tier Stay Perfect electric lift table. You're getting all that to fill up your sewing studio. So what a great package it is. And again, guys, all you have to do is just comment, ask questions. Go over there. If you're on Facebook, go to our YouTube page, subscribe to our YouTube page. If you're on YouTube, go like our Facebook page. That's going to help you as well. And guys, we want to give all this stuff away, and we want you to win. So again, that's how you can do it. And again, each day we're going to pick that finalist. So today, at the end of the day, we're going to pick a finalist to go in the big drawing, and tomorrow's last day. The other thing I want to remind you about, today is the last day you can go vote on the embroidery contest. Everybody was submitting their pictures who wanted to enter of their embroidery project, and today is the last day to vote, and the voting will end at close of business today. So if you still have time to go vote on your favorite one, and the winners of that, the top 3, will get a prize package plus ribbons, and the first place gets that golden scissors trophy. So still time to do all that. All right, guys, we have Trevor in the house. We're going to go right to Trevor, and Trevor is going to. Trevor is from Floriani. He's their. He's been there. He's their. I think it's a software manager. I think, Trevor, you may have to correct me on that. And he really knows his stuff. So let's bring Trevor back to the show. Trevor, are you the software manager?
I am, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir, Blaine. One of my favorite things to do is to plan the updates to the new, when we get to make it even better. And that's one of the most popular things because, of course, the updates are free, as you know. And so people love that about the Floriani software. Yeah. Thanks for having me back. Thanks.
Oh my gosh. We're going to have to get together someday and trade some Walter Floriani stories.
I would love, yeah, that's a good, he's certainly a wonderful person.
He was an interesting guy. I tell you what, I enjoyed being around him, but I'm sure you have plenty more stories than I do, but we're going to let you take it away, and I'll be back here in a little bit, Trevor, and we'll tell everybody how they can get this.
Okay, thanks a million. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Floriani software today. It's a lot of fun. And this time I think we're going to get into lettering. I was thinking that we could talk about how to get, really the best results. And certainly if you have, the Floriani software, you have a wonderful array of tools. And so I thought I'd show some of the things that I do to get really successful results with my embroidery. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to queue up to present my screen, and then they can switch it over for me. So just give me a second here, and I'll do like I did earlier, the entire screen, and click share, and then switch on over to my Floriani software. So by now it should look like it says the SMP Hoop Fest and my name and Floriani, and even I don't know if you guys were, I did a special presentation many days ago, and we did this little patch. It was like one of my favorite things to teach about is how to make patches. And look how small those little letters are, you guys. Like they're smaller than my pinky finger, right? And it's still very, very readable. And here I've got, this is what I was teasing Blaine about. I made a towel, and it's got a special nap blocking that kind of helps the letters sit up so they don't sort of sink into your towel. And so, yeah, we're going to learn about lots of things that are to do with text today. And so we'll just be kind of in the Floriani software. And maybe the first thing I'll do is click on a new empty workspace. And you can work on as many things as you want to at one time. So notice that I still have my kind of like little SMP design. And I also have this cool one that I'm going to show you guys how to do that says, God bless our home. And it's got like a really unique kind of handmade look to it. And so once you kind of learn the basics of it, it's really cool what you can do. So the basics of it, well, first of all, I love the font play tool. It's kind of more of a visual way of coming out with the words. So if you click on a font, it'll show you the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. Apparently that's a sentence that has all 20, some odd characters in it. But if you click on letters, then it'll show you all the uppercase and lowercase letters and any numbers and punctuation. If you go on custom, it allows you to type in whatever letters that you want to, right? And so you can put in your name or whatever embroidery you're going to do. And now it'll show you what it would look like if you did your name in that letter style. And then I can kind of just like click on the next letter style to see what it would look like differently. If you want, you can click on 3D, and it kind of gives it a little bit more of a realistic look to it. And then essentially I'll just kind of go like down the list like this and view all the different letter styles and see kind of how they look. And it's really kind of a visual way of doing it. Now, if one comes up with only a letter T like this, that means that's a font that only has capital letters and there's no lowercase, because I typed it out with both upper and lower case. So some of them are meant to be very small. And so there's actually, I counted them the other day, there's over 200 fonts that you can make with the Floriani software. And so whatever one you click, you just select it in your list. And then if you say import, it comes onto your screen. And so I brought in like a scripty one, and I'm going to turn on 3D so it kind of looks a little more realistic. But right away, my eye says there's just too much space between the T and the R, and I want to fix it. And that's really easy to do. So first of all, if you select it, it puts a box around it. And when you're working with Select Tool, because you can pick something up, you can move it around, you could resize it, bigger or smaller. If you use the corner handle, it will keep the proportions the same. It'll just make it bigger or smaller. But if you use a side handle, it'll make it taller or sort of shorter and not longer. So it changes the proportions. But if you want to deal with this space, you need to go to what's known as the edit text mode, not regular select mode. In other words, you have to right click and say edit text. And then you get these little handles. And that's what's so handy about it is the handles, because you can just grab on a handle and move over those letters until visually you're like, that looks better already. The blue handles move all of the letters after the blue handle. So if I grab this handle right here, it'll move from the E over, but not the R and the T. There's also little gold handles that you might notice. And so the gold handle is for like manipulating one letter without touching any of the other ones. And so when you click on the gold handle, you could move just the E by itself without moving anything else. Or for that matter, you could move it like to strange and unusual places and kind of have some fun with it a little bit. You can also resize one letter, in relationship to the rest of the letters, and also I think rotate. So it's kind of like a little bit of creativity can go a long way. You can kind of play and have some fun with your name. And at the end of it, if you're like, oh my goodness, what did you do that for? There's always the delete key, right? Blaine, you can just get rid of that mess and start on over. And so the font play tool is only one way to start text, and it's kind of the pictorial way, but really the text tool, once you kind of know what you're doing, you a lot of times just use the text tools. There's different types of text modes, I guess. You got like horizontal text, circular text, vertical text, text along a path, or a monogramming specific tool just for doing like 3-character monograms. This is to bring in like true type font artwork as like artwork. And this is a tool that you use to create fonts. And so it's got a lot of different things. And if I just click on the first one and I click to get started, it's going to make the words my text, and obviously you're not going to embroider the words my text. You're meant to come in and change the letters to be whatever you want to embroider and click apply. And one thing I love about this is you can copy and paste into here. So if you have like the letters in an email that you're meant to embroider, you can copy it and then come to this box and paste, and it goes right in. And so that can be kind of helpful. And then if you're like, oh, I don't know why it's got this curly Q font, there's the font list is right here, and you can change it to any letter style that you want to. When you click apply, it will update to the new one that you've selected. And notice that right here above the font where it's I've chosen one above it, there's like a filter. So if you just want to see what are the script fonts, you can scroll down and choose script. And now I'll only be viewing the script fonts and not all of the fonts. So it kind of reduces the list. It doesn't get rid of them. They're all still there. You just have to put this back on all fonts, and then you're back to looking at all of them. Notice how some of them have little symbols beside them. That tells me things. So first of all, the ones with letter O's in front of them tells me that letter style has options. And by options, we mean different ways of doing it. So this is like your sort of standard stitching, your regular satin stitches. But if I look in the properties area below the font, it says style. And now I've got a run stitch style. So instead of doing it as a satin fill, I could do it as a run outline. And I also had in there an applique option. And if I choose the applique option, it'll do like an applique for every letter. Now, when I first do it, it doesn't look perfect. And that's because when you look at the size here, these letters are only 0.79 of an inch. And that's pretty small for an applique shape. You'd probably be more likely to be doing like a 2-inch size if you were going to use the applique function. And so when I change it to the 2-inch size, you'll notice right away that it looks more, at least there's room for the fabric, inside of the shape. And that's the concept that now literally if you watch this design stitch out, it does a placement line and a tack down line and a satin border for each letter of the alphabet, or of my name, I guess is what it really is. But so that's kind of a cool thing. And really, this is just the basics of it. Blaine, there's a lot more that you can do with the text. So for example, let's click on the right click again to go back to that edit text. And notice that when I'm in this edit text mode, I can also right click to get an envelope. And an envelope is like an artwork shape. Here is a bridge with a concave top. And so it'll make it probably flat along the bottom, but kind of curve the top a little bit. Can you see how it, and literally you can just grab these handles. You don't have to right click and do that. You can grab the handles and actually watch it happen. And so it's really kind of fun to create unique shapes. So these are now applique letters that are in kind of like a fancy rounded shape, you know. So sometimes we call that lettering art. And here, let's just start kind of a fresh lettering again to do. So I think sometimes those ones look better when it's all uppercase like this, because then you can really see the effect of it. So here, watch what I'll do. I'll make it taller, and then I'll right click to go into edit text mode, and I'll grab the handle at the top and squish it to give it like that kind of bridged look like that. So yeah, anyway, there's a lot of stuff that isn't really very hard to do once you learn to do it. And remember, I was showing you guys on the towel there that right here where it's like got the nap control. Like, I don't even know. This is actually a patch. It's an iron-on patch. You're supposed to iron that one on your shirt, Blaine. That way you can have like SMP logo on all your shirts. You don't, but this one here, if I hold it really close, can you see? Well, you don't look at the towels that close, you guys. You probably don't even look at them this close. You're probably looking at them more from like 2 or 3 feet away. Well, the further I get from this, kind of the less noticeable that effect is, but it really helps the letters stay up on top of your towel. And that's really easy to do because all you got to do is select whatever text that you've made, and it's a button up top here. It's called nap control, and you just basically, it's a question of how much do you want. So this is the offset, meaning how far around the text. If you type in 0, it'll make it just where the text is and not outside of it at all. Right now it's set at like 0.1 of an inch, so it's going to kind of go just with a little bit of a sliver around the outside. And I would still use a topper. So the idea is this sews before your text. And before I sewed this mesh, I would put the topper down. So now the mesh sews on top of the topper in the same color as the towel. And that's optional because sometimes we use this as like, it's more like a halo. It gives it a neat look to it. And that's fine too. But all I'm saying is I'll put the nap control, the nap blocker. What I'm trying to say is the topper, the heat and gone topper, underneath this snap control. So I use both. Now, you know how toppers are. You have to tear them away. You've got a nice clean edge to tear around, and it's very easy to tear all the topper away, and you don't have all those little nooks and crannies inside of all the spots of the text that you have to worry about getting out of. So it's got 2 benefits, right? It totally secures the text from the towel, and it kind of makes it easier to remove your heat and gone topper. So that's kind of a cool thing about it. I was going to show you guys another sample here and then show you how cool it is to do this. This is here. I got to put my my desk hammer on here. This is a really unique effect. Can you see what I'm showing you there? And that is not hand embroidered. That was actually done, on the embroidery machine using regular 40 weight embroidery thread. And it's a special trick with the software. And so basically, and I know I have the design here, it says, God bless our home, but I know that is, if I wanted to create my own text, I know that that's the, it's called, well, I think it starts with an M or something like that. Meme. Let me just scroll down to the M's. Yeah, M-E-N-E, mean or something. Well, however that's meant to be said or pronounced. That's kind of like that old English one, right? That I did. So I can do Trevor and click apply. So now this is what I wanted to show is, so I'm going to zoom in over top, and this is set for regular embroidery right now. And when you do, once you set up your text the way you visually like it, and that's what this tab is all about, right? Choosing the font, the size, etc., the width, spacing. But there's another tab, there's several other tabs. And One of them is for the type of fill, right? It's currently a satin fill. You could make it a pattern fill. You could make it a fancy fill. You could do all sorts of ways of filling in that thread. And when I make it a satin fill, down here at the bottom, there's an option for satin repeats. And it's always by default set to 1. Well, look, all I have to do is change it to 3. And the software changes the spacing. And it gives it that really big open stitch. And what it does is it does each stitch 3 times, like a bean stitch. Forward, back, forward again, then forward, back, forward, forward, back, forward. And so it goes along the design doing each stitch of the satin stitch 3 times. It's as simple as that. And then you stitch it out and it looks like this. So, I mean, that's just one simple example of how the Floriani software is just extra once you learn kind of beyond the basics, right? Because, you can still do all the enveloping you want on this, but you needed to know how to go onto the tab where it's what kind of stitching you're getting and change it to a repeat. Now, if you don't want to do that anymore and you go back to 1 and you put your density back to normal, you're back to kind of regular embroidery. That's what we normally do with our text. So really, there's a lot of things that you can do to take control. And I think that's part of it, because remember the Sewing Machines Plus logo and how small I got those letters? Well, I needed to make them fat enough. That's the one thing that I think a lot of people struggle with making their text really small, is that when they first type it out, from their keyboard, it gets a little skinny. So if I start out with and it's always going to use whatever font I used last, right? So it's going to always come up with whatever font you used last. But if you're trying to make really small text, you'd probably just want to stick to kind of a simple letter style like a block, because the more ornate the letter style, the larger those letters need to be for them to be able to look good. And this letter style here tells me, when you hover over top of the picture of it, it tells you information like the minimum and maximum size. And it tells me that it's good for like 10 millimeters tall, or whatever that is in inches here, 0.39 of an inch. Well, I'll tell you right now, I quite often take this one and I set my settings to metric, because I like to work in metric for the small stuff. And it's by default at 20. Well, it said the minimum was 10, right? So it looks good at 10, but I'm using it in the SMP logo at 4. And here's the trick, right? If I make this 5 or 4, and I can even do upper and lower case at these minimum sizes like this, but I need to know a little bit about how to get it to work out, because I'm going beyond the suggestions, right? The suggestion here was it was not meant to be used smaller than 10, and I'm getting it down to 5 here, and these little ones are kind of like 4s. And the answer is it's in the properties box. And the secret is this little pink zigzaggy one here called push pull. If you've never heard of it before, things get a little skinny as you sew them. They naturally get smaller. And this is a way to account for that. So it's called pull compensation. And I just turn it on, like pull, yes. And then I go, how much do you want? I'm just going to, a very small amount, like 0.1 or 0.2 extra, just a small amount. Watch it go. Bump. See that? See, and they almost look too fat on screen, don't they? They do. They almost look too fat. If I go over here to the design that I made for that little patch, and you get in and look at the letters on screen, they look a little bit too fat, don't they? That's because I know they're going to get skinny when I stitch them, and so does the software. And so you can just simply tell it what you need. And one of the cool thing is, and I know I talked about this earlier, but there's the Save to Sew button, right? Where you get to click on it and you tell it what you're sewing it on. And then the software can add the pull compensation for you based upon the fabric, and not just pull compensation, it can adjust underlay as well. And that's another thing that when you do really little letters, excuse me, Blaine, I need to drink my tea. If you select the little letters, and let's just see if I can get those little text there, I'm going to use a minimal amount of underlay. But when I do bigger text like here, where's that? Down here, I might want to add more underlay. And these are sort of levels that you can check off. Yes, I want a contour, or yes, I want a parallel, and click apply, and the software will update. So yeah, here I got my tea right here. All right, so if I zoom in on that and I take off the 3D, can you see that contour? And let me just hit undo, and how before there wasn't a contour. So underlying stitches are one of the real secrets of getting quality embroidery, and that's oh boy. Hey, I got one more cool demo. It's the wordplay, and this one here is kind of fun because you take a shape and then the software fills it in with words. And we could go on and on. If you buy fonts, there's a font importer. I could show you how to create your own fonts with your little letters, A, B, C, that kind of thing. The tool's right here. It's called Wordplay. And when you click on it, it gives you kind of like a list of shapes, but you can make your own shapes too. It's not just the shapes that are in here. And so these are the shapes that it came with. But if you have any shape you want to kind of work with, you can choose any one you want. And so I've got that kind of like girl's outline in here, right there. Now, it says that she's going to be about 3 inches tall, and I know if I only make her 3 inches, there's not a lot of room for words inside. So why don't I change that to 8 inches? And this way, it'll allow more sort of decoration. And then here's where it says wordplay. Well, that's not what you want. You want to put on here strong. And girls are fast. Wrong. F-A-S-T. Well, smart. And you can go on and on with all of the amazing things that, you know, beautiful. And you're happy with all of that, you click generate, and it starts to decorate the outline of the girl's head with the words that you chose. Now, if you need to put two words together, like maybe you needed it to be like always said together, like long eyelashes, and you wanted long eyelashes to be always together and not separated, then you don't create a new line. So I hit enter to do like the first line and the second line and the third line. Right now, this is going to pull up all the words are going to be in the font Anna, but you could have picked any of the fonts from the library. And like I said, there's over 200 fonts, not including all the Windows fonts. And of course, you can make your own with the ones that you're buying as well. But one of the cool things about it is that you can also do all the outline options. So it's really more than 200 when you think about the variations of it. So the other thing that I can control in here is the size of the text and the number of colors. So right now it says 15 colors. If you only wanted 4 colors, you just change that to be 4. Here it's the minimum maximum scaling. So this basically the size of the letters is like 0.79 of an inch, and they can go up to as big as 100%, but down to as small as 10% of that. And so you can control this as like a size range for so how big and small they get. And then right now they're set on any angle, but if I wanted, I could limit it to be like horizontal or vertical, so they'll all go one direction or any 2 directions kind of thing. And every time you make a change, so if I choose horizontal and 4 colors and click generate, it goes again, and you can, it has a history. So if you're like, oh, I liked it better last time, you can go back or forward. But right now it's making a whole new kind of arrangement of it. And you'll find that even if you don't change any of the parameters, just pushing generate makes it go through the steps again and creates a new look for it, and so it's pretty fun and easy to do to create kind of a neat wordplay arrangement like this. So this time they're all going to be horizontal words. They're still going to be in the Anna font. but only 4 colors this time. And yeah, and when you're finally happy with it, you simply say okay, and it makes that embroidery element and brings it into your workspace. And so it's kind of easy to do. I made this one here, and the one thing I did after I made it was, because once you've made it, these are all individual words. And so you can go in, for example, and select them and make changes. You're like, those ones look too much the same. So, okay, they're all grouped together. So I'm going to ungroup so that I can select just this one word, silly, and then change that word silly to be SMELLY, because sometimes they're smelly. And, and you can have some fun with it too. But all I'm saying is I can easily kind of rearrange them. If you're like, well, now it doesn't fit, I have to kind of move it over or maybe squish it or shrink it a little more to get that to work out, right? But you can, and you can make them all different fonts too. They may have all come in as the one Anna font, but now I could say, you know what? I think I'll do this word in Andrew font and that word in a scripty font. And so when you look at the one that I made, that's exactly what I did. I've got all different kind of letter styles in here and all different things. So, Blaine, I'm telling you, there's so much fun with the lettering. And I don't know, there's a few more minutes. Maybe I've got time to show you guys how to do. So for example, when I click on a new empty workspace, there was all the other text tools. I didn't even show you like how to make a monogram. When I click on the monogram, it's going to start with ABC, and obviously that's not the initials, right? So you figure out whatever it is it's going to be, but it could be Sewing Machines Plus, right? SMP, and click apply. And so it'll kind of make the M bigger than the P and the S. And there's little extras that come with it, like little frames that you can put around it. So some of the letter styles that it has come with little kind of monogram decorations, if you want to call them that. Some of them will just turn them into like really cool monogram shapes. Like this one here kind of makes it into that natural diamond shape. And then there's little kind of end caps or borders that you can put around it. Or you can just leave that border part plain and just have it be the letters SMP, but in like a really nice classic kind of monogram look to it like that. And so there's a lot of text tools when you come here. If you wanted to do circular text, then you would click on your workspace. I have to start a new text. Sorry, I don't want to click on the text tool. I need to let go of the one I have, is what I mean to do. Click on here. Now click on the text tool and start a new sort of embroidery element, and it'll put circular text. And again, you can put whatever you want it to be. Trevor, and put my last name on the bottom and click apply. Now the text is pretty big. I'm not sure that Trevor Conquergood's going to fit, but I can shrink it, the size. Just watch how easy it is once it kind of updates. So first of all, the text looks the text looks a little big, so I'm going to grab on this handle to like resize it a little bit, and then the distance looks a little far, and so I'm going to bring the radius and make that closer. And so you can do this kind of like very easily to arrange kind of text elements like that. And I mean, the cool thing about the artwork, if I bring it in this way, so now it's going to bring in the words my text as straight up artwork, not embroidery. And the thing with artwork is now, what if you wanted to make really big, like if you just needed the one letter and you wanted it to be like a big letter M and you wanted to decorate it with all the cool types of stitching that we've got, you could do something interesting like a motif fill in there, and it would turn that M into, I don't know what, I see the SMP or the SteamYard thing was just over the way. But, and you could do that and maybe put a border around it, something like this, and make a neat, different lettering altogether. So there's really almost unbelievably nothing stopping you guys. Why don't I do this? I'm going to stop sharing and come back on kind of full screen again. It's probably close to the time again, right? But thank you, Blaine, for letting me come on and talk about the Floriani software. If you ever want to learn about how to get it, you go on to our website, rnksoftware.club. And you can actually download it and install it. I'm in here. There's no Blaine. But I'll tell you what, I can show you. Oh, there he is. It's going to say, I can go on and show you guys where to download it if you want to on the website. But the cool thing is, Blaine, you can actually download it and try it if you want to. And then when you buy it from SMP, you literally just have to put in your activation code and unlock it all. So it's, yeah, check out our website. It's rnksoftware.club. And there's all kinds of great videos you can watch there. And like I said, you can download the software and give it a try, like a kind of limited demo. So it won't let you save anything, but you can. But then if you do purchase it, you're going to get all the amazing training and you'll be in touch with me, I'm sure.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Trevor. We sure do appreciate you coming on the show and demonstrating that. It was awesome. So I'm going to tell everybody how they can get that. Okay.
Thank you, Blaine. Thanks so much.
Okay, buddy. Talk to you soon. All right, guys. That was Trevor Conquergood, and he is one of the best in the business when it comes to the embroidery software. But, guys, we are talking about the Floriani TCU, $2,999, $2,999 to get the full-blown version, guys. We have free shipping, and, guys, we do have financing available for you. But give us a call for the call-in special. I think you'll be extremely happy if you do. 800-401-8151. And again, it's 800-401-8151. And talk to one of our sales agents so they can tell you all about the software. All right, guys, we are going to continue on. And guess what? We have one demonstration left. And we're going to be wrapping up the day. And we have our very own Kennedy. And Kennedy is going to be talking all about the Stay Perfect table. So, Kennedy, are you ready to go today?
You know I am ready, Blaine. Ready as ever.
All right, well, take it away.
Thank you. And real quick, before I get into the tables, I'm such a big fan of Trevor Conquergood. He is so amazing when it comes to TCU software. So if you guys were watching like I just was, he is such an amazing person to learn from in terms of the software. So that was probably one of my favorite segments today. So let's talk about these Stay Perfect tables. And if you were here Monday and Tuesday Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, you have seen all of these, but we're going into detail of all the different tables a little more each day and just a little bit more detailed on each one every day. And Tuesday, we talked about the dual tier over here. Yesterday, we talked about the single tier with some of the accessories. And today, we are talking about the all-purpose table. Now, this one obviously is the smallest of the family, but it's perfect for anybody who needs just an extra little bit of space. Anything around you, as you can see, this is perfect for fitting those smaller machines on there. If you need that smaller space. And one thing that I like, I'm going to take this off real quick. Let's get this off here. I have a couple of experiments that we're going to do today because I wanted to make it a little fun and just because it's Hoop Fest. Why not? So here is the table just by itself. Of course, I have a sew mat on here, but one of my favorite features is, of course, the height adjustable feature. So you can easily go up and down. Come on. And this moves the same speed as the other tables, 1 inch per second. And look at how smooth and quiet that thing goes down. If I keep going, I missed the button, but we're all good. There we go. You can get it down really, really, really low. So if you're sitting, maybe you are shorter and you need just a customized adjustment for your height on this table. For me, I like to stand when I am doing any crafting or working on any projects. So I will often bring it up normally to my hip or waist level. And that is perfect for me to work on any projects. But we're going to take this a step further. Okay, we're going to really put this height adjustment to the test. I have brought a diet, keyword diet, because Blaine does not drink the diet, he doesn't drink the diet Mountain Dew. So I'm going to use this today and we're going to see just how smooth this table moves. So I'm going to pour it. And I thought the Mountain Dew was perfect because you can see it through the cup. So here we go. And of course it's Blaine. So we're just going to test it right out. Okay. I'm going to even set this next to it. So we're just going to go ahead and see. I'm going to wait till this stops moving. All right. We're okay. And now I'm going to just press a button. I'm waiting for it to kind of stop moving since I just set it down.
think it's good.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
So let's press it. And we're going to watch. Look at how smooth that is, you guys. You can trust putting your machines on top of here and nothing will move, nothing will fall over. So that's a fun little experiment that I wanted to just throw in there today. Because why not? I don't know. Blaine won't drink this, so anybody want it? Just kidding. But I really love this table. It is really spacious for being a smaller table. It is 18 by 31 inches wide, and it's got just a lot of space. One thing that I was thinking about that you could do, the bonus here is that you do also get a 12 by 18 cutting mat that you can put on here that is double-sided. It's either a really pretty teal color, kind of like this one, or a pink one, and you can just throw it on here, but also kind of touching back on what we were talking about yesterday, you can easily convert this into an ironing table. So I'm sure a lot of people have these wool mats lying around, especially, maybe you have the dime hooping wool mats and the press pads, or you have the Nifty Notions ones like I do. This is perfect that I can just quickly throw this down, and there we go. I've got a nice little setup, and that 12 by 18 cutting mat can just fit perfectly right on the side, and it makes everything really easy. It's kind of a 2-in-1. You're able to do your cutting and then your ironing, or you can just get one that fits this entire table right here and turn this into a workstation that you can keep right next to your single tier, next to your double tier, and it's really great. Also, the casters, I will continue to stress the importance of these casters. Coming over here to the single tier, I'm just going to quickly, all I'm going to do is just this. Oh, I think one of them are locked. But,
Yeah, we locked the rear ones.
oh, we locked the rear ones. But I was going to show you how easy it is to move around. But hey, that's a good sign, so you can see that the table doesn't move anywhere with the locks. So there you go. But with the casters, you're able to move it anywhere around your workspace, and you can move it, say you're working on a really large embroidery project and you need to keep all your fabrics close, you need to keep all of your threads close. This is perfect. You can just roll it around, put it anywhere in your working space, and you have just an instant addition of space. And one thing that I've been talking about all week is that us crafters, we need our space. We need our space. So we need as much working room, and we need as many flat surfaces that we can stick a cutting mat, we can stick an ironing mat down, we can do all of the things. So we love that. And again, you can also pre-save your favorite heights and your favorite levels of this table straight onto the table itself. So with these controls here, I've got this one. This one is already set. This is my first set height. That's perfect for me when I'm sitting down using the Aero hydraulic chairs. They're my favorite. That would be my ideal setup, an Aero chair, these tables, my favorite machine, and I'm good to go. You don't really need much more than that. Oh, and a Floriani Great Wall of Thread, that's for sure. So you can then move it, I think I've got it up here. Now this one, I've got the fourth setting up a little bit higher, and all I have to do is just at the press of the button, lift it, and there you go. It's really that simple. And if you're someone who easily, you want something extremely user-friendly, look at that. Look at that, you guys. So all of you really tall people out there can benefit from this as well. So it's awesome. It's super handy, especially like I was saying, when you just need more space again. And also, I mentioned this yesterday, but maybe you're not sewing one day and you have family over and you're having things going on, you can easily throw a tablecloth over this, roll this out into the kitchen, set it down somewhere, and you have a multi-use table that you can use for dinner. You can use it for crafts for the kiddos. You can use it as a kids table. There's so many different things and ways to think that you can use this. So when thinking of buying a Stay Perfect table like this, yes, of course, this is amazing. And these are amazing tables for crafters and quilters and embroiderers and sewers. But this is a multi-use table. So it is easily, the shape of it and the configuration of it makes it super simple to use it for other things. And, it gives it a second use around the house, which is awesome. So bringing this back down, but see, I like this. And I can just stand and be like, hey, there we go. All right, so we bring this back down. And as that is going down, Now, we were talking yesterday about what this is made of, and I've got the pronunciation down. It is made of super high quality and sturdy polyethylene, and it is great. It's super, super durable. So when you even just, you feel it, you know that nothing's gonna happen, and you just, it's nice to know that you have a really durable table that is gonna last you for years. Now, let's talk about, what else do I wanna talk about? Oh, so kind of touching on all of these, with the accessories that we have for these Stay Perfect tables, of course, these can be used not only on all of the Stay Perfect family members here, but you can also use these for, you know, any furniture that you have at home as well. So if I come over here, just as an example, here's a hoop hanger. So if you do have, maybe you've got a smaller machine, I'll bring this back up for Roger. But say you have a smaller embroidery machine, maybe you just want an LB5000 from us this week during Hoop Fest, or an SE1900. Both of those will fit perfectly on this table, and you have some new hoops with those machines, right? So of course, what better way than having this little hoop hanger you can easily slide onto your table. And once this is all ready, all I have to do is just untwist like so, get it underneath here, and start tightening it up. Oh, is it gonna go? Of course it's not gonna go when I do it. But it's really easy, you guys, I promise.
Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Right, I know. Oh my goodness.
There you go.
Well, like I was saying, it is, what am I doing here? Okay, no, we got it now. We're good.
That was the opposite way.
It is the opposite way. So, like I was saying, it's just great to have this extra little piece of just a nice little accessory, and it's nice for you to be able, I'm doing it the opposite way. Oh my goodness. Well, while I'm just twisting, all the other accessories that are available, like the rock and roll, the quilt stopper on the back of the table to my left, there's lots of different things that you can add to these tables to make them even more functional and even better to use, because I think the main lesson, and I got it. Yeah, guys. Woo! Okay, that was definitely user error. I promise they are way easier to use than I just made it look. So these are awesome again, but just an example, then I can easily be like, oh, I want to switch from, you know, a 4x4, 5x7 to an 8x10. I want to move up to an 8.5x12. It's just great to be able to have all of this readily available to you, and it keeps you from moving too much back and forth in your sewing room, because I know that can be so frustrating and so annoying. So being able to have all of your supplies with you and handy is great and awesome. Now, I think my last experiment of the day, because I have to make it tradition now, I'm going to sit on it. I'm going to sit on it, and we're going to see if it will hold me up. This is the test, guys. Roger's laughing at me behind the camera. But this is what makes it fun for me, because you want to be able to know that this will hold your machine, because we're spending money on all of our favorite sewing supplies. So here I am. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. And we're going up.
It's
Slowly but surely, we are going up. We're going.
Doing it with no problem.
And it's doing it with no problem. And if I stop, I'm on top of the world. So this is just another reason why I think you guys need a Stay Perfect table in your life, because it is sturdy, it's durable, it's going to take care of your machine, and especially with an SMP sew mat on top, of course, you just need it. It's great. And the simplicity in the design as well, it's just so sleek and very clean looking. It can go in any sort of, maybe you've got like a theme going on, or you have a certain aesthetic in your sewing room, or just in your house in general. I feel like the design of these furniture pieces really are awesome and can match for anybody. And yeah, it's just great. So what do you guys think? It lifted me up, it put me down, and now I'm on to the next project. So I think, how am I doing on time? Am I doing okay? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pass it back to Blaine, but I will see you guys tomorrow, and it's day 4. Can you guys believe that?
All right, thanks, Kennedy. Great job. And so everybody, she is talking about the all-purpose single table, and we kind of call it the nesting table. It's electric lift with casters. And guys, this is a great addition to your sewing room. And you know what's so great about this? The size of it. You could put a serger on there. And I'll tell you, somebody that sent me an email I thought was just a fantastic idea. They bought the little, I call it the almost looks like a gun rack that holds the bars for your stabilizer. They bought that, and they actually put their scan and cut on this, and they use that to put the vinyl when they're doing vinyl or fabric to feed the machine. I thought that was a great idea. Perfect size for the scan and cut. And you can put one of our Sewing Machines Plus sew mats on there and set your scan and cut and set the accessories up, and it works great. But anyway, Kyle's got the overlay, so let's look at the overlay on that, guys. The price on this is $999. We are going to ship it free nationwide. And guys, we have a call-in special on this. Give us a call, and we're going to we got a great price on this right now. So give us a call to get a better price. It's 800-401-8151. And this is a great table. The casters come with it for free. And then we have all kinds of accessories that you can add to this, just to whatever your need is. All right, guys, guess what? That is the end of day 4. So thank y'all for sticking around here all day. But guess what? It's time to give some giveaways away and close out the day. So first up, we are going to give a set of our event bags. We're going to give this to 2 SMP customers. And so Kennedy, spin that wheel. Carol Harrell. So congratulations, Carol. She is watching today from YouTube. So Carol, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out the information and hit submit to claim your prize. And then we will get your bag sent out next week. All right, Kennedy, we're going to give another set of these away. So spin that wheel.
Woo!
Angela R. So congratulations, Angela R. Watching today on YouTube. Angela, you just won yourself a set of the Sewing Machines Plus event bags. And to claim your prize, just go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where you see claim a prize, fill out the information, hit submit. And when we get that information, we will get your bag shipped out to you next week. All right, next up, we are going to give away one of our SMP world famous sewing mats. There you see them. And guys, we have these in 12 different colors. There's 4 sizes in each color, all but the leopard print. And there's only a medium and large in that. But you can have your choice of that. And we're going to give 2 of the SMP Nation these. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Annette.
Annette. Just Annette.
Just Annette.
You know you're special when you have a one word like Madonna,
Madonna.
Cher,
Annette.
Brittany,
Annette.
Prince, Annette. Awesome, Annette. You're watching today from YouTube. So Annette, you just won yourself a sew mat. So what we need you to do, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page where it says claim my prize, fill out all the information, and most importantly, in the notes section on there, tell us what color sew mat you want and what size. And we get that information. We'll try to get these shipped out to you next week. All right, Kennedy, we're going to give another set of these away. So spin that wheel.
Judy.
Judy Bergay.
Judy Bergay.
Austin Bergay.
Austin. Judy Osting Berday, right? So Judy was watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Judy. And you just won yourself a sew mat. So what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and where you see claim my prize, fill out all the information. Then when you see in the notes section, just put what color sew mat you want, what size, hit submit, and we will handle it from there. And we'll try to get you a mat sent out next week. All right, next up, we are going to give away a $100 gift card to Sewing Machines Plus. And guys, when you get your code with this, all you have to do is put it in at the checkout, and it will take $100 off your purchase. So Kennedy,
Yes.
spin that wheel.
Woo.
All right, it's slowing down. Sandy Singer. So congratulations, Sandy. She's watching today from YouTube. So Sandy, we need you to go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page, fill out all the information complete, hit submit. And once we get that next week, we will email you a gift card code that you can use in your checkout when you're making a purchase. Save you $100. There you go. All right, next up, we are going to give away an LB5000 sewing machine. Look at that, a $1,000 sewing machine from Brother. This is a sewing and embroidery machine. It has a 4x4 hoop size on it. All right, so here we go. Spin that wheel. Okay, it's slowing down. Joan Keelan. So congratulations, Joan. She's watching today from YouTube. All right, Joanne, what we need you to do is go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of that page, and where you see claim your prize, fill out all the information complete, and send that in. Hit submit, and once we get that in, we will actually send you your machine. We will actually ship it to you next week sometime, so you got a brand new machine coming. All right, so next up, guys, we are going to give away a...
Uh-oh, we're going.
We going rogue?
We're going to do...
Are we going to go rogue?
I think we're going to go rogue.
Let's go crazy.
All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give a SE1900 away. $2,000 machine. Look at that. There we go. Let's do it. Spin that wheel, Kennedy.
Okay, let's do it.
Good luck, everyone.
Carrie Cunningham.
Carrie Cunningham just won herself a Brother SE1900. She's watching today from Facebook. So congratulations, Carrie. So Carrie, what we need you to do is just go to smplive.tv to claim your prize. Fill out all the information down at the bottom of the page where you see claim your prize. Hit submit, and next week we'll send you out your brand new machine. All right, guys, we got one more giveaway to do.
Big one.
It is the big one. It is the finals. But before we do that, I just got to say a shout out. Michelle, my wife, just texted me and said that she got an email from Julie. It's Julie Ann Crookston.
Okay.
We gave her a shout out this morning. Y'all remember that? Everybody, we gave her a shout out this morning. And she sent Michelle the nicest email. And Michelle sent me a text and said, she was sent such a nice email. So I just want to say, I got your email, Julie. Thank you so much. That means a lot to us, and that you were happy and love SMP, and we love you. So there we go. So thanks, Michelle, for sending it to me. I hadn't checked my emails yet, so she sent me the text. All right, so guys, it is time. We are going to pick our fourth finalist for that Dream Studio giveaway worth $25,000. Let's remind everybody exactly what they're getting real quick there, Kennedy. All right, y'all see what it is. It is that SWF 12 needle machine. You're getting the Brother Airflow 3000 serger, air thread serger, brand new. You're getting that Baby Lock Accord sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting, which Juki is this?
This is the DX7.
The DX7, great machine. So they're getting that DX7 sewing machine. They're getting the big Great Wall of Thread from Floriani, 360 spools, and you're getting the Stay Perfect 2-tier electric lift table to complete your studio. And we're going to pick our fourth finalist now. So Kennedy, I need everybody out there in the SMP Nation with me on three. 1, 2, 3. Kennedy, spin that wheel. Good luck to everybody.
This is literally my dream setup. The thread, the tables, everything.
Cindy
out.
Hoonhout.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what we're singing.
That's pretty good.
Hoonhout.
Hoonhout.
All right, Cindy Hoonhout, you are a winner, and you are our 4th finalist for the Dream Studio giveaway. So that means you've got a chance on Friday, tomorrow, to win the $25,000 Dream Studio. But here's the thing, Cindy, you're getting in with Catherine Hutchinson, Debbie Strucken, isn't it?
There's no R.
No R.
Oh, Stucken. Yes, it was Debbie Stucken, Catherine Hutchinson, Thelma Jean Hill, and now Cindy gets that on that list.
Yep.
And here's the great thing. One of them plus somebody tomorrow are going to have a chance to win $25,000 Dream Studio. And guess what? Every one of y'all just won a prize package.
And
So-
let me tell you guys, it's really good.
It's
really good.
It is really good. So, guys, thank y'all so much for joining Hoop Fest. And we've had a blast today. I can't believe that 4 days have already went by. And last day, remember, you can still vote until 6 p.m. Pacific time tonight for your favorite embroidery project. You can go on the SewingMachinesPlus.com website. At the very top, you see the Hoop Fest banner. Click on that. Once you get to that page, click on the gallery little tab, and you can go look at all the entries and vote on your favorite one. Help them out. They did a lot of work to put that in there. And then we'll announce the winners on that tomorrow. Guys, we're going to announce the Dream Studio winner tomorrow. And we're going to give stuff away all day long. Plus, we're going to have great specials, great education tomorrow, so you don't want to miss it. Thank y'all so much for joining in, and we'll see y'all bright and early in the morning. We're going to go live at 8:15. Well, we're going to go live at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central. I'll be on at 15 minutes after the hour. Our first demo's at 30 minutes after the hour. We'll see y'all then.
Bye.